Oh. I am fresh. Are you guys ready for content? Today is the reveal, the grand reveal of the Elite Specializations. On-stream mechanics will be leaked. Will they be slop? Of course it's going to be slop. Are you kidding me? Incredible. Your discussion about OSRS got me hooked. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed the game. It is an excellent game, yeah. I actually log in too. Whenever they add like a new free-to-play quest, I usually go check it out. Because I really like the quests in that game. A lot. Yo. Ooh. How you feeling with no hours of sleep? I mean, look, we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through this. I got my tea. We're gonna get through this, guys. I think this stream's gonna be fun. So I think we'll be all right. We will be all right. Will there be a flurry of balance patches after the release? Well, after the expansion release, yeah. And you know, they'll obviously get feedback from the beta, right? And then they use that to do it. Charlotte got in a Bonnie. Yeah, that's really cool. We love to see that, actually. I did see that. Definitely deserves it, yeah. What am I playing? I'm playing my Necromancer right now. I'm just going to idly AFK. Actually, I'll tell you what. Should we just go to some meta events? I'm not sure I can be bothered to queue. I don't really want to... I'm not the biggest fan of World vs. World Reset. Let's go see if there's anything interesting going on. Any meta events or something? Oh, we actually have Chat Garant. Chat Garant is about to activate. It's time. We're here. What tea you slurping on? I've got some Birchall tea. That is what we have. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's not what we want to do. Oh, wait, yeah, it is. The Forbidden One. Elite Specs, let's go. Let's go indeed. I watched 3 Dorora account tours today. Wait, did he upload new ones? Has he just dropped? Has the Dorora uploaded? Dorora for a ReadNet partner. Bring him back. Oh, he didn't drop it. He didn't drop the bomb. Unlucky. Yeah. What in today's reveal? Honestly, I wouldn't say I have anything in particular. I'd say everything. Who is Doroya? Is a very old school Guild Wars 2 content creator. Man, look, what do you do with all your wizard coins? I have so many wizard coins. I guess I can buy I just get gold, right? The obsidian shards. Well, listen, I heard the obsidian shards are S tier, so it's an option. Clover still to buy. Clovers don't really have any value for me, though. That's the thing, because I have 1,080 And I actually have a lot more than that, too, because I have hundreds of World vs. World reward tracks. So I probably have like 1.5k clovers. Revive orbs. I mean, I think I have quite a lot of those too, but it's definitely an option. Good day indeed. I suppose I should probably join a map. The Octovine. Oh, we're already on one. Nice. How many hours do you have again? Too many. 130 EBQ, and we're with a German alliance who refuses to invite me. Wow, that's a big EBQ. Is it still World vs. World Rush? I don't think so, actually. Everyone wants to get it on EB. I'm rolling in clovers, correct. Still rush until Tuesday. Oh, okay, nice. That's cool. You eventually get a nap? Yeah, I'm still in the wake-up process, though. I have essentially done hard reset, though. This is hard. You're witnessing a successful hard reset. And it feels good. The stream is in 35 minutes, by the way. How do you get timer on your cooldowns? It's a setting in options. It's successful when you get to sleep at 9 p.m. tonight. And I'll probably be, realistically, I'll probably be awake until past midnight, because the stream is going to take a while, then we have to make YouTube slop. But after that, yeah, I'm just going to flop over. Oh, we actually have a call coming in. Yo, what's up? It's the Goose.
Yo. It's time. We're going to get world first today, I believe.
Oh, yeah? Yeah?
I believe. Well, actually, maybe not, because I don't know if Awesomeness can play yet.
Yeah. But... on Embodiment of Sin, right?
Yeah, it's time. It's time to become sinful.
Yeah. Now here's the thing. Imagine this scenario. What if you guys brutally break to it, and then you crash out? What about
that? I won't crash out. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I trust in Plenix. I give all of my faith to Plenix.
What is Plenix playing?
I have no idea. We're very unprepared, I think, but it's going to be fine.
Yeah. What's the comp? What's the comp?
Plenix
Walk me through it.
Victory. Well, I'm going to run Herald. Awesomeness is going to run Scourge. We want to have some Tempest, we think. And that's kind of where we're at.
How many?
I think 4 is a good number, but at least 2. My thought.
Okay.
Her Tempest is pretty good. But we'll see.
Yeah, it definitely
is. Practicing my Herald. I think I've got it pretty good.
You're ready to pump?
Ready to go.
Are you playing the new build, like the spear build, or are you playing like the old build?
Yeah, spear build. The only thing I'm a bit worried about with that is short bow has a longer range than spear.
Yeah.
So my thought is, well, isn't that kind of, I don't know, maybe that doesn't matter, but to me it seems like it would.
On the Herald, like a lot of the time you can kind of edge a bit closer, so it should be okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Good. So what are you looking forward to today?
Well, I just want to see what I guess the thing that I'm interested in is what does the design look like? Like how extensive is the design? Because obviously we don't have the weapons, so I'm really interested in basically learning about their approach. Are they gonna have like? Because there's a couple of things that are really interesting, right? The first one is that the way they talk about Bard, and this is quite exciting, is that they made it very support oriented, and then it will have like damage options too. So I'm hoping that they haven't done the one trait, this is your power trait. One trait, this is the one that you click when you heal. This is the one that you click when you do colony damage, right? I'm really hoping that they've actually packaged in like almost like multiple playstyles and multiple fairly high impact traits that change the class mechanically from within the trait line, right? Obviously the utility skills are interesting too, to see how that one's going to interact with everyone. But yeah, I guess like the really big thing that I'm interested in is basically, yeah, what their approach looks like, what the design philosophy pretty much like behind all of the, but behind like how they're approaching making these things, right?
Yeah, 100%. Also, you sound awful. Are you okay?
Oh boy. Well, I mean, I'll be all right in half an hour, hopefully, or maybe after I've watched the stream. But yeah, it's a bit rough. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. Yeah, I'm a bit drained, but I am currently.
Did I go to sleep before you did?
Yeah. You did. Yeah, you did. I am doing.
How much longer did you stay up?
I was awake until past midday, quite a bit past midday. I got a couple of hours sleeping.
Wait, what? Because it like when I went to bed, it was 7 a.m. your time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was up for like 6 hours after that, more even. Yeah.
Wait, did you keep streaming though?
No. I had some stuff. I had some stuff to do IRL, bro. Like, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's putrid. Holy
I mean, it was tough. You know, we made it through though.
Oh yeah, I scuffed. I scuffed all of my audio.
Oh yeah, tell me about it, man. Look, you know, it's funny because you know when you were over here, right, and we did that really weird cook setup to do the viewer call-ins. That basically completely mangled the audio setup. I basically like reset it. Like I need to come up with a proper, like, clever solution to that. But yeah, audio is a real pain. And again, recently, funny enough, actually, yeah, some of my audio equipment actually is malfunctioned, unfortunately. So yeah, I've had to rejiggle everything, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, audio is a real pain in the ass, to be honest. Really, really annoying.
Yeah, I'm quite bad. I'm quite bad at it.
Yeah.
I attempted to do something that I thought was kind of interesting. I downloaded this little add-on thing for OBS where you can make it so that it'll record a specific scene. And then so what I was trying to do is make it so that it was only recording like gameplay audio and the game.
Yeah.
But I failed at that miserably, so I have to kind of go back to the drawing board a bit, I think.
I think that is possible, yeah, because, I'm pretty sure you can do that just by selecting. You have to be streaming and recording simultaneous if you wanted to do both with different encoders. And then, yeah, you just like select the audio tracks you want to go onto the video, right? So, yeah, I think that should be possible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to do. And I was trying to separate the audio tracks so that I could, if I understand this correctly, if I separate the audio tracks, then theoretically I could like edit out parts of my voice, if that makes sense. But I don't know.
Oh, I see what you mean. You want to output to a file and have all of the audio in that file, but you want to be able to separate it in post, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know that's possible, but I actually admit I don't know how to do that. Yeah. But that is possible. Yeah. I think that would require a specific type of file though, or it would have to like record it twice and output it to different files. But I think that is possible because obviously there are audio file formats and ways you can set it up.
Even if video and audio separately, I could put all the files in and then edit it, right? So that would be
yeah. I mean, yeah, but I'm pretty sure there is a way to do that. But having audio that has like multiple tracks within the file is definitely possible. Yeah, but I don't know how to do that in OBS actually. Yeah. But yeah, like you said, you've got that plugin, so that's probably the approach, I guess.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool because what I'm trying to do is I'm gonna do a challenge.
Okay.
And it should be it's a throwback to 2 years ago.
Yep.
I'm gonna try it again. I have a plan this time though. So warrior, no weapons, no gear whatsoever.
Okay.
0 to 80, no deaths. Complete core story.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my goal.
I mean, I think you're going to devastate that challenge. I think you're going to find it easy.
Well, I mean, it's not quite as easy as you'd think, Teapot, because warrior doesn't really have anything that does damage, and then you don't get access to your profession skill unless you're holding a weapon.
Yeah.
Right? So you have to do some pretty unique things, and I was theory crafting it last night, trying to figure out better ways to do stuff. But yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to dodge roll on stuff, right, with the strength trait line quite a bit, and use rampage.
Dude, don't spoil it. Yeah, that is what I was going to do.
Yeah, and then you've got some physical skills, I guess, are okay, right? You can obviously use some of those to do damage.
Yeah, bulls charge, kick.
Yeah, and those hit pretty hard. If you could get elite specs, is there anything you could get from those? I guess the berserker skills do damage.
No. Here's what you do. You play Bladesworn.
Oh yeah, Bladesworn. Yeah. Well, is that legal
really
though?
powerful.
Is that legal?
Yes. Yeah, it's totally legal.
Okay, so you're just not allowed to equip a weapon, but you're allowed to use like a weapon kit, basically. Yeah. And then Bladesworn obviously really good because then you actually just have a weapon, right? You have the gun saber, so you can actually play the game.
Yeah. I have a strategy as well. There's a few places in the map that'll give you the summons, so those are kind of helpful.
Yeah.
At least a little bit. And then the other plan, you know that heart that gives you the grenade kit?
Yep.
I think it might be, it's in one of the char areas. I think that is just a brilliant way to farm experience.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I should also say I'm debating whether or not I'm allowed to use the trading post. Because if I'm not allowed to use the trading post, it makes using the character adventure guide nearly impossible. But if I am, then I'll level so rapidly maybe it's too easy that way.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to make a rule, you could just say you can use it purely to complete the achievements. You're not allowed to use any of the items that you buy.
Yeah.
Is that for YouTube content? Are you dropping YouTube content, bro?
I'm gonna do you. That's my foray into actual YouTube content. Yeah, that's my plan. I want to make it like a story, right? There's a few creators that I've really enjoyed watching lately, and I'm very inspired by them. This is maybe, I don't know if you know who this is. Do you know who Wolfie Glick is?
No, who is that?
He is like the god of like the Pokemon video games, like competitive battling.
Okay.
And the way he does his videos, they're like really long form. They'll be like an hour and a half to 2 hours, sometimes longer, sometimes maybe a bit shorter. But he basically over explains everything and goes through the whole story of how he like won a tournament or did really well in a tournament doing some kind of like crazy challenge, usually. Or doing something maybe other people didn't know about. So this involves him like explaining each decision he's making, why he's making that decision, the impacts it has. He's like, it's like a really interesting analysis. And so even though I'm not huge into Pokemon like that, I've really enjoyed his content because he makes me understand why he's doing everything. And it really adds to the narrative.
Okay. And you're going to be dropping fat content.
Yeah, so I just want to, I'm thinking like, how
Bro,
can
you
I
should
do
get on
something
the,
like that?
you should do like some OSRS stuff, no? That's hot right now.
Well, yeah,
bro.
I mean, you can do that for OSRS, but...
You should go live, OSRS.
Well, the problem
Stream old school RuneScape, Snab.
If I were to do OSRS content, it would be like, returning player has to figure it out, right? And like, that would be the storyline, right?
Okay.
I don't know what this quest is. I don't know what this is. Like, I would just be trying to like navigate it. But yeah, I don't think I would, I don't know. I don't think I'd really want to do that in some ways.
Wow. Fair enough.
I think it's more fun to do it with a game that you know quite well. Because then when other people watch it, if they don't know the game as well as you, they learn something, and that can be kind of fun. Then I also will learn stuff by having to problem solve it all.
Yeah. And meanwhile here, I'm just churning out hours of slop daily. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I like slop.
Yeah?
You're kidding, right?
Slop
my dog
fan?
ate my peanut butter cookies this morning. I'm still upset about it.
Wow. I mean, how did the dog access the cookies?
I left the cookies in a little box on my coffee table.
Yeah.
And then I remembered that I had them. So I was like, oh, I'm going to go get like one of those peanut butter cookies. And I went over and the box was on the floor. There were crumbs all on the couch and he was just staring at me. And then I asked him, I said, did you take the cookies? And then he rolled over onto his back, showed me his belly, and then looked really guilty. So I think that's our answer.
Dog.
Got me. He took the cookies.
Yeah, you've been denied. How does that feel?
But then I got worried that he would be sick from the cookies. So
Yeah.
he might still probably have some distress, but I was like worried about like chocolate or something. And I was like, was there any chocolate in that? And so I looked at all the ingredients and there is not. So he is okay, people. He's going to be fine.
The double dogging isn't going to happen. There's no double dogging then.
No. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Okay. Are you ready for the stream to drop hard and just drop insane info?
If Roy isn't on the stream, I'm not watching.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of with you on that one. If there's, I mean, no Roy, well, what's the point? What's the point? Wouldn't you go further? If Roy isn't on the stream, is there any point in even releasing the elite specs? Like, just don't do it, right? Like, just don't even bother.
Yeah, I need Roy to be there, or all is lost.
Yeah, it is. And you know, I do have to say this. I don't want to put pressure on them, but are you of the opinion that they need to hit some pretty heavy meme content? Because I feel like, of course, they dropped Magrest, right? Like Trig said Magrest twice on stream. They've done stuff with the Guardian NPC and so on. I think I want to see some pretty hard-hitting memes get dropped in the stream. I'm just wondering if they're going to be able to actually do that. Do you have any, opinion on that? I'd like to see
frogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see some frogs.
You know, so, yeah. General question, what is the British perspective of the Boston Tea Party? Do you guys look at it as a major event? Well, I mean, yeah, it is a major event in history, right? But, I mean, the slightly unrelated, yeah, I mean, I would say the UK likes Americans. British people like America. Like, well, maybe not now, but, like, you know, we're big fans overall. I would say, you know, we're best of buddies. So no, it's not like, it's obviously a major historical event, but it's not something that we're like, oh shit, oh my god, this is like the worst thing ever, right? Is that no, we're you know, we love to see it. Because of your mug, yeah. Well, this actually will give you some perspective here. This is actually a food place, like a breakfast place, basically, that I used to go to basically every day. This is the story behind this mug. I even got tea. They do a really nice kind of blend of loose leaf tea that I really enjoy. And yeah, I used to go to breakfast to this place every day, pretty much. So this is what it would look like, guys. It's actually crazy how I even like ate this much food. But so I would train in the morning for swimming. Then I'd go to Boston Tea Party. And I would have like a massive breakfast on its own, and then I just also have a bacon and egg sandwich as well. It was very good, to be honest. But it was probably not very healthy, to be honest. But that's okay. Did a lot of exercise, so it works out. So yeah, it's that's the context behind this, like what this is and like where that mug is from. Yeah. How much percent do you get from the referral link X-Back purchase? I can tell you it's a good deal. Okay, buy the game using my referral link. Buy an Ultimate Edition, guys. Do it now. All right, your question. Do you think Roy is self-conscious about his appearance? He's so fucking yoked now that people might assume he is a himbo and evaluate on his rippling muscles and not his brain at work. I think it's a legitimate concern. It might be a reason why, like, he's maybe not like showing up on the stream because he's so fucking massive that, well, one, he's going to distract from the content. Let's be honest here, guys. With just the amount of mass he's put on. But also, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, like at the end of the day, you know, people are going to make very, you know, they're going to potentially make assumptions, guys, that are not valid. Yeah, he's too big to fit on the camera. That's why he's not there. Oh man, that's funny. Yeah. Incredible. In the LG, do I just full send it? Yeah, full send it for strikes. Strikes are not too bad. You can just like leap in there. But yeah, you know, here's like an interesting thing. Like, do you think ArenaNet are likely to do more streams covering different topics? I would really love to see them do additional streams, like you know, showing off some of the systems they're adding, because you know, like the new skimmer, for example, could be pretty cool. I'd love to see them show off some of the maps, even some of the map content, get us hyped up, because I think they could, you know, show off maybe like a really cool boss in the open world or something, like maybe trying to avoid spoiling it. Do you think they're likely to do that, or do you think it's just going to be like mainly the elite spec streams they do?
Well, like in the future, you mean? Would they show?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean like, you know, after they've done this cycle, right? After this stuff.
Yeah, I would hope so. I think they should really endeavor to do something like what OSRS does. I really enjoy like the dev chats for OSRS. Like honestly, sometimes I tune into the dev chats just to hear them talk about old school RuneScape. Yeah, I would really like to see them just have like a topic.
Yeah.
Have like a curated Q&A. Like they can go on X, Blue Sky, Instagram, wherever, and just say, hey, we're taking questions for the next dev chat. You know, post them here. We'll pick a select few and we'll answer them on stream. And then we'll also show off something we're working on or talk about how we do something. I think that could be really good.
Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. That's pretty hype stuff. Yeah, that kind of community management, that kind of communication, I think is very, very big. So I'm hoping to see a lot more of this stuff because they do a good job on these. They do a good job on this stuff with the streams. And there's a lot of time, right? Like, because obviously the beta, like the elite spec stuff is going to run through to basically the end of August, right? But then that means they actually do have another 2 months, right? They've got all of September and all of October to actually, you know, talk about the game. So there is that.
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh. The Necromanes have risen from the dead. Wait, what do we got here? We got a Reddit post. ArenaNet tries to nerf Necromancer. I rise again, more toxic than before. What is that?
Wow. That's a good thing.
No, it does not. Wait, oh no. People go over nerf and cling to whatever is now okay-ish. I swear Necro's in the worst state ever already. Stripped from identity, no boon corrupt, no resing dead, no more being only barrier classes intended. Spear mechanic was created only to be removal. All freshly given mobility skills and hardened sword skills nerfed to nothing. Even Harb that sacrifices Shroud and loses health is way worse DPS than Druid. Druid with a pet, medium armor and more HP. So no, Necro doesn't rise from nerf, it clings to life. Whenever any Necro player starts to have fun again, it's going to be nerfed. Necro players cannot be happy. They must feel dread and doom for immersion. 59 upvotes.
What?
Very,
none of that is true.
Wait, I've been getting constantly flamed for crying about Necro because once upon a time Scourge was busted. OG DPS Scourge is the most fun I've ever had in this game. After the Shroud reworks, the nerfs make it feel so bad to play I've given up on it. Dude, this is a Necro main scenario.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Wait.
Necro's in like...
Oh my god. 100% agree, I'm tired of... Oh no, guys, this is not good. Look, Necro mains, I believe I had them posted kind of like middle intelligence relatively recently. This post is not looking good. I'm tired of pretending it wasn't a deliberate design choice to kill the DPS role of the spec. What the fuck?
That doesn't make any sense, bro. That makes no sense.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. None of that makes any sense at all.
It's kind of over, man. This is you hate to see this. Like, Necro is meta in PvP currently, although I think there's some concern about Catalyst being kind of making a bit of a return this monthly, actually. But, like, yeah, Necro's good in PvP, it's really good in PvE, and it's good in World versus World. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. All of the nerfs to Necro, one of the major factors of why I quit. Like, Necro can't have anything. Meanwhile, Guardian has multiple builds that are good. Dude, this is what, look... I'm going to give you guys the best advice ever. Never main something. If you main something, there's actually a very high chance that your brain, like, turns into Swiss cheese. I hate to say it. Like, it is not the way, my friends. It is, wait. PvP balance is the worst since I started playing 1.5 years ago. It's nearly unplayable. All I see is Necro node bots and Necro CC bots.
I mean... Okay. You know, there are a lot of Necros in PvP right now.
Yeah.
I can confirm that.
No, Necro.
But I actually think Warrior is hyper annoying in PvP.
I mean, yeah, because, I mean, Warrior is really interesting, right? Because it has a lot of counterplay, but if you don't know like what the really important skills are, it can like shut you down really hard, right? And just smush you.
Yeah, I got smushed the other day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I kind of didn't. Our team just did, but
Dude,
I got smushed a couple times.
It's crazy how there's actually not that much pushback in this thread. This is kind of like disturbing to me. Like why is there no why are like the insane comments getting upvotes? What's happening, guys? It's over.
Because they're true. They're based.
Yeah. When is the stream? The stream is in 11 minutes. Scourge is kind of ass in comparison to other combi choices. I actually don't agree with that though. Like Scourge has relatively modest damage, but it has really strong things about it. If you play a DPS Scourge, let's just get the DPS Scourge on here. One thing that's really important about this class is that it has really good range, right? Like everything you have is 900 range. You're a lot of AoE too, right? You can see that all of my abilities are going to hit around the shade and around my character as well. It's very tanky. You have a 15% baked in damage reduction with Blood as Sand, which is also really nice. And you're at 20,000 HP, which is also pretty good at the same time. And then on top of that, you also have the ability to package in a revive skill with Sign of Undeath, very easy, just for free. You can kind of take that very, very efficiently. And the only skill you really, really, really care about is Blood as Power. And that means that you can take anything you want, right? You can take more CC. You can take all sorts of interesting things with this one, right? So, yeah, no, I don't actually agree with that. I don't think Scourge is ass in terms of DPS. Again, it doesn't have the highest benchmark, but that's not really why you would play Scourge. You play Scourge because it's just very good at dealing with mechanics, ultimately. It's very good at doing fights, right? It's very, very reliable. It's like really, really, really reliable for, winning. It's a very winning class. Yeah, you're not necessarily going to be setting any records with it. But that, unless you care about setting records, that's obviously not a problem.
Yeah. Yo, Guild Wars 2 is live, by the way.
Oh, shit. Are they live on YouTube as well? I want to see if they're... I kind of watch the stream on YouTube.
Oh,
I think they're only live on Twitch, actually. It's fine, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Well, I will leave you for now then. If you would like, after the video, we can chat.
Yeah. We can indeed.
Okay. I'll go watch them. Talk to you
Enjoy.
later.
See ya. Mechanic bot with less DPS to take Convert. I mean, yeah, Convert's another great option. 100%. I would actually say that Scourge has the advantage in terms of being robust. Like, Distort's really nice, but the baseline tankiness of Scourge, in my opinion, is extremely good. Especially when you kind of add in, like, it feeds itself barrier pretty frequently. That does add up, right? And also has Condi Cleanse, which is pretty nifty too. Of course, like, the Vert has access to stability, which is super nice, and you can kind of get that on Scourge, but not really quite as well. You can get a bit of Aegis, a bit of stability on this class pretty easily. Yeah, but like Vert and Scourge are, similar in the type of build, the type of, like, approach you have to the game for sure, yeah. Another YouTuber switched me. I was looking at a way to make some income to survive on a day-to-day, work on my laptop. Any recommendations, something along those lines? Let me know. To be honest, like, I would definitely recommend looking in, like, just work from home positions, right? Like, work from home is very much a thing that is available now, and yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot of work you can find that is remote, right? 100%. Like, I would definitely look into positions that kind of go that way. Yeah. Huge. But yeah, I mean, look, we chatted about this last time, right? But there's no reason not to, if you have a little bit of passion, you want to make something, definitely go for it. Like, find. I think expressing yourself creatively is really fun, and the internet's a great way to do that. So if you want to experiment and just do some stuff, I'd really recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Huge. I play all classes, but none of them can ever compensate for the sheer joy I had when arc dividing across Tyria. 1 arc divider equals 1 fun. 3 arc divider equals 3 fun. It's simple math. But deep within you, you know you are the one who is divided. Man, that's pretty good, actually. Man, it honestly feels good that they will never add arc divider back with 3 spins. It feels so good. Is there any music on the ArenaNet stream? Wait, is it? Are we musicless? Are we soundless, guys? Unlucky. Okay, fair enough then. Every streamer's looking for an ad. You don't have to keep a huge salary, get revenue split. Yeah, that's actually a decent idea. Yeah. Yeah, like video editing is definitely something you can do, and that again, I think that is a very competitive industry. I think for like video editing stuff, and in general, it can be spooky, right? Because potentially, right, the work could be inconsistent to a degree, but yeah, that's definitely an example of an option that you could go for. Yeah. No Troubadour teasers. Wait, what are you talking about? They're literally showing off the entire Elite Spec in 4 minutes. It's not an issue, guys. Why are you running around without a mount? Isn't to enjoy the environment better? I mean, in general, I prefer to run around. I do like just running around with my character. Making a joke about the music, that's actually big. Dude, they should play some X-Pac music. Not that I'm complaining, but why did they reveal now I'm going to talk about Guardian. Wasn't the first 3 revealed Mesmer, Ranger, and Thief? First Garf. 720p? Wait. Oh, I think there's something wrong with the stream, guys. They're streaming in 720p. That's kind of weird, actually. I think there might be something wrong with it. They might have to restart it. Yeah, technical issues. Yeah, there might be some technical issues here with the audio and the video, perhaps. 720p, no Roy. Well, look, they don't have enough pixels to fit Roy on the stream. He's too big at this point. It is a bit surreal watching the timer tick down with no music. It's freaking me out, guys. The visual expert, yeah, I actually really like the art design that we're going with here. Like I tell you what, it feels like. It feels a little bit like Guild Wars 2.5, to be honest. It's like a more evolved version of the art style, to be honest, with the way that all of these characters look, right? It looks like this is modern. It looks like modern Guild Wars 2, right? That's what this is looks like to me. One minute. Here we go. Is this Guild Wars 3? Well, I mean, look, there's 3 elite specs here, so maybe. Lamp Shroud, yeah, Lamp Shroud is coming up. Soundtrack, yeah, the sound, the audio is really promising, and yeah, I really like Brian Atkinson. I hope they have him for Guild Wars 3 actually a lot. That would be real. That would look, no joke, guys. I know that music isn't gameplay, but as a bit of a music nerd, that would actually get me really excited if Brian Atkinson ended up doing music for Guild Wars 3 as well, or was like a major part of the music for that game. I don't know, dude. Honestly, I actually got this a little bit. Like, quite a lot of people were kind of shitting on GALESHOT in my YouTube comments. I'm just gonna say it, these people have no taste. I don't actually see that. I don't get where people are coming from on that one, to be honest. I mean, I guess fair enough. It's obviously, like, people are entitled to their opinion, but yeah, I don't get that actually. They just said that it looks like boring, basically. They say it looks boring and uninspired. I was like, wow. I don't know about that. It's a bit harsh, but I don't know what they want. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what like Ranger mains. Well, what did they want? I'm not sure actually. I should have asked them. I didn't ask them. Shout out. Oh, wait. I think I heard something. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. 519 people on YouTube. Love to see that, guys. I can hear noises. I hear noises, guys. I hear noises. Okay. Oh, hello? Oh, here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the first of, I guess, 3.
I might get rid of the Twitch chat.
Specialization preview streams.
If you guys cover stuff up, you're getting out.
Visions of Eternity. I'm Cal Cohen, joined by Taylor Brooks.
Hello.
Nicknames that no
Whoa!
one cares about, but they're on screen.
Jesus! Wait, yo, Trig, wrong mic, buddy. Wrong mic, wrong mic.
You excited?
Going
Jesus!
pretty well. I'll have 3 super cool elite specs.
Okay.
Everyone, super excited to, you know, display what we've been working on.
Yeah.
Past bit of time.
That is not the right mic.
Water ready to go, because
I do.
Trig!
A bit of history. The last time we had elite specialization previews was for End of Dragons. The very first week it was incredibly soggy in W, and I sat on a stream
Oh no!
And drinking water for like.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to increase the volume because Trig is like 50 times louder. Okay, like.
We can get some good water.
Because whenever he's gonna blow my ears off when Trig talks.
We're gonna kick things off today with the Troubadour.
Yeah, go. Yeah.
And the GALESHOT. Obviously, you know, we had a little teaser video earlier this week. We had a bit of an intro blog that went over some of the high-level ideas, high-level mechanics, some of the lore as well. Today we're going to be covering everything about all the specs. You're going to see all the skills.
Log in.
You're going to see all the traits.
Yep.
You're going to have developers explain some of the thought processes behind those skills and traits. And, you know, we're going to do this the next few weeks.
Yeah, where's Roy?
Until we've covered all 9 elite specs, setting up for the beta event where you guys are going to be able to get your hands on these. All 9 specs will be playable for about a week, and make sure there's plenty of time to check everything out, try everything out. Because I guess the big thing to keep in mind here, and even as we're talking and showing stuff on stream, is that these are still getting ready for beta. There's a lot of balance work we're still being done internally ahead of the beta, so some numbers might look a little weird, a little too low, a little too high. That's totally expected at this point. Even for the beta, we're not going to land perfectly. We've obviously seen some pretty crazy numbers on betas for some of the weapons in the past, elite specs in the past. The big goal is that we're going to get everything in a playable state, get players, get all your hands on it, give us a ton of feedback, and we're going to have time to action a lot of those important pieces before the official launch of the expansion. Anything you want to add, Taylor, before we just hop right in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure as with all the betas, like we said, all the art, audio, and balance still up in flux. All the numbers you see here.
They need to change his mic, man. They need to change.
To when the beta happens, so everything you see here is just focusing on the effects. So again.
Holy, like what was his mic? Yeah.
Taylor is loud. Let me see if I can turn Taylor down.
He's not just loud. His mic's absolutely fucked.
I'm gonna be yapping a lot. So.
Okay, let's just do some quick audio checks.
Yeah.
Because we did an audio check, but not, I guess, the best audio check.
Magras
listened to himself talk and said, "Yeah, that's a good audio level."
Yeah, it sounds like webcam. Yeah, I don't think it's using his headset. I don't think it's using his headset. It's using his webcam. Yeah.
Can you say some words, Taylor, while I read the chat? See if anyone.
I'm actually gonna DM him. Hold on.
Yeah, I can do some improv speaking. I'm totally good at that. Is this better, guys? Please say yes.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
People are actually saying it's better.
Okay. Let's jump in.
Oh no. Game. Let's log in. We are logging in. Holy shit!
Kicking things off with the...
Dude! Guys! Do an audio check!
Almost said the wrong
Holy!
word. We're starting with the
the Troubadour.
What do we have going
Oh
on
my
here, Taylor?
god!
So the Troubadour is going to be.
Like, what is going on? Dude, I can't hear them over the waterfall!
And this kind of archetype has a long history in this game. You know, starting even from when Mesmer was initially revealed, been asked for a long time, so it's kind of like one of the reasons we wanted to go with it is it's fan favorite. Wanted to fully see it realized in game. And now talking about the
I'm gonna hide the chat.
It is going to be a more support-focused archetype, but it is going to have offensive capabilities. Going to be definitely able to be played in solo play, and even more offensive roles, maybe as a DPS and instance play or like competitive modes. But the support role is kind of like what we're super focusing on. Going to see a lot of it throughout the kit. Its gameplay loop is going to be slightly different from Core Mesmer's. You know, Core Mesmer has clones where for the Troubadour we win with notes. Notes are, there's no in-game representation of them like clones. Like plays, where it's just
you guys enjoyed the waterfall?
And then you're going to use those notes to fuel your instruments. And then when you use an instrument, it'll kind of float behind you, giving you persistent effects. And then you're going to want to build up multiple instruments, and then at the end of your gameplay loop, you're going to press crescendo. It's kind of a big tide-turning skill with some pretty decent effects.
Enjoy the literal guys. This class is going to be God mode. Get ready for the literal only viable support. We're going back to look. Monkey's Paw. We wanted HOT. Only support Mesmer viable now. Enjoy it.
Mesmer into trying to traditional support that can like fully heal its allies and things from the role. But with the specs that released then, the only one that really made sense was Chronomancer, kind of the de facto support. So we put a lot of utility in Mesmer's kit. And put things on skills that weren't necessarily originally support skills. Chronomancer has a history of being a support, but it's always been kind of a support, or providing a lot of utility value. But when I might be coming, let me see for a second. Oh, right, that is correct.
Guys.
Is your mic on the incorrect?
Oh, we got there.
Does that sound better?
Yes!
I need to turn you up.
But no, the guys, the in-game audio, the in-game audio!
Amazing.
Yeah, we did it.
Alright, let me turn Taylor back up.
Yay!
How's the volume? How's the volume, guys?
Guys, the in-game audio. We have to do that one next.
All right, we have a lot more talking to go, so I'm glad that's I'm glad that's fixed.
Okay, we are so back. You want to give that spiel again, Taylor? Tell me about tell me about the Troubadour.
The Troubadour. Let's see. Talked about how its gameplay loop's going to be a bit longer and have a more sustained presence than normal Mesmer. And then Chronomancer was kind of the de facto support. We're going to be kind of shifting where some things live onto the Troubadour. We'll get into that a bit more later, so that Chronomancer can kind of regain its old identity, and Troubadour.
No, do the individual sliders, boys.
A lot of the ways it supports allies are more intentional and can hopefully lead to better gameplay. But then the first thing, you know, we can zoom in. I think, you know, looking at the UI is the first thing you'll notice. You know, talked about notes. They're going to fill up at the bottom bar there. Again, there are no clones. Some of the reasons, we had multiple reasons for doing this. The first one was just that we wanted kind of people to focus more on keeping their instruments up in that gameplay loop, interacting with crescendo, rather than having to worry about their clones being killed. And managing them, stuff like that. Also, in some game modes like World v World, when it gets larger scale, we want support Mesmer to definitely function, and we saw that when you're playing a Chronomancer that has clones, a lot of the time you can't depend on getting a high shatter count.
Sweet release.
So we want to make sure that this spec feels good to play and you're not fighting.
Do you guys want it back? Do you guys prefer it? Do you miss it?
But going from the notes, like I said, they fuel the instruments. It's going to be a bit different from normal shatters. Normal shatters, they basically scale however many like clones you have. Like if you interact with like, all 3 clones, it's going to do a lot more damage than 1. Instruments are going to be a bit different. When you play an instrument, it's going to be an initial effect, and this initial effect is constant. It's going to be the same whether you have 0 notes or 3 notes. And what's going to be different is that when you use it, the instrument will kind of float in the background, giving those bonuses like I talked about, and the duration in which
5% all
is scaling
stats
based on the notes. So you want to build up notes so that your loot is there for longer. and basically more notes.
Dude, it's the forbidden one, man.
So that you have bigger windows to do things like strike the crescendo or use some of the utilities that we'll get into.
Yeah, so notably, it still counts to 3. They're just in groups of 2 notes. So you get 3, still have a total of 3 here.
Right.
But there are 6 things that are filled. You know.
I believe the notes are actually on a scale and do play a little tune. If those who are musically inclined want
there you go, then.
look into that, then that would be pretty cool.
That's an option.
But, you know,
Okay.
the note, it's three notes, like 3 clones. We wanted that kind of be similar to normal Mesmer.
All right, should we hop into some skills?
Yeah, clone not in combat
I'm
too.
just gonna start pressing.
And this is going to be massive for World versus World.
Talking about the
What's
loot.
going on here?
First one, you're gonna whip out the loot and do 3 waves. All the instruments are kind of replacements, like normal shatters. Like, so this one's gonna be the mind rack. It's gonna be the more damaging one. You know, when you do it, if you have no target, these waves will just go out in front of you. But you can use a target; it'll kind of lock onto them. So this is just your damaging skill, your mind rack equivalent. That you can see here that there are some baseline bonuses for that loot. We'll get into more. A lot of them are going to come from traits.
Yep.
So pretty simple skill. It's going to be the one you're pressing often. And then we can move on to the flute.
Probably I am going to be doing a lot of cheating on this stream, so no cooldowns.
Dude,
are active,
the
but
scaling
you can
here
see
is
in
kind of
the
crazy.
facts and tooltips that there are real
Every
cooldowns on
instrument you
skills.
play is 5% all
Billy,
stats?
Tell me about the flute.
The flute.
That's
is gonna
very
be kind of
aggressive
your
scaling.
Frustration equivalent. You're gonna fluster your enemies with a note from your flute. It's gonna do a wave in front of you, confusing people, and it's also gonna have a sweet spot in the middle.
Yeah, it will
where it's
stack,
like,
yeah.
You know, middle of the hitbox. If you hit them, you're also gonna get a short daze, kind of interrupt. We wanted to give the skill a bit more utility. A lot of the time, the cry of frustration equivalents aren't useful in a lot of the builds, so I wanted to give it something a little extra that, you know, even supports want to use it, even, you know, power DPS wants to use it. So it should be a pretty good skill. And then we can move on to the drum, the deafening drum. This is going to be your diversion, the CC skill. You're going to slam the drum, do a wave out. And
Boom!
The wave will have kind of scaling effects based on how close the enemy was from you. So you want to be pretty close when you land this for the strongest effect. At the close range, you're going to stun them. Then a bit farther out, it's going to lessen into a daze. And then at the last range, that daze is going to taper off into just a lesser duration. So this is kind of, again, the CC skill you're going to get value out of this kit that, you know, all Mesmers have. And then we can move
not gonna lie,
on to
guys,
harp.
this is kind of a broken toolkit. We love
So
to
the
see it.
Harmonious harp.
The harmonious harp is going to be your healing skill. The first thing you can notice is that it does not just give distortion baseline. I think Cal has
I have some traits on.
Cal has a trait on, we'll get to that, but this skill baseline doesn't provide distortion. We wanted this spec to, instead of having a high cooldown invuln like a lot of Mesmer specs have, we wanted to do it lower cooldown, more sustain that you see from a lot of supports.
It's very strong mechanically, like really strong mechanically.
So it's going to, you know, when you use it, do a burst healing, and then over time just do some more pulse healing.
Yep.
This is going to, again, low cooldown, healing your allies, what you want to do on more traditional healing support.
Listen to
so
the
all of those
music.
skills-
Here.
Yes.
Or are you going to say
You
something
will
else?
notice-
You going to say something else?
No. You will notice that these all are the instruments, and then the 5th skill, the F5, is a bit different. This is the crescendo that we've been talking about. So when you use the crescendo, you're going to kind of...
Look, the little instruments follow you around. Look at that.
You're going to conduct all your instruments to kind of strike a chord at once and release a wave of energy. It's going to deal damage to enemies and also grant your allies barrier. And
Ooh, man, that's
the
good.
effect of this will scale based on how many instruments you have.
Yeah.
So it's going to get, right now, 25% better for all of the effects based on how many instruments. So if you have all 4 instruments up, it can potentially get double the effect of this. And it's going to get additional effects based on traits. You can see that it's going to also give Might and Fury based on a trait per instrument you have up. And, you know, ends up being a pretty flexible skill.
Pretty good skill.
That's kind of like your bigger payoff.
Okay.
But yeah, that kind of comprises the core of
That's the elite spec.
progression loop. Again, building up the notes, using your instruments. I think you can probably aim to have 2 or 3 instruments up with like a correct rotation. You know, 4 if you're really going for it to get some powerful.
I mean, just the way it works
guide
mechanically
swinging
is very
effects out of
strong.
These skills.
Maybe I just mash all my buttons with zero
Stat
notes
scaling
so
is
that I
really
can
juicy
combo.
too. It's really juicy. Trig's Unchained.
Probably not ideal.
Or a lot of point
but
blank
it's an
AoE stuff, which
option
is just
available to
that's
you.
very good.
Yeah,
It's
you
like
can,
good to be able to do that.
use all your instruments at once to get that strong value immediately, but then you do lose out on having those instruments be up for the longer period of time. As we're going to see from the traits, there are bonuses.
Most
that just
possibly
come
be
with
small
these
spec. Yeah,
instruments
that
being
it's
behind you.
it looks like it will be good for that for sure. Yeah, or has the
So
potential.
we can
Yeah.
go into the utilities next. Before
Okay.
we go into the traits.
All right.
So the utility type for this
Tail. Oh,
elite
new
spec will be
spell.
Tails. They're going to be kind of vocal
Oh,
things,
dude!
like shouts where you can
Whoa,
say
that's a
message.
strong mechanic.
And these tails are all based
Increase,
on
yeah,
like,
healing
area.
incoming
They're
modifier
specifically
for
focused more
everyone.
on like
It's very good.
lore and heroes you've known from Guild Wars 2, rather than like Revenant has like Guild Wars 1 things. But this game, it's been around for a long time, so we're going to talk about the heroes that you all know and have played with as your adventures through the game. So as I said,
Yeah, like
they're kind of
it does a
focus
little
skills
story
and
when you use
shouts.
it.
When you
That's
use
pretty
them,
cool.
There's going to be an additional effect. So you can hover over the tail of the Soul Keeper. This one's based around the Almora Soul Keeper.
Alacrity.
It's going to grant offensive boons to your allies, and then you can see.
Dude, they're
the
all
map, a
instant casts,
performance
man. That's
bonus,
so
which is kind of
strong.
a little hook, and basically all the utility skills correspond to an instrument, and they get stronger while that instrument is playing.
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
Almora is corresponding to the loot, so if you use it while the loot is playing, you'll grant some extra notes to yourself, so you can get some other instruments.
Might, Fury, and Alac. And it gives you two
and then we
notes,
can
too.
Go into the other ones.
It's linked to the
You know,
loot.
next
That's pretty
we
cool.
have the Honorable Rogue, which is going to be Dougal Keen, the protagonist from the well-known, amazing Ghosts of Ascalon book.
There you go. There you have it.
That I'm sure everyone is aware of. He's a super cool character. But this one, he is a thief, a rogue. His daring adventure is going to make everyone faster, remove conditions.
Yep.
And also grant endurance.
Well, it gives.
He
Wait, does it give
corresponds to the
endurance
drama
back?
book
Bro,
also
holy,
gives
this is
to
busted.
allies.
Holy fuck. Yeah. There's
And
two
then
charges,
the last
too.
one, or
Oh,
not the last one, the
man.
next
More.
That is
one,
busto.
is going to be the Tale of the Valiant Marshal. It is
Hopefully
going to be
people recognize this character.
your defensive shout based on Traherne, another amazing character. It's going to give your allies protection, resistance, break, stun, pretty powerful defensive effects. And if you have the
Oh, it's an
Hardstuck
AoE
as well,
breaks.
it helps
AoE
you
stun break
out.
on utility skill.
And then the
Woohoo!
last skill is actually going to be an offensive.
Dude, this is
ability.
gonna be Fat and
It's
World
going to
versus
be the
World,
Tale
man.
of the Tortured Mastermind, with another person that we talked about this in the blog, Scarlet Briar. This is going to be a more targeted shout. You're going to almost mock your enemies viciously. One
Yeah,
might say.
vicious mocking. Yep. Good meme by Trig
And
that.
targeting on them, summoning those laughing clockwork knight heads on your enemy. And it's going to pulse 4 times. The first pulse will leave them weakened, then you'll leave them vulnerable, then it will strip boons, and then the last one will daze them. And it corresponds to the flute, so when you have that active, it's going to apply additional torment per pulse, and also do some extra defiance damage
Okay.
for, PvE situations.
You damage their ego.
And something about, I'm hoping you're hearing them as Cal's playing, but when you play these tales, like I said, they have spoken lines. Each of them have about 4 that'll play
This gives
in
a
order.
lack.
So as you fight with them and use
Oh,
them,
so the elite
they'll,
is the
kind
Queen
of,
Jenna
you'll
then?
hear a poem that
I
your
think.
character will say, and I'm sure it'll be on the wiki that everyone correlates.
Dude, that's
but,
a juicy elite, man.
Pretty cool narrative work from the team. And,
Wait, dude, that's kind of
nice
busted.
little stories
Can you
you
just
can hear
take?
about these
Can you just
characters
take
that you,
AoE Distort on
play
like
through in the
on this
game.
build for free,
We
basically?
can also go to the heal.
You have to give up
Orby,
Moa.
We showed that one off.
Bro, no shot.
It's going to be a chunky heal for you and your allies when you use it, and its performance bonus, it's going to, instead of corresponding to a specific instrument, it's just going to care about how many instruments you have up.
Yeah.
And so when you use it, if you have 2 or more instruments, you're going to apply this Scion's Reprieve buff to your allies. That's going to increase the incoming healing that they get from all sources, including the heal. So,
Ooh.
definitely want to make sure you have 2 instruments up before you use the skill to get pretty good value.
Drop the elite, Trig.
And then we can move to the elite skill, which I'm
Oh,
sure a lot
boy.
of people have heard about already. This is the Tale of the August Queen, based around Queen Jenna's protection of, divinity's reach in the living world. And its effects it's going to give distortion and chaos aura to
Oh
allies.
boy.
And distortion
Okay.
share to allies has a storied history in our game, and we are aware of its potential. But we also think that distortion share is probably a peak power fantasy for support Mesmer.
Bro, dude, this boy is going to be so busted.
That's focused around it. And we're hoping that putting it on an elite skill where it has an adjustable duration, adjustable cooldown, and some additional effects we can also weigh against its power will leave it in a state that it is, you know, possible to be in our game.
And it's a 60-second CD.
We don't want this to be how it is before, where it's very oppressive, but we do think that, you know, trying it out and giving it an opportunity to be in the game and kind of elevate support Mesmer and what it's doing is just pretty interesting to us. So,
how likely do you think it will continue to give AoE distortion by launch?
We will see in the beta. Maybe it does the classic, you know, goes to blur and then blur is too strong. But, you know, this is all, you know, betas are meant for testing. And again, this is something that we really want to do the super cool thing. And so we're going to try the super cool thing. And if it doesn't work out, it's
that's good skill, huh?
There's definitely going to be a lot of things like that we'll see throughout a lot of these elite specializations where there are, I guess, some aggressive ideas or some very wild ideas, you might say, and
yeah, we're going deep power creep, man.
Deep power creep. That's what betas are for, trying out cool stuff. And
CMC and Trig are going big,
and we're gonna fix the things that don't work. So if AoE distortion on, you know, the elite skill here is gonna break the game, it will likely go away.
Dude, welcome to Mickey Mouse, man. It's 600 radius. Whoa.
That's also, I think, pretty strong.
Welcome to Mickey Mouse.
When you use this skill, you're gonna bring up all your instruments for a duration. Baseline pretty short, just 3 seconds.
They're all 600 radius shouts, guys.
Based on how many instruments you had before. So if you use it when you have no instruments up, just they'll all come up for 3 seconds. But say you had 2 instruments up and then you use it, they'll all come up for 9 seconds. So giving you value when you use it, even if you had a lot of instruments up. This is another way to use it to get like a quick crescendo, get all your instruments up for, you know, those buffs that they give, to kind of also balance out that, you know, distortion can be powerful, but this can also be another powerful effect that you can use for a different reason.
Yeah.
Perfect for me, who just wants to press all my shatters and then press the elite, get maximum duration.
So those cover all the utilities, so we can now move into the traits, and I'm sure everyone's just so excited to see.
All right. And I'll do one last hover over of everything before we swap to the next spec. So I'll let you guys know when to get your print screen buttons ready for all those screenshots if you haven't been.
Give us the walkthrough, Trig. Do they have one trait line equipped? Give us the content.
Put some random traits on so it doesn't do the flashing thing that everyone really loved the last time we did elite spec previews.
Give us the juice.
All right, where should we start? Minor traits?
Yep, minor traits. So I mean, the very first one is just going to be the basic minor trait that just gives you access to everything, doesn't really do anything, as it just explains what, you know, the Troubadour wants to do. But then we can move to the master minor, which is going to be harmonize. This is going to be pretty simple. You're kind of already saw it in the tooltip. It's going to cause your instruments to give increased outgoing damage and healing. It's going to be the first kind of minor bonus for just having those instruments up. You just get stronger.
You're in the way.
The Grandmaster minor. Symphonic Resonance. This, again, you saw from a tooltip. Crescendo grants affected allies boons per instrument playing. So this can, again, scale the Might and Fury based on how many instruments, kind of just playing into what you want to do with Crescendo.
Okay.
Then both the Adept and the Master tier kind of have themes to them. They're going to have 2 instrument traits and then 1 kind of generic value trait. So we can see that if we go into the Adept tier. The first one is going to be Mayhem. Your flute, all the instrument traits will have 2 effects. The first one will kind of augment what the initial effect when you play the instrument does, and then another one will give you an additional bonus for having that instrument playing.
Okay, kind of DPS trait.
So we see Mayhem, and it causes your flute to additionally apply Torment, make that condition burst just a bit better, and then while the flute is playing behind yourself, you'll heal yourself when you apply Condition or Torment. This trait is aimed more towards like open world gameplay. If you want to be more of a conditioned duelist in competitive modes, just giving you a bit more sustain and damage for playing a more conditioned Torment Confusion Bard or Troubadour.
He said Bard! Dude, that's getting clipped.
Then we get into the middle trait.
He said it.
Where we have Hold the Note. Crescendo extends the duration of nearby allies.
No,
extension
it
is
can't be.
Core Mesmer
It can't
fantasy
be.
that we have on before on Signet of Inspiration, but now we're having it on this trait where you have to choose between some of the other effects. Again, powerful, making Crescendo even more powerful. I would say these traits.
Yeah, he's actually, dude, he's laughing.
That,
guys,
you know,
he's laughing.
We have to work to say the correct terms.
Yeah. Dude, we're literally going back to HOT.
To the bottom trait where we have Syncopate. This is going to be the drum trait. You're going to, when you play the drum after a delay, it'll release a quick wave where you'll also do a shorter days, just additional CC on top of your skill.
Dude, they're adding SOI and distortion.
That when the drum is playing, you'll deal additional damage to enemies you disable. And so this is kind of an effect that we see on traits like Bunker Down or Lightning Rod from other from other specializations in the game. This, Mesmer has no shortage of CC skills, so just gives them some extra value here. So this can be a DPS trait or also just generic support trait for more CC.
Moving on to
the master tier,
it's flute time.
We have the first one is the loot trait, Shredding. This augment more damage. It'll cause your loot to deal more damage per wave. Okay. So the first wave will deal normal damage, second wave will deal 25% more damage, and then the last wave will deal 50% more damage. So making sure you really want to hit those, especially at the later ones that come out. And as well as a passive, it's just going to give you a pretty good big damage increase while the loot is playing. So this will be a DPS spec. We'll want this trait compared to the others in this tier. It's going to be pretty important to keep your loot playing as it's a pretty big damage modifier. Then we can move to Raconteur. This is, again, the generic trait. It's going to be, the trait that affects your elite specs utilities. This one will augment the tails.
Okay.
When you use a tail, it'll grant you a note and then also recharge the corresponding instrument. So like if you use the Amora, it'll recharge the lute. If you use the Dougal one, it'll recharge the drum. And it'll also give you a lesser recharge for the heal and elite. Since they don't have a really specific instrument, it's going to recharge all of them, but just for a lesser amount. Then lastly, we can move on to Love Song. This trait is going to affect the harp. Kind of did what you saw before where it causes the harp to get you distortion. So, the Troubadour doesn't have distortion baseline, but this trait is kind of an option for the more supportive builds that want it to kind of
That's the alacrity, trait, basically.
And then PvE, this is also where you're going to be applying some alacrity and regen.
And regen,
all game mode, or regen in all game modes. PvE will also give alacrity, kind of getting those important boons out while also getting some sustained healing with your harp.
Okay. And the GM, here we go.
We can move on to the Grandmaster.
Here we go, here we go. Here we go.
You want to start in the middle, though, the Grandmasters, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the first one, this is call and response, we already talked about in the blog post. When you use an instrument at the note threshold, you're going to create an after image that will play the same instrument after a delay. After image here basically means phantasm that's not a phantasm. It'll appear in the world, but it won't be targetable, and it won't give you a note when it goes away. We didn't want you to get a free note when you're already requiring notes for this. So that's why we kind of created this new type of illusion. But as you can see with what Cal's doing, as you get those notes and you play the lute, it'll spawn and then play the lute again. So it can double the CC from your drum, it can double the healing from your harp. It can also, just get you more damage. So pretty versatile trait. We can move on to the bottom trait, Altered Chord. This trait's going to focus around Crescendo. It's going to have two effects. The first one is just whenever you use an instrument, it's going to reduce the cooldown of Crescendo a bit. And then it's going to have an additional effect that cares about the instrument you played right before you press Crescendo. So Crescendo's effects are going to be augmented based on the instrument you played last. So kind of the gameplay around this trait is you want to be using your instruments as much as possible to get more crescendos out. But
shout out to YouTube, 1,000 people on YouTube.
That you know when you're about to crescendo, so you can keep an instrument to get the right bonus. Again, giving you kind of varied utility from this. You can get more healing, more CC. Just depends on how you want to play. And lastly,
playing an instrument recharges crescendo. That's insane.
Fortissimo. This one's kind of gonna try and alter how you use crescendo in general. The first effect it has is going to give you an attribute bonus for having your instruments up, and this stacks. So if you have 2 instruments, it'll be 10%. If you have all 4, 20%. That's a pretty big number. And it's going to cause crescendo when you use it to get you a note per second for a duration. So right now it'll give you 6 notes pretty rapidly. So instead of, normally you want to use crescendo as your finisher, you want to use it as your opener here. So you're going to crescendo, then it's going to give you a lot of notes, you're going to get your instruments. So this gives you a lot of note generation, so you can have, have the possibility of having 3 or 4 instruments up for a high duration to get value out of
what I like about this is that those traits actually are pretty different gameplay-wise. That's kind of what GMs should be,
Yes. I think that covers it for the traits. I mentioned before talking about, Troubadour and Chronomancer, fitting them into supports, but kind of readjusting where things live. I think while we're doing trades, can show off like an example of that is Bountiful Disillusionment. Before stability was put on the distortion slot, and it was pretty powerful, especially with Chronomancer's ability to double that and things being instant cast. So we're shifting around the bonuses back a little, putting regen back on that F4 slot and changing the F5 slot to be stability. To kind of give Troubadour better access to that and have specific things that the Troubadour can be better at than Chronomancer, and in turn, hopefully going back in Chronomancer and strengthening up its identity that we had to, you know, take a bit. We had to remove a bit of it when we added support things because it was just very powerful, especially with C-Split. So the goal is that we can put more things in Troubadour's kit so that Chronomancer can be what it wants to be again.
And the goal again, is that Chrono will still be viable as a support build, right?
Yes, very much so.
Won't be able to do all the things that it is able to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Troubadour will be able to lock in. Yeah, it's very, very strong.
Kind of covers it for the
anything
overview.
else?
I think, you know, hover over all those traits, make sure people got, you know, screenshots.
Get ready for your screenshots.
Mechanically, it's insanely strong. Like, mechanically, this is crazy.
Surely Taylor will fill the air as I...
They can tune the numbers, but it's very... I mean, that's just crazy. Like, hold the note is an insane trait.
Microphone.
No, I just need more water.
Probably need more water.
Yep.
But... better boon DPS? Yeah, of course, yeah.
What's your
This is not a lot of DPS. Well, there'll be some
profession?
damage on this, but
I think my favorite part of the profession
Not as
is
much.
definitely Crescendo.
Crescendo
I
is
really
the
like
F5.
the warm up, the spotlight effect. I think the VFX team was like
they
did a
cooked.
really good job on that. You know, highlight that even more. First thought, I just couldn't stop using the skill. But I think all the instruments, you know, kind of the concept of being, you know, a one-person band. You know, you're a mesmer taking your illusions to have all your instruments playing behind
It's a strong
you
start,
instead of
guys.
like beating
Very
other people,
cool
so you can
design, to be
be your own
honest.
concert, and
Flustering flute, harmonious harp.
be your own conductor. That's kind of the initial idea that went behind all of these skills.
You're almost done. Could probably go way faster. You know that chat is all on top of these screenshots?
Yeah.
Just give them like 1 pixel and go
No,
back in the pod.
CMC's rushing him, man.
And Valiant Marshall. What's the last one?
And again, gonna plug the book Ghosts of Ascalon, Dougal Keane. If you don't know who that is,
he loves it.
Very good book.
He loves the lore.
He's
got
copy.
it.
Cal
He's literally got his copy of it.
Because we know we're just such lore heads.
They're into the lore, guys. I'm like,
Taylor's
yeah.
definitely more of a lore head than I am.
Very nice, very nice trig. That's good, actually.
Yeah,
This is the kind of stuff I want to see.
All right, I think that's everything. So we can move on. I'm going to switch back to this screen while I get set up on the next character.
Okay, what's it going to be?
Showing off Luminary next.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Here we go.
Opening statements on the Luminary.
Opening statements. Yeah, obviously you guys saw the video. Of
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
The... what do we call? We call it like a brazier. There's been so many words that we've called like this power source of the
power source
Luminary internally. That
the radiant thing.
I just want to make sure I get the right one. But we kind of
imagine if he just said Magrist out of just, you know, I mean, Magrist is going to be hyped for this.
Guardian
He's hyped for this.
for lack of a better terminology, because we're going to see a lot of things that really play into like that Guardian protective like playstyle. And we've kind of seen
It is
a
the
lot of
lamp,
different
Kadim's
shifts,
lamp.
with like the Willbender being a lot more mobility, and then like Dragon Hunter being more of that ranged character, Firebrand obviously being like the super powerful support kit, that are all like kind of adjacent to what Guardian typically is and thematically is, but the Luminary kind of leans a lot heavier into just normal Guardian themes while really elevating them.
The
'Cause
blue
we saw
flames.
in the video, we had like the Radiant Shroud set up over here so we can come
Boom!
back.
Oh, hold on!
Radiant
I
Shroud
thought.
giving access
Hold
to,
on!
like, these
Whoa!
weapons of
So we're still
light and
having F1 through to
flame,
F3.
to
Interesting.
The Luminary is kind of this, just like
Okay.
really Guardian.
That's actually very good.
Guardian, for lack of a better word.
We're not messing around with these specs, man.
We can see here that this wasn't quite clear in the blog post, and some people were kind of confused, it seemed like. We do still have the core virtues here available to Luminary, and that was a pretty deliberate decision as we were thinking about, like, well, we knew we wanted to do the Shroud pretty early and have, like, the access to the different weapons. There's the question of whether or not we should do, like, Luminary specific virtues as well, because we obviously have like Dragon Hunter gets its own virtues, Willbender gets its own flavor of the virtues.
That's very strong, by the way. Like having
with
just having an extra 10 skills basically is a big deal.
Core virtues are actually
that's powerful.
Pretty well into what this spec is trying to do. We have like a lot of that protective, defensive, supporty Guardian here on top of like the more bruisery, aggressive versions of Guardian, and you know like Virtue of Resolve, Virtue of Courage. These are just like really skills that fit really well into this style of play, and there's some additional virtue hooks that we'll see once we get into the traits. It's going to play really well with the virtues trait
Activate
line.
the Shroud, boys.
And so we felt pretty good about just having the core virtues alongside the new flashing mechanic of the Radiant Shroud. And this is something that we covered pretty in detail in the blog, but I'm just going to reiterate for everyone. The Radiant Shroud, the idea here is that it's like a different take on, say, Death Shroud or you know, Shadow Shroud. It's kind of closer to like Photon Forge, which a lot of people realized, where there's not like a gating resource. Holosmith obviously has heat. The difference here is that the usage of the Shroud skills is what's going to be affecting the cooldown. So anytime it's available, you can just go into Radiant Shroud. And you can just show that off real quick. You can see like the power source kind of gets consumed to apply like the Radiant Aura here and really source the power of all of these weapons. Is kind of the idea. So that'll go away when you're in Shroud. It'll come back when you're out of Shroud. But when we go into Shroud, we can see that the base cooldown here, if we don't do anything, it's going to be 5 seconds.
It's a bit like Druid,
and that's
right?
Also going to be true the first weapon that you use. The base cooldown is still going to be 5 seconds, and then it's going to go up by 5 seconds each time you use an additional weapon skill. The way it's explained is slightly different because it actually reduces the cooldown, but you know, fundamentally, the cooldown is lower the fewer weapons you use. And most Shrouds, you know, have that 10-second cooldown. So if you go in, use a couple of weapons, you'll have access to more of that normal Shroud cooldown, but there's more space to have a really big burst of power, because we see here going in, and we'll cover all these skills again, but come in, use the hammer. That's going to be your main damage focused weapon. Then like the staff's going to be a little bit more supportive. It's going to create a symbol on the ground, have some healing attached to it as well. So a lot of these things do have like some situational value. Some of them are going to be the ones you just always want to press. You always go in, use that button, get that value. These skills do still have cooldowns, so you can't just, you know, go in, press the shield block, leave, come back in 5 seconds, press the shield block again. But you kind of have a decision point every time that you go into Shroud of how long do I want to stay in here, how many weapons do I want to utilize, and then that's going to affect like the next time you can go back in. So there's definitely be cases where you just want to pop in, use the hammer, maximize your damage, leave, and then come back 5 seconds later. Maybe you want to use the block is a situation that came up, so you want to have better access to that. But fundamentally, it's a resourceless Shroud.
It's very glowy.
The resource
That's pretty cool.
is, I guess, the skills themselves, because the more you use the skills, the more the cooldown increases. So just going over these real quick. One extra thing here we're going to see is that there's a few extra buffs getting applied from the minor traits, so we can cover those.
Dude, they all add loads of unique buffs.
That we're calling the
Giga
Luminary's
buffs.
Blessing. This is just a small strike damage reduction that's going to be applied to you and nearby allies every time you equip a Radiant weapon, so not the flip skills, but any of the base skills.
Okay.
And then there's also going to be this passive attached to each weapon from the Radiant Armaments Grandmaster Minor that, in this case, we see with the hammer, it's going to be more focused on damage, so you get a buff that says increased strike damage to crowd-controlled foes, immobilized foes.
Okay.
And that's going to persist for a bit of time after you exit Shroud. So when you go in and you're going to be using multiple weapons, if I'm more of a damage-focused build, I'm going to make sure that I want to end on the hammer, because that's going to give me that lingering bonus that is the increased damage.
Little juice up. He's juicing up.
The auto attack is going to be a similar. It's just going to be like kind of a burst of energy around you. The interesting thing here is that
it's full
going to be
AoE.
a different effect based off which weapon you have equipped.
Oh, that's cool.
So if you have the sword, you're going to get a little vulnerability on top. Hammer's going to be the most damage. Shield's going to give some resolution. Staff, you're going to give some regen.
I like that a lot, actually. That's fun.
Like a small heal attached to the more defensive ones.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
And then the bit of damage attached to the more aggressive ones. So we can go into these a little bit more in depth now, starting off with the Dazzling Hammer. This is, again, your most offensive
you got booms on that.
You see kind of starting with the overhead slam. All of these start with what we vaguely call an equip skill, where I perform an attack while equipping the weapon, and that's going to flip the slot over into the follow-up skill, Shining Spin, which is just going to be an AoE damage skill that deals increased damage against disabled foes. That's going to be a pretty common theme. We'll see that in a couple other places as well, where this spec's really going to be looking for those moments of opportunity where you're going to land an immobilize or land a crowd control and then really be able to unleash a lot of damage. Next up, we have the Luminous Staff. This is going to be that staff. It's going to give you a healing. We'll cover all the passives again once we get into the traits. So this is going to be an outgoing healing buff.
Yep.
The idea is you slam the staff into the ground. This is going to create a resolution symbol. And it's also going to grant protection to your allies when you use the skill initially. It's going to give some prot. The resolution symbol is going to go out. And that's going to flip over into Restorative Glow. This is going to be a AoE heal, AoE condition.
Wow.
And it's also
a damage
a bit of that strike damage redirection.
That's actually big.
That we've seen in a few places before. It's going to be a
That's
little bit
big,
smaller,
very
10%
big actually.
Redirected from your allies
Very
to yourself.
big.
This one has kind of a
only 10%.
safety valve
That's still good,
built
though.
into it, where anytime that you take damage, while this effect is active, if you fall underneath 50% health, it's going to remove itself from you, so you won't be able to just, one-shot yourself by applying this buff to your allies in like a worldly world environment.
It's very,
It's just gonna be like
that's really
an
nice.
extra layer of damage reduction to your allies.
Blessing of Sacrifice, guys.
Next up, we can take a look at the sword. Let's get some close-ups on these weapons actually real quick, because these look super cool. The art team really crushed it. I mean, they crushed it with like all the specs, but I'm just really a big fan of like the art that came together for the Luminary. You can see the hammer there, the staff here. Just looks super sweet. We'll see a lot more of these models on some of the other skills as well. Stay tuned.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to look at the sword. We start with Gleaming
mobility
Blade.
skill.
There's going to be a bit of mobility. We leap in, do initial slash, do some cripple, do some vulnerability.
Yep.
That's going to follow up into
an
Lucid
immob. Yeah,
Thrust.
saw that one
Just
coming.
a quick sword stab that's going to immobilize movement impaired foes. So a pretty natural combo. You leap in, apply cripple, and then you potentially land an immobilize, which can then play into like your hammer CC, hammer damage. You do equip both the sword and the shield anytime you use either of the sword or the shield.
Okay.
Just because it looks way cooler. Like, it just looks way cooler to have a sword and a shield equipped.
It's true.
To just have a sword or just have a shield. But you will only get the passive of the skill you actually use. So here we get the sword passive, which is going to be an increased movement speed. So this is, again, that more mobility-focused slot. You can leap in, leap away, and then get a little extra burst of speed to chase down your enemy or run away from your enemy.
Yep.
And then last up, we're going to take a look at the Radiant Bulwark. There's just going to be a channeled block. Nothing too crazy, but it's also going to give an AoE Aegis to nearby allies anytime that use that skill.
It's a nice effect.
So a little bit more of that situational,
bit of CC.
Shareable Aegis to just be that powerful defensive moment. And that's going to follow up into the Brilliant Slam. There's just going to be a quick shield bash. That's going to daze, pretty short duration daze. It's going to be more of that interrupt value, just another layer of crowd control to potentially set up your hammer skills.
Yeah, you have the F3 too, right? Yeah. So a good chunk of Aegis packaged into this build, and you're playing guard, right? So you can even take retreat. Oh, and stand your ground too.
I think I covered all the things that I wanted to cover, so we can.
I want Triggin, man. I want Trig to drop some memes. I want Trib to drop some
and
content.
I'll come back and do another pass on
Do I read YouTube comments? I do. Shout out to YouTube.
Well.
Guys, we have 1,200 people on YouTube. 3K total people watching the stream.
Kind of a common theme,
We are
but not a
we're
theme
popping
that is
off.
true of all the stances, is that a lot of the stances are a bit more unique in what the stance effect is. Here you see that Resolute stance is when you remove conditions from yourself, you get a little bit of extra healing. And the idea
pretty
is
basic
that
skill.
all these stances have some sort of AoE component attached to them as well. So when I
They're dropping
Bird
Monster soon.
Heal, and AoE condition removal. And the effect that happens in an area, whether it's an offensive or a defensive one. We'll see a couple different flavors.
Oh wait, is the 7K heal AoE?
Playing into that stance effect, because I'm going to apply the stance to myself that says heal when I remove conditions for myself, and then do a pulse of AoE healing and condition removal, which will then trigger the stance, assuming you had conditions on you. So as you get like kind of one trigger for free, and then the rest of your kit is going to allow you to get additional triggers. Obviously, there's a lot of common rule in the rest of the
that's pretty good.
Kits, other skills, other traits that can give you a lot more healing pulses if that's something that you're interested in. Can really kind of level up your healing skill through that.
Okay.
Next up, we have Stalwart Stance. This one's a little bit more straightforward because we kind of put one of the more powerful
these effects are pretty
AoE
basic
components on it. There's going to be an AoE stun break for yourself and allies. Also going to grant AoE Aegis
only
again.
300
so
radius.
Really powerful button especially for support, but personal stun break, personal Aegis, and then that personal damage reduction. Just a pretty potent defensive tool. And as mentioned, this one doesn't have quite as much flavor, but it's
kind of cool sword popping up.
Stalwart defensive tool that is also pretty valuable to support builds. I'm actually going to skip over this one real quick. We'll come back to it. That's one of the more offensive.
Definitely not a bad skill. Not a bad skill for sure.
First. Next up, we have Valorous Stance. The stance here is that you heal allies when you grant them boons. So this is pretty similar to like altruistic healing, but instead of every time you apply a boon to anyone, you heal yourself. It's anytime you apply a boon to someone, you heal them. So this obviously does include yourself. The number isn't balanced yet.
That's pretty juiced. You drop it in power with that.
Probably a little bit on the low end, but we do want this to be like a pretty powerful effect. It obviously gives stability and protection, these powerful defensive tools. Sorry, I got distracted by something else. But we see protection, stability, and then that's going to be healing these allies as well.
Yeah, that's a very good skill for World versus World, right? Because you can use that on a push and then keep applying boons and giga healing.
I mean, you guys know how good altruistic healing is with like Empower, right? So you can use Valorous Stance, use Empower. That's potentially a lot of AoE healing. In addition to,
and you can run that. Look, bear in mind, guys, you can run this and stand your ground on guard, right? You can do both.
Has the potential to be
so this is like tasty for World versus World.
The healing number is right,
but then you do have to give up Firebrand, right? So that's not nothing.
And maybe you just want to play it alongside stand your ground as well, get even more stability. There's potentially a lot of stability access with this spec that we'll see as we get into the traits as well. Yeah. But just really leaning into like those powerful defensive boons that Guardian is so well known for. Next up, we have Effulgent Stance. This one's kind of a mix where it has some defense and some offense. So the first thing we're seeing here is that it's going to give some AoE barrier, AoE light aura. And then it's going to give us a buff that is basically a charge up counter for this explosion that happens at the end. So we see the kind of this swirling aura. And this is going to stack up anytime an enemy strikes you or anytime you strike an enemy. And that's going to increase the damage of this final explosion.
Oh, that's a cool effect.
And if you reach the stat cap, so it's like there's a maximum of 10 stacks. If you hit 10 enemies or get hit 10 times or a combination of any of those things, this big explosion at the end is also going to do some daze.
Yep.
Probably not super likely in a 1v1 situation. Guardian does have a lot of multi-hit skills, so it is definitely possible, but more expected that you're going to get that maximum value in like these situations where you are able to cleave multiple enemies. But the baseline of the skill of that AoE barrier, AoE light aura, which will be relevant once we get into the trait line as well. Potentially really fun and powerful skill.
Let's see what this elite's going to do.
And last up, we have the Piercing Stance. This one's going to be, again, a bit more offensive and a bit more crowd control focused. So we're going to see it's just a quick AoE daze, kind of lash out with this burst of weaponry. And the stance itself is going to be another damage bonus against crowd controlled or immobilized enemies. So we see, short duration days, not going to give you as much opportunity to unleash like a huge burst of damage.
Kind of combo that with the sword one, right?
1.5 second daze. Then obviously it's going to give you bonus damage off of any of the other crowd control.
Drop the elite, Treg.
With the skills, and as usual, skills with enemies with Defiance bars are always going to be susceptible to this, or always reward you with this bonus damage. Last up, we have Daring Advance. This is, I like to call this one kind of a loose interpretation of the stance skill type, because it is more
spicy the PvP.
Skill. And we're going to leap to an area, and it's not going to give you in particular a buff, but it is going to create this area of power that is arguably the stance.
Yeah.
Where this is going to be applying Might, Fury. It's going to be pulsing Luminary's Blessing as well, so we're going to see, like...
It's Spellbreaker, yeah. It's basically Spellbreaker.
We can see,
Deep
like,
Spellbreaker.
as this buff gets reapplied, you're getting that healing pulse because it's anytime that it expires in any way, whether it is by timeout or by refresh. That's also relevant for the Shroud.
You combo that with a World versus World Bomb, that's going to be tasty.
You will get that refresh on Luminary's Blessing, which will trigger the healing. So this is a pretty powerful, like, area. A lot of defense and offense attached to here. We're also going to see that if we leap in and we strike enemies, it's going to do a tether on these enemies. That it's a little different from like the DH tether or the Spellbreaker tether. This one is going to be just a stun if you get too far away, but the range threshold is a little bit shorter. So the idea is that, you know, the stun is a little bit harder to avoid, but it's not quite as powerful as getting pulled back, and it will again,
currently
set up some of
CMC is literally unchained.
Skills that care about striking crowd-controlled foes.
He's actually chaining his
opponents. I'm just going to use
opponents.
this skill a few times because the art is fantastic. I love this area. It's like the arena of weapons. You are free. It's not a ring of warding naturally, but you have the tether attached. You can just walk out of it. You might get stunned, but it looks very cool, very threatening.
We're chained.
And it's also a light field, which is cool because you can get some light aura. We also have the light field on the staff skill, Radiant Staff skill. Light aura will be relevant as we talk about the traits here in just a second, but I'm going to take a quick break for water.
Oh, interesting.
See some nice temporary icons,
yeah, temporary
from the
icons
past. These are not quite hooked up yet, so we have some nice Roman numerals for you guys.
We love it.
Who remembers
Alacrity. Alacrity is activated here, guys. Makes sense, actually, because Whirlbend is a bit weird. Look at that hydration. Wait, let's get Trig into this.
All right. Let's talk about some traits. So, as with all the elite specs, this is just kind of the minor trait that explains the profession mechanics and all those things. But starting with the thing,
no, I think it will definitely stun you if you dodge, actually.
We've kind of seen both of these already from using the Shroud
Gain
skills.
Vitality, nice.
Light's Gift, this is going to be a little bit of extra Vitality buff. And then this is going to be the source of Luminary's Blessing. Every time you equip a Radiant weapon, it will do this to allies in the area. This duration is going to be a little bit shorter in competitive modes. Here we see...
It does, it does healing whenever you use a weapon
6
to everyone.
seconds, going to be about 3 seconds in competitive modes. But again, the
I'm
idea
like
is you get
perma
this
AoE DR.
short duration
It's very
of
strong.
strike damage reduction, and then when that ends, it's going to give you a little bit of healing. That's obviously true for all of the allies that you affect with it as well. And then we see the bonuses here from Radiant Armaments. Every time you, or while you have an equipped Radiant weapon, you're going to get a weapon. You're going to get a passive bonus based off which weapon you have equipped that will linger for a little bit of time after exiting Shroud. So we see again here the hammer, bonus damage against crowd-controlled and immobilized foes. Staff giving you that increased outgoing healing. Sword with the increased movement speed, and shield giving you that incoming strike damage reduction against nearby enemies.
Yep.
Moving into the adept traits, we have Shimmering Stances. Here we're going to have the stance trait for the spec. Obviously, we see some stances that affect allies, some that affect enemies. So stances that affect allies will also get protection bonus here, and stances that affect enemies will inflict blind. Some of the stances do both, so you will get kind of both of these bonuses attached to those stances. Pretty powerful trait, assuming you have like a decent number of stances on your bar. Next up, we have Shining Restoration. This is kind of the first of the middle row of traits that are going to be Light Aura adjacent. Ooh. And so here, this one's pretty straightforward. When you use a healing skill, get an extra Light Aura. Light Aura in itself, you know, increased Condi damage reduction. Not the most exciting, but not too weak, and we're going to see a lot of Light Aura synergy as we move down the trait line.
Auras.
Next up, we have Persistent Blessing. This is going to give you a quick refresh of Luminary's Blessing when you exit Shroud. So, you know, go in, use all the weapons that you want to, and then as you're exiting Shroud, you're just going to get a nice little refresh on that duration of that damage reduction and get an extra healing trigger as well. So more of a defensive trait if you don't have a bunch of stances equipped for Shimmering Stances.
Dude, it might be Aura
Next up, we
Alak.
have Steadfast Recovery. This is
Light Aura
a
Alak.
personal sustain trait. It's going to give you a pulsing health regen if you have protection or resolution. Starts off with a smaller number than other things that we've seen, like Rugged Growth, for example, because it is going to count twice if you have both of these boons. So if I have protection,
Cool.
I get this 120 heal pulse that obviously scales with healing power and all that jazz. But if I have prot and resolution, then I'm going to get twice as much healing every pulse. Obviously vulnerable to boon removal, but if you are maintaining protection and resolution, you can potentially get a lot of sustain from this trait. Next up, we have Purging Light. Every time that you apply a light aura to yourself, you're going to do an AoE condition removal for you and your allies. We're still trying to find the right balance on this one. If one is enough with kind of the amount of light aura that's added to this spec. Obviously, Core Guardian has a lot of light aura.
Yeah, you got that in Radiance
too.
Bad that mine goes.
But now we're adding like more light fields, more elite finishers, a lot of extra triggers of light aura. So this might not be strong enough at 1. It could be 2, or maybe it could be 2 for yourself, 1 for allies. You know, there's a lot of knobs here that we can balance this trait with. But the idea is grant light aura, remove conditions from allies.
Okay.
And last up, we have kind of more of a damage-focused trait here. This is going to be Empowered Armaments. So every time that you equip a Radiant weapon, it's going to give you kind of this duration stacking damage buff that we've seen on a number of specs and professions at this point. But every time that you use a Radiant weapon, you'll get additional duration of this. So this is another incentive to use more weapons each time that you go into Shroud. Obviously, Hammer is going to be the main damage focus. Staff is going to give you that symbol, which will be relevant for symbol traits, and also be a reasonable amount of damage once we get the number right. And Sword's obviously going to have a decent amount of damage attached to it as well. So there is already some incentives to use more weapons, but here's another incentive to use more weapons, is to get more damage.
It's not quite as wacky as Troubadour.
I'm going to start in the center. That seems to be a trend for this stream, starting with a middle Grandmaster Major trait.
Ooh,
this is the
I love stuff like
Light.
this.
It's kind of a play on
Detonate
the
the
aura,
aura,
trait that this has, in name and in functionality. So we're going to see another light aura trigger here that if I have this trait equipped, when I enter Shroud, I'm going to get a light aura. And then all of your Luminary skills, so that will be Radiant Shroud skills and Stance skills, will detonate that light aura, and that's going to do some AoE damage, it's going to do AoE healing, and it's going to give some AoE resolution as well. We can see we pop in, use a hammer skill, we're going to get a little bit of a light aura explosion there. And, it's going to be hopefully a reasonable amount of damage, reasonable amount of healing. Resolution, pretty relevant for all the Guardian traits that love resolution.
That's big
so
damage
interesting
too.
Trait if you really want to lean into like that.
Shattered
Like a
Aegis
middle
back.
ground bruisery playstyle, we're going to have some damage, some defense, and some support. Potentially an interesting trait selection. If you're going to be more of that boon support, then Illuminating Inspiration is going to be the trait that you want to take. Here we see grant boost nearby allies when you use a virtue skill, and then reduce the recharge of your virtue skills when you equip a Radiant weapon.
Ooh,
so
that's pretty good.
It's going to be all of your virtue skills, granting alacrity and PvE, and it's
bear in mind you can take virtues here and go big stability and stuff.
Shroud and use some Radiant weapons, get some cooldown reduction.
Yeah, that's big F1 resets.
Then give you access to like more boons.
And of course the virtues trait line has big synergy with
reducing
that.
the recharge time of your virtues is even better when you have other traits that care about virtues, say from the virtues trait line. Potentially a really strong trait for like those supportive guardians. That, that's more
pretty juicy. That's a juicy one.
More absolute resolve procs. More of the all the boons, all the triggers from virtue traits if you have this trait equipped, and utilize all of the skills in your shroud.
Yep. Obviously going to be the kind of the heal
and
trait you go with.
We have kind of the flip of the alternative to recharging your virtues by using your weapon skills. Now you're going to recharge your weapon skills by using your virtues, and this one's intended to be a bit more offensive focused. Obviously recharging staff is going to be good for support builds, but you're going to lose access to some of those boons and some of those extra virtue triggers. This is intended to be more like a bursty trait where using virtues are going to give you a full recharge of the Radiant weapon skill. So here we see that if you use Justice, that's going to fully recharge your hammer. So I can go in, use hammer, use Justice, use hammer again, and that's not going to... The cooldown is still going to be based off each unique weapon that you use. So if I go in and I use hammer twice, or even 3 times if I use, say, renewed focus and recharge my Justice and then do it all again.
You can just pump hard.
That's still only going to count as one weapon used for the sake of the cooldown reduction. But you can see that we can get some pretty bursty moments if we go in, use all these skills, recharge them all with the virtues, and then, we can do it all again with renewed focus if we really want to. So you are the Master at Arms. You get to use all the weapons really as much as you want.
The Master at Arms.
As you want, but
that's how it is.
Significantly more than builds with different traits, and pretty fun to play with. And
yeah, very strong
potentially very
spec.
powerful DPS
Well,
trait.
definitely, I think has potential to be incredibly strong.
So I think I
Maybe not quite as
through
game breaky
everything,
as
so we're
Troubadour
just gonna
could
do
be.
Some hovering of things for just a minute here. We'll go over all the traits again, and then over all of the skills again.
Prepare for the
What do you
Gale
think about Luminary,
shots.
Taylor?
You know, while you're doing that, you know, question, what roles do you think, you know, the spec will see in the game? Like, how would it play in PvE or maybe Roby World?
Ooh. Gives the information.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to have access to, you know, alacrity, so we do expect especially a DPS alac build to be relevant for PvE. Obviously the pure damage build for sure. I think we definitely want to see like some more of a supportive role as well. It might not quite reach the level of like a pure healer, but we see like all the boon access that it has access to, a lot of stability, a lot of protection, a lot of these like core defensive boons.
Yeah.
So it might not be like as much of a pure healer. Obviously, you can still spec into like as much of a healer as you want with your other traits and your weapon selections and your skill selections. It might not reach the level of some other support builds, but it is going to be like
I
a
think
decent middle ground of like
it's interesting to see what you could cook with
great
this.
boon access, good damage, more of that like bruisery playstyle, and then a lot of powerful.
I think there's some
defensive
potential
boons.
for this on support. Yeah.
Yeah, I think people have been.
Because bear in mind, because it
asking for a long
shares
time, a lot
damage
of
reduction
Guardian
10%,
specs,
and the staff skill gives
Guardian
another
in a different
10%.
way,
So it actually makes
but
everyone very
I
tanky
think
around
kind
it.
of a more
And heals them quite a bit.
traditional, you know, stalwart figure with a sword and the shield hasn't really been represented as much as people would like for Guardian. So I think, you know, the spec trying to step in those shoes, correct?
Definitely.
Sword and board. You swing your sword, you swing it again.
You can enter Shroud a bunch of times because keep expiring. Get another close up of these weapons. They
Talk
just look
about
so
Bird
good.
Sworn, Trig. Tell us about Bird Mancer, Pigeon Mancer.
Gleaming Blade.
Loosen Thrust. Dude, what if they drop Gale Shot and it's just completely broken? It's just
Try
it's
linger on this
absolutely
one quite long
busted.
enough. And then the utility skills, healing skill, and elite skill.
Yeah, kind of like the damage reduction
Yeah,
thing.
there's a
I
lot
think
of
can
fun
be strong.
traits, especially in the Grandmaster slot. Like obviously, recharging cooldowns is always really fun and really powerful and really scary. But we see like a couple of cooldown reset traits, and even like I've been having a lot of fun internally. I think with Sovereign of Light, just leaning into like the full. How many light auras can we get? How many times can we detonate light aura? Just like a lot of burst healing, a lot of burst damage.
Guys, if the entire chat is filled with
Be
B
fun to play
Trig,
with.
it's Gale Shot is the only playable spec next X pack.
Vengeance Stance. We're just about done here, and then we can move on to the Gale Shot.
Gale Shot.
Ooh, the Gale
I know
Shot.
everyone- A lot of excited people for that. I'm excited to show it off.
All right. I guess I can hover this
Here
one
we
too.
go.
Seems important. All right, I'm gonna move back to this scene while we get set up for the Gale Shot.
Give us the
You
juice,
wanna start
Trig.
rambling about Gale Shot, Taylor?
Do
yeah,
it.
I can just talk a bit about, you know, background of the Gale Shot.
Drop
and
it.
Some intro to it.
I'm an achiever.
So if you read the blog post, you know that the Gale Shot, it is kind of an archer spec. You're going to get access to this new weapon called the Cyclone Bow.
Yep.
If you talk about design goals, part of Ranger's identity is definitely
He's
being
about to
a
drop
bow
it. He's
user,
gonna go hard here.
with marksmanship. I think a lot of people, when they first start playing the game, some people like to gravitate toward the archer characters, and so Ranger is kind of that for them. But then when they got to elite specs, there wasn't really one that elevated that fantasy. So that's what the Gale Shot's trying to do, is kind of be that signpost spec for if you really like playing archers in games. There's a lot of archers in our
Ooh,
game,
here we
but
go.
Gale Shot is like the one that's
Oh, you got a little
highly
ammo.
focused on
Yes,
that
I blade. It
fantasy.
is Bird Sworn.
So, you know, part of the Tyrian Alliance, you know, the Tengu are teaching Rangers how to control wind magic and be even better with their bow. So you're going to see a lot of mix of like the archery, the wind magic, and some bird aesthetics, because that's always fun. So that's kind of like the initial idea and why we decided to go with the GALESHOT. So yeah, now we're in game. We can talk about what it is. I think when you first
you can finally be longbow.
You can see a new F5 skill where you go into the bow and see you have these feathers that are your arrows. These are kind of going to be your resource for the spec. Continuing with the UI,
boom.
You know, Cal will use the skill. You see it takes an arrow, and you have a meter where you can see the time until your next arrow. So you know. You're not guessing. You have the recharge there.
Dude, they actually cooked a bit of UI for this. I respect it.
What you notice is that Cal doesn't have no recharge on, but the bow doesn't have a recharge.
Now they've just got to go back and do this for every spec.
The bow is something that you can always have the option.
Yeah, you go into it any time, huh?
That we felt was important with the Archer Fantasy is the ability to always have something to do at range. So the auto attack also doesn't cost any of the arrows.
Boyce 1v9. Boyce 1v9.
Auto attack with the bow. Obviously, this is very strong competitive mode. It's going to keep that number probably low, but in like instance PvE fights, if the boss jumps away, you always have the option to swap to your bow. And that's something that's just one thing that spec brings that's kind of different from if we just made, you know, a normal weapon that's gated
1500 guaranteed auto?
You know, you could have a longbow, but even there are times where you swap to your other weapon set that you don't have anything to do at range, so that's kind of a gap that the spec is hoping to fill.
It's okay, because you should just swap to your short bow from your long bow, and then make sure you have bear pets as well. That's the key.
Yes!
And then,
he knows what the people want.
So going on to like kind of like the mechanics of the bow is that as you see Cal use skills, he'll get this buff on his bar that's called Wind Force. Wind Force is kind of, you build stacks of it up to your payoff. If you hit 5 Wind Force, you'll unlock what we call the finale skill Hawkeye. That's intended to do a lot of damage and hope for you to cycle through your skills. It plays a lot like a kit, and we've seen through a lot of gameplay, especially like Engineer and sometimes Firebrand with these like no cooldown abilities, is that the optimal playstyle. It should go and press the good button, then leave. We wanted the Cyclone Bow to have more interactive play than that.
Hawkeye is a flip on the auto.
Intended for. You want to like wait for your cooldowns, wait till enough arrows.
Hawkeye from the Marvel series, by the way, guys.
To get that big payoff, but you always have the option to, you know, go into the kit if you need to use that evade backwards, or you just want to auto attack some. Maybe you have enough arrows so you can do a few blusters before you go back to your weapon. So it's aiming to be fluid and always have options to, you know, support this range play style, no matter what's happening around you.
All right.
Okay.
So
talk through the skills.
Talk about the actual skills.
What is Bluster that you just mentioned?
Bluster is the 2 skill. This is kind of your bread and butter skill. Has a really low cooldown, costs 1 arrow, so you're going to be weaving it in a lot. You know, just quick charge up, then quick burst. Pretty simple. You know, nothing too crazy about it. Then we go to the 3 skill. This is going to be Fleeting Zephyr, your defensive. You know, wanted to make sure the weapon has at least like 1 defensive in its kit. So you're going to do a leap back and evade. That's always useful. But you're also going to release a gust of wind, and that wind is going to be a pretty big projectile destruction. Part of being good at range is being able to trade in range. So if there's another person that's shooting at you with a projectile, you have the ability to use that to stop a pretty big important like incoming attack, and also use it to protect your allies if you see a lot of projectiles incoming. The next skill is going to be Quarry's Peril. This is going to be a ground target. You shoot arrows up, and then after a delay, they rain down, and it's going to immobilize people. Going to do some okay damage, but hoping the immobilize is the main aspect, so kind of lead into your other skills. You know, you can Quarry's Peril, then hit them with a Bluster, or when we get into the 5 skill, also use that, and just some ranged poke that is not affected by projectile denial, because that's like a big part of every world that we know, so we want to make sure that you have ways to interact that aren't just through normal projectiles.
Omega Arrow.
And then we can get on to the 5 skill, which is like kind of another capstone skill. Supersonic Arrow. It's going to be very strong. It's going to take a lot of arrows, but hopefully worth the payoff. You're going to stand still and channel, and then shoot a really fast arrow. I think I set this projectile to some insane number. It's almost instant, basically. It's going to do pretty heavy damage, CC, unblockable pierce. It's a very good skill, and one that if you're fighting a GALESHOT, you want to definitely see coming and evade. This is also something that you can line up with Quarry's Peril, and then use the Supersonic Arrow. And part of the payoff for being such a high arrow cost is that it's also going to give you 2 of those Wind Force. So you can get to your Hawkeye even faster if you choose to use it. Then, you know, just talk about Hawkeye. It's you know, intended to be a pretty high damaging skill to pay off for using all these weapons or all these skills while you're in the kit. And its functionality is basically you're going to use it on a target, it's going to lock onto that target, and then shoot 5 arrows at them.
Prio
and then
damage.
It's going to look at if there's any nearby enemies to them and shoot 3 arrows to them. So it's potentially a lot of arrows if you have a lot of people near them, and kind of like a cleave arrow ability. So that's kind of like the core gameplay loop. Go in, use your arrows, come out, and you know, as we talked about in the blog post, mobility and you know, swiftness, being mobile and controlling the battlefield is also part of the spec, and that's going to come through more of the utilities, so we can get into those. And the utilities are going to be squalls, which are basically small bursts of wind magic that are kind of like cantrips, but cantrips already exist in Ranger, so these are windy, small wind magic.
Magic.
The heal going to be pretty simple. You're going to heal yourself and give yourself super speed and cleanse some conditions. It's a very basic you know, heal, but does what you want. There'll be a couple super speed tie-ins when we get into the traits, so it's pretty good, but it's just, you know, good value.
Super Synergy, that's cool.
Heal.
That's cool.
We probably have seen this, but I want to make sure people know that there's no weapon restriction on GALESHOT. You know, the F3 is just like an addition, so you're gonna have 2 weapons normally plus the bow. Yeah. There's no
imagine if it weapon locked you. That would be so fucking funny. They should have done that. He should have said that there is, but said actually no, I pranked you.
Because I saw, you know, some confusion over that. So then we can go into the more utilities. There's kind of like 2 offensive ones, 2 defensive ones. We can talk about the offensive ones first. The first one is Piercing Gales. It's going to be pretty simple, just damaging abilities that you want to fit into like a rotation in PvE or use for additional poke. You're going to shoot 5 projectiles that pierce, kind of like in a pattern to make an X formation that I think looks pretty cool. And as it says, it's going to pierce. These projectiles inflict vulnerability, and then its baseline going to get additional damage increase from vulnerability. So if someone has 10 stacks, you're going to get the 10% bonus from vulnerability, but also deal an additional 20% damage.
Okay.
And then another tweak to the skill is that it's going to fly faster, the arrow, or the wind magic
that's cool!
If you yourself have swiftness or super
that's
speed.
really fun.
So it's going to be kind of trading with someone if they know the timing for it, and kind of throw in a bit of a tweak, give yourself some swiftness, and the projectiles will come at them a bit faster, so they have to react differently.
Bear in mind, guys, this elite spec has mega bird synergy.
And then the second utility that's going to be offensive is called Mistral. This skill is intended to be a payoff for having a lot of projectiles, using things like longbow, using like Axe 2. You're going to create a screen of freezing wind, and then as you shoot projectiles through the screen, they'll get frozen, which will chill the enemy they hit and deal additional damage.
Yeah, nice. So that's good RP.
Has the potential to do a lot of additional procs of that damage and chill. Has the potential to do not that many, so you really need to plan around when you're going to use the screen. You know, put it up right before you're going to Hawkeye, use those Piercing Gales through it.
And that's a deep nuke.
If you rapid fire
you get chills from this.
You know, plus 10 extra procs. So this is a way to encourage, you know, some more bow usage in the elite specialization outside of like just having the normal Cyclone bow.
Also works with any projectile skill, right? I can use my axe and throw some axes through it.
Yes.
Then we can move on to the defensive utilities. The first one is going to be Wind Shear. This is just a quick knockback around you, a swell of wind. It's going to, like I said, knock back enemies, stun break you, and then it has a very short projectile reflex. So if you see a pretty important one coming, again, having that, you know, edge over range trades, you can reflect that back at people. Then the last skill is going to be Whirlwind. This is going to be a completely mobility-focused skill. It's ground targeted. You're going to leap through a whirlwind, evading while you're leaping, and then grant yourself a burst of super speed. This is going to be important, you know, if you're a long-range character, you want to position yourself well in fights, so this is going to be an important tool for that. Just quick burst movement speed, short evade, get yourself where you need to be to, you know, be in the best position in fights.
Is it still only 720p, by the way? It is. It's kind of weird.
And then, you know, we can get on to the elite skill, Perfect Storm. You're going to charge up, throw a tornado in a direction, and then where that tornado lands, it'll grow larger and kind of deal ticking damage for while it's there. So it's a DPS skill. And then when you throw the tornado, it'll launch people along with it. And kind of the special part about this skill is that the launch is variable. It will launch them towards where you target the tornado to land. So you can target it right in front of you, and if you launch an enemy, they'll launch just in place right in front of you. But if you target it all the way out, the tornado will kind of carry them with you
get pulled
and go
with it, yeah.
a really long launch, and then the end goal is that they'll always
Wind
end
Lord.
where the tornado ends, so you can get that taking damage on them.
Wind God. No CD is crazy. Well, guys, they have God mode on right now, yes?
On to the traits.
All right, traits.
Here we go. Show me the bird synergy trig.
Starting with the miners. You know, the first one, just as always, just explains the spec, the teaching of the Tango. You can see there that arrows have a 5-second recharge time to start. Obviously, things can be tweaked like that. Has a tooltip for Hawkeye. Then we can move on to the Master Miner, Bird of Prey. Strike damage increased while you have Swiftness or Super Speed, and Swiftness is more effective. So this is an ore.
So you're giga fast, yeah, you're mega fast, yeah.
But you're just going to get a damage bonus.
That baseline is very juicy. That's big for PvP, by the way, guys.
And the trait line. And just making yourself faster in general.
Yep.
As a spec wants to do. And then we can go to the Grandmaster Miner. Jetstream, it's just going to give you a base movement speed increase. We see a lot.
Zooming.
Just even if you don't have Swiftness or Super Speed, going to move faster. And then Hawkeye will grant you Super Speed. Sometimes you need to commit a lot to get that Hawkeye bonus, so this is going to make sure you get that Bird of Prey when you're using it, and also just a burst of movement speed to reposition after having to invest into it.
Yeah, it's omega fast. It's omega fast.
The first one is going to be Joy of Movement. This is just simple bonus onto your walls. When you use them, you'll remove a movement pairing conditions. Those can be pretty deadly.
Very nice.
When you get chilled, immobilized, pretty vulnerable. So you have this trait so that when you use your whirlwind, it'll remove immobilized, so you can still get out, or just make sure you're staying on your feet with this trait.
And that's all. If you have a couple of those, you're going to be so slippery. By the way,
Feel the Rush, which causes movement skills to grant you swiftness and endurance. Movement skills, really good with this elite spec. Sword, great sword. They're not ranged, but they have good gap creators.
And you have guaranteed range, so you can have melee weapons,
you're
right?
Feel the wind as you rush through it. It's going to give you some swiftness to stay up with mobility, and also a bit of endurance to keep you defensive if you're using those movement skills to stay in melee range, for example.
Okay. Yeah, Boyce is 5k MMR, dude. Boyce is literally 10k Glico with this.
Wuthering Wind. It's going to add an additional proc to when you bluster your pet's next attack. It's going to create just small damaging swell around the target. So it's just additional damage on the bluster. It is AoE damage, give it a bit better cleave, and have some interactions with your pet. Bluster has a couple other interactions in the spec, so this trait has a potential to proc a decent amount, and it's just some additional damage if you want that from this tier.
Yep.
We can move to the Master tier. And the first one, we have Flock Together. This is the one we talked about in the blog post. Avian pets have increased strike damage and health, and B skills grant quickness around the Ranger.
So if you want to give quickness, you're a bird lord.
Trait like you see we've been adding to the core traits. This was actually the first pet trait. We really wanted birds to have a tie-in with this spec. It was very thematic.
Yeah.
With the wind and the Tengu and all. And so we created this idea, and we were also be like, wait, this is cool for all the pets. So we kind of reverse added them to the core lines, but this one was actually the real one. So it's gonna, again, make your birds. It affects Phoenix, it affects Moas, things with feathers. It's gonna make them deal increased damage and also grant quickness around the Ranger. Along with another Grandmaster trait, we're gonna try and have the spec do a quick DPS in PvE as an additional role as to just normal DPS. So probably want this trait to make it easier. We can go on to, the next Master tier. It's gonna be Perilous Skies. This is going to cause Quarry's Peril. That was the 4 skill in your Cyclone Bow to be replaced by Pelt. Pelt is pretty similar to Quarry's Peril, except a couple of key differences. It's going to get 2 ammo, so you're going to be able to use it more. It's only going to cost 1 arrow, but it's going to eschew that immobilization.
No, immobilize,
basically,
more damage,
you get more damage out of the slot, better poke, and situations for Worldly World, but you're going to lose that powerful immobilize. So it's kind of a trade how you want that skill to be used. More uses, which means faster Hawkeyes as well. And again, Quarry's Peril will have additional bonus, so this trait will get better. Let's talk about one of the Grandmaster traits. And the last master trait, last master trait is going to be fetch. This is going to be just value off pet swap. Pet swaps can be interesting traits for a burst of.
And you get your feathers back,
like
or arrows back, rather.
It's going to give you 2 arrows back. Arrows normally have 5 seconds, so you have to wait a bit of time to get a full combo back, but you can take this trait if you want to speed that up a bit, catch people off guard if you just need some arrows, like use the lead back or something. Pretty simple.
Yeah, this is going to be very fun to play, I think.
Then we can get into the Grandmaster.
This is going to be this is a big one, guys.
And these are all, the theme of the Grandmasters is they're all going to tweak how you play the bow, what its exact gameplay loop looks like. You can start with the middle again. Go for Gale Force. Gale Force is going to augment your Wind Force stacks, which were the things that you built up so you can get Hawkeye. It's going to give them a small movement speed and damage increase bonus. Ooh. And then when you use Hawkeye, it's going to convert these Wind Forces into a stronger bonus for a short period of time. So the goal here is that you kind of have a normal gameplay loop with your Cyclone Bow, and then after you finish it, you're going to get almost a Sikkim type bonus to go into like a weapon skill type burst.
Yeah,
so
you can unleash a burst.
Your Whirling Defense, go do like a rapid fire. It's just carrying that moment of power farther into your normal weapon skills. Then we can go to the top one. This is going to be Cloudburst, kind of where I was talking about some synergies between it and the other skills. Corey's Peril and Supersonic Arrow, those are going to be the 4 and 5 skills, are going to reset the cooldown of Bluster.
Yep.
And then when you use Bluster or Hawkeye, you're going to give boons to nearby allies. These are quickness in PvE, it's swiftness and fury in the competitive modes. But basically, we want the value for there to be on the cooldown of Bluster. But it's going to change kind of the cadence. Where you use 2, then you use 4, 2 again, 5, 2. Kind of get a lot faster.
And
of a
there's
Hawkeye
a lot
going,
of lot of quickness there, right?
Longer, so it's going to kind of
a lot of quickness application.
And then also be the option where you're supporting your
Giga
allies.
AoE quickness with that.
So also work
Doesn't
off
have a lot of other boon
boon
support though, so it's a bit tricky. You only give quickness, right?
Which procs
no might or fury. They might have to add that.
Going like diagonally, a lot of synergy in the line. Then we move on to the final Grandmaster trait. It's going to be Shrike. The goal with Shrike is it's just for people that want to stay in the bow as long as possible. It's going to trigger off of missile hits, and missiles are just like projectiles, you know, from your bow, from your axes, what have you, things that fly through. Every time you hit someone, every 8 hits with a missile, you're going to shoot a volley of arrows, and also reach, store an arrow. It's basically as you're auto attacking.
You can camp longbow, guys.
Like a longbow, get a rapid fire. The whole goal here is that you have a lot of arrows so you can stay in the bow as long as possible for people that want to do that.
CMZ, he's always logged in. CMZ is permanently mentally logged in.
Little bonus, you know, when you're using your pet Cal, does it feel a bit more responsive to you? Almost.
You know, it kind of does.
My God, did they fix the pet AI?
When you tell it to use an F2, it will do it immediately.
My God. They did it.
You know, part of this spec and making sure things like flock together birds have long cast times. So has been a bit of an issue that for a while pet responsiveness wasn't great. You weren't able to interrupt their commands. We made sure that we went and fixed pet AI, that when you use a skill, your pet will obey you. So this applies to all ranger specs, untamed. Druid,
not even Solar could fix it.
Use an F2, you know, your white tiger will.
What about Mac? Did you fix Mac, Trig?
So we want to make sure that when the spec comes out and you're using those birds, they feel responsive like you would want them to.
There is some strange behavior when you are cheating and have no recharges, but I don't expect that anyone will run into that.
That covers it with the GALESHOT if you want to hop over tooltip to get it.
Mac has been shut down. They deliberately only fixed it for Ranger, guys, not for Mac. GG.
Yeah, so that's all
that's
the
GALESHOT
specs we have for today.
They've dropped it.
We'll probably be back next week.
Probably. Is Roy coming on, boys?
But you'll just have to stay tuned to learn what those are.
Yep. You know, when the beta comes out, we're going to be looking for all the feedback you guys put out. We're going to have forum threads for each specialization as normal. Looking at other avenues as well, other social medias, going to read all you guys say. You know, the beta is for the feedback, what you guys like, what you guys don't like, number tuning, of course, the art, the audio, everything. So, you know, we're just as excited as you guys are for you guys to get your hands on these things.
Hell yeah. We love
and
to
I guess
see
we
that.
can just reiterate once again, because it's true that obviously things are going to be a little bit unbalanced, most likely. You know, there's going to be things that need improvement, mechanics that are maybe a little crazier than they need to be and need to be kind of reined back in or changed. You know, we've definitely seen, even with like some of the past non-elite spec betas, where we've been able to make some pretty significant changes to things based off player feedback, based off the results of betas, where some things just aren't going to work, and that's not. It's not what we're going for, but it's not something that is really a surprise. Like we're going to be trying some cool stuff,
some crazy stuff. Yeah,
some of it's going to need to be adjusted between beta and launch, and that is entirely kind of what we're expecting to do already.
Saw someone ask this. The GALESHOT bow will be available underwater. We actually have a harpoon gun version of it. Wanted to make sure, you know, all these spec mechanics will be available underwater, so you can play them wherever. So that shouldn't be a worry.
The Cyclone harpoon gun.
The Cyclone harpoon, maybe the water spout harpoon gun. I don't. It's available underwater and it looks.
It
cool,
works.
So.
It works.
Cool.
It works. You're gonna need it. It's a tropical expansion, guys.
All right. We're almost done. Any final words, Taylor?
Oh! Surely he wouldn't.
You know.
Read Ghosts of Ascalon.
Read Ghosts of Ascalon.
Yeah.
You know, I think any PvP, the push beta is coming out soon. We'll probably reiterate that after the next stream, but keep your eyes out for that.
Yep, and of course, keep your eyes
He's fighting
for
it. He's resisting.
additional elite spec information. You know, next week's going to be a pretty similar pattern where we're going to have that initial kind of reveal video and developer blog post, and then we'll be back with another live stream where we show off the next heavy armor profession, medium armor profession, and light armor profession.
Oh, they've confirmed how they're doing it. It's going to be a heavy,
math
medium, light every time,
how
guys.
likely it is that your favorite profession will be
Okay.
next week, if it has not already been done.
He wants to do it. Look at him, guys.
As always, stay hydrated and always leave messages that the stream isn't as good without Roy on it.
That is
Not
true.
as good without Roy. Roy's like on vacation or something, so he couldn't
What?
even like.
Vacationing in Europe and having a good time.
Oh my
but
God, Roy.
We'll see if we can't get Roy back.
What
to,
is he doing?
You know,
what
run
is he
some of these
doing?
streams too.
Is he trolling?
Yeah, that's all we have today. So thanks everyone
That's
for
insane.
watching. And we will see you in the mists.
Nice.
You in the mists.
Boom. There it is. Roy griefing once again. And there you have it. That is the end of the stream. Goodness me. Wow. Yeah, they cooked with those guys. They absolutely did. They went hard. Yo, Snab, what's up?
Dude, I'm stunned. This is so strong.
They went
So
they went
strong.
berserk. They did go nuclear with these, 100%. There's no question about that. They went nuclear.
It's so strong. Dude, okay, did you notice that the Luminary, even okay, this is what it looked like to me. Even if you play DPS, you're going to give a damage reduction to everyone in your subgroup, presumably?
Yeah.
That adds some interesting class identity, but that's super strong.
It's a
strong.
really strong effect, to be honest. There's some... It's going to be very interesting to see like how everything works out and what build you can kind of cook up with it. Like, in general, I would say it looks crazy strong, a lot of these, right? Like, I think in particular the Troubadour looks pretty wild, to be honest, with it, what it's going to have. Like, combine that with the regular Mesmer toolkit is incredibly good. And yeah, like if there is like a version of heal Luminary, I think that can be very powerful, yeah. And again, it will be, even if you have a really strong DPS option, or let's say an Alacrity DPS option, that's going to end up being really good, because just giving like decent uptime of 10% DR to everyone is crazy strong, right? That's a really powerful effect to be able to do that, especially when you add in the fact that you can increase that using that staff skill, right? Like getting out to 20% by like sacrificing some of your own health, basically, to give everyone another 10% damage reduction. That is powerful. Very powerful. to be able to do that. What are they saying about Chrono? They're saying that they like moved some of the boons around on they moved some of the boons around on chaotic what is it, like bountiful disillusionment. They're also probably nerfing Chrono a bit, I'd say, because it is really busted. But I mean, man, Troubadour looks insane. 60-second cooldown, 2-second AoE distort, really good boon access, barrier output. You're gonna have that combined with rifle as well. You have options for CC. You have incredibly good boon access across the board. Healing looks really strong. You obviously can apply alacrity as well with that. I mean, it looks insane. It looks absolutely incredible with how powerful it's going to be. Yeah, it's stat increase now. It gives you stat increase to yourself, to be fair, but that's also strong, right? Because that means that it means you're going to get more healing power, more boon duration scaling, more toughness, all that kind of stuff. Like that scaling is just, it's going to be crazy. Like potentially having, you know, like a good, you know, let's say 8 to 12% extra stats a lot of the time is like really good. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Do you know how many people are watching on YouTube, Sneb? I've got 3,000 people. It's 1,243.
3,000?
Well, no, 3,000 in total. 1,243 on YouTube.
Wow. Hi, YouTube.
They love it. Yeah, YouTube loves this stuff. And I always read the YouTube comments as well. You know, do you have any thoughts on the Aboba emote? You'll notice how they the Twitch chat kind of tries to say hello to the YouTube chat.
I do enjoy Aboba.
Yeah.
I like frogs.
So
Legal
you wouldn't ban frogs in that case.
No. Don't ban frogs. We need frogs. GALESHOT is the greatest thing ever. That looks like a really
powerful. Fun. Do you know what I really like about the spec design here? And this, look, I will definitely get into this when I do my YouTube slop. But a really important thing that I think has been absent from ArenaNet design for a long time is that there's like, how can I put this? There's like an intended way to play the spec, right? Like the design's kind of top down a bit. Like there's intentional combos and synergies built into it. Rather than just like random spells just thrown at you, pretty much, which I think is really cool. That means that like the spec, it looks really fun to play. Very cool playstyle for sure. Yeah, there wasn't much. There wasn't any like burning on the Guardian spec. That was kind of interesting, right? Even though it's got a little torch, there's no burning.
Yeah, I actually didn't notice that at the time, but yeah, weird.
Yeah,
I guess they wanted Firebrand to keep that.
Yeah. It's Power Guard, yeah. But yeah, I think Troubadour's coming, man. Like, I would say the one that is the strongest mechanics-wise, design-wise, is Troubadour. Looks insane. It's going to fit really well, I think, into the current Mesmer kit in every game mode, which is pretty interesting. The other ones, I would say, look, this is going to sound weird, but GALESHOT, I think, is the one that is, what would be the term for this? I think it's theoretically not very game-breaking, actually, outside of PvP. In PvP, like, being able to flick over to 1,500 range, basically at any time, is pretty fucking wild. I think that's really strong, so I expect to see it potentially be like really strong in PvP. In PvE, it's just, you know, gonna do damage, really. And it is gonna be a ranged DPS option, which is kind of cool, right? It means that, you know, you are gonna, you know, even if you're playing a melee build, you are gonna have like some of that melee access, which is kind of interesting, I guess. But yeah, I think it's actually potentially the least game-breaky of kind of the specs that we've kind of seen so far. Which is something, right?
Dude, I'm about to do Embodiment of Sin.
Yeah?
Yeah, Plenex will lead me to victory.
You're going to be playing the Revenant, I believe. Look, you should wait to do Embodiment of Sin, bro, and when these elite specs drop, they're going to be doing like 70k DPS. That's an instant GG.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, man. I'm stunned. That was so powerful.
Yeah.
But you know what was even more powerful?
Yeah.
Trig's booming voice at the beginning.
Whoa, man, like, well, what about well, I'm not into that Trig's voice. What about the audio they had, the game audio? Did you hear how loud it was? Like the waterfall sound? That's crazy. It was insane. Yeah. It was way too dank. Oh yeah, 12 or not 15 range, but it's still insane. 12 being after 12 range on a swap is with no cooldown is kind of crazy. Yeah.
They needed to make it louder.
Do you think ArenaNet will give Bladesworn their weapon swap back now the GALESHOT gets a new weapon kit because their weapon swap? Probably. They could do that, but I don't think it's actually necessary. To be honest, for Bladesworn. Bladesworn has actually been strong historically in every game mode, even with that restriction. So it's not actually necessary in my. Oh yeah, Trig did slip up and say Bard, which I think was fucking funny. Did you hear that? He said.
Oh yeah,
he
did
said
you see
Bard.
The chat?
Yeah, the chat went berserk.
They
were begging for people to rename it. They were begging for the rename. I honestly think I wonder if Trig did that on purpose. He wanted to just torment them pretty much. People, was it you are coping? Bladesworn has been meta in PvP, and it's also been strong in roaming in both game modes. So yeah, I don't think it's that good now. It's okay in PvP actually. Like Floor plays it sometimes at high level, but yeah, it's not like super strong right now.
Yeah, holy, it's so strong. I don't even know if I have enough people to do Embodiment of Sin. I just realized.
Wow.
Well, I mean, Awesomeness is probably still working. It's like 1:30 for him.
Wow. Serious, I don't fucking trust it. I mean, you're just wrong about this. Listen, I hate to burst your bubble on this, but yeah, Bladesworn has been incredibly strong. The game mode it hasn't done super well in his World vs. World. It was an okay roamer, but I'm not like super buster or anything. But yeah, it's been meta in PvP and PvE with the current design. So yeah, look, I hate to say it, but the class you main, the class you claim to love, you have no idea about its actual history of balance. That must be emotionally tough for you, but at the end of the day, that's just the way it is.
Oh no, dude,
yeah?
Our king Plenix. He was expecting more people to show up.
Oh no.
People have not shown up.
Dude, he's ready to go.
Dude, I'm mad for Plenix. Plenix said people confirmed and now nothing.
Well, I mean maybe they're just late.
Bro.
Not a big deal. They're gonna log in. They're gonna exist.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
They confirmed.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna show up then.
Upset.
Not a big
I'm
deal.
upset. Very upset. Still can't believe my dog stole my peanut butter cookies. I'm still upset about that. I'm never gonna get over it. It's very upsetting.
Pretty big.
Feel a sense of darkness right now.
Oh wait, what? Because of people not showing up to Embodiment of Sin?
Yeah. Oh! Here we go. We're getting people.
Bro, like people are like 1 minute late, and you're already mental booming. It's not a big deal, bro.
Yeah, man, it's terrible.
Yeah.
I show up on time for Plenix.
Yeah. Would you say Plenix is your king?
Yeah, he's everyone's king.
Hmm. Did you ever see the sauna stream?
No. What's the sauna stream?
I mean, exactly that. Plenix went in the sauna. You missed out.
Oh.
Is Troubadour completely broken or just massively broken? I think it's incredibly strong mechanically. It's like, because the thing is, heal Chrono is already insane, right? It's basically the strongest healer in the game. And Chrono doesn't really have any support baked in, right? Like your shatters don't heal inherently, right? Or have any kind of like baseline support. This adds that. Basically, this heal Troubadour is going to be all of heal Chrono, basically. But it's also going to have packaged in really strong support abilities as well. You are going to have to essentially give up some really strong CC because you won't be able to take the AoE Distort and Mower, which is relevant, by the way, because one of the really strong features of Chrono is that powerful range CC. But that's obviously going to be a compromise that you'll, decide on based on what encounter you're going into. But yeah, I would say it is insanely strong. Like, mechanically insanely strong. Yeah, precog well is nice. You're not going to have precog well, but you're still going to have the stab mantra. So you have that going for you. It's not like you're not going to have any stability. And you're still going to be able to do the shatter stability, right? I think crescendo is going to give stability too, with the trait. Losing a doom shift is a sacrifice. Yeah. But you're getting a lot in exchange for that. So there's a lot going on. Yeah, you get like barrier. The barrier's really good. Oh yeah,
I must join Plenex.
Oh yeah?
Let's join him. I will talk to you later.
Oh wow, he's going in.
It's time.
Dude, Plenex is live. Favorite spec out of the 3? The Guts Goes Tables are what the Blades one currently is. And then this community cry for was half a year over transfusion while it was still abused for years. Well, yeah, but I was in favor. I was like saying, yeah, I would never said it wasn't broken. Look, I'm sorry, Sirius Allen. I don't know what to tell you, but you're just clueless. Like you just have no idea about the game's balance. Like you genuinely are spewing pure misinformation. You have no idea about the state of the game and the history of like how the balance has gone or like how the design of the spec works. It really is that simple. Are they fun to play? Yeah, I think they look fun to play, yeah. I'd say the one that looks the most interesting... I think the one that has the most interesting gameplay... Ooh, it's really close. I think Troubadour and GALESHOT are really good. I'm a little bit less excited about Luminary. That one is maybe not quite as hype as the other two, but it's still pretty cool, that's for sure. So, yeah. And yeah, heal chrono is a quick heal, yeah, for sure. Like, that's not gonna... It's gonna be there, for sure, but... Heal Troubadour is, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be very, very good. Would Luminary outclass Core in every way? Well, yeah, again, there's like niche situations that's not necessarily the case, but yeah, it looks pretty good. That's for sure. Snammy time. Emmy.Ra. I mean, look, the Snammy time, this is pretty legendary stuff, guys. As you can see, like, and we see that with Emmy now timing people out in the chat. Like, there is a reason why some Twitch chat frogman created this meme. We actually have the peepos, like, begging for direction. And we have the ultimate battle. Sneb versus Emmy. And that's how it is. Look at that. Emmy being depicted as the demon, the demonic entity. Look, I've seen, some of you guys haven't seen this stuff, but I've seen the Emmy HTCM clips. There's some brutal stuff in there. Yeah. Condor Dusk quadruple agent. That is powerful, actually. I'm being pinged on Discord. What do we want? Your schedule is too unhinged. Listen, my streams are going back to normal. Look, I streamed at a relatively normal time today. My bark is strong, my roots are deep. My branches are long, my sap will seep. I cannot wilt, I cannot die. My trunk is built, my body spry. I am the tree. Correct. The only saving grace of Necro. I mean, it's actually interesting. I actually do think Heal Scourge is significantly weaker without like transfusion doing what it did. So that's an interesting conversation to have. But you know, it's certainly not like unplayable. But yeah, that effect was really, really strong. But the thing is look, people don't have a very good good grasp on balance, to be honest with you. That's just the way it is. Wait, is this the clip, actually?
Like, listen, I don't want to be mean, but like, if you're not comfortable enough with this game's mechanics to be able to play well in situations like that, then you should not be doing HTCM.
Ooh.
And like, the thing is, I say that honestly mostly.
Oh my god.
Because you guys can do it. We literally. Like,
wow. I mean, that's just basically like, yeah, just don't even play. Don't even play. That was brutal. Yeah. If you don't know the game mechanics, don't even play. That was pretty brutal stuff. They don't have the ability. They are incapable. Uninstall. What do we got here? Another clip?
She skipped! Sue bitch! Okay.
Sue bitch. And that's crazy stuff. You can see HCCM, it is creating toxicity there. Meanwhile, you said 4 hours for a fresh group to clear HCCM. I stand by that. Like, for a team of competent players who've actually done prep and are capable of, like, you know, have good mechanics, yeah, you'll clear it in 4 hours. 100%, yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. But obviously, like, you know, that's not, people don't tend to do that. Gatekeeping is always Blair. If you thought that was gatekeeping, then honestly, I hate to tell you, but it is what it is. Like, it's not gatekeeping to say, you know, you need to be able to play the game well to do, like, challenging content, right? That was the context of that. They're fighting a hard boss. It's not gatekeeping. It's literally saying, you need to be better at the game if you want to clear this. Yo, happy thanks for the raid, man. 69. Excellent choice. Troubadour is coming. Progathon within 2 hours of seeing Zaitan, sorry, several times. Yeah, I mean, realistically, like, you should basically one-shot the first 3 phases. Like, the first thing that you'll have to learn... And honestly, I think it's actually realistic to one-shot the first orb phase. It's pretty easy. You just need to actually know where you have to go and stand where you need to stand. Like Mordramoth, yeah, again, you should realistically one-shot, I think, with current game balance. You should be able to kill it first try, because there's no greens. Zaitan, you're going to have to learn the green movement. That might take you a couple of tries. Saltspray Dragon with current balance is very easy. It just dies incredibly quickly. And then you have to do... Sue phase 1 is actually very easy, too. Like, then you have to do Sue phase 2. Yeah. Currently on group 6. Don't listen to our lies, guys. Emmy, like, brutally gatekeeps people and does not allow them access to getting into the groups.
Wow, that's quality armor.
Thank you so much. Take a look.
Relatively good with Stab and Dwarf Elite. I mean, listen, yeah, you know, you might have to cast the Jalis Road. That is possible. And maybe an F2 as well. But you can play Heal Chronos too, right? Like, you actually have... I feel like you can package in, like, insane classes into your comps now. You can play Heal Chrono. Obviously, you have the Virtuosos too. And then you can just play, like, Reapers and a Vindicator. Yeah. Boom. Gold Cloak. Gold Cloak. Go to Reaper, more fun. I really like, I think I'd probably say I'd lean towards Reaper a little bit. Reaper's pretty good. Is Gale 2 becoming too difficult for new players with knowing event mechanics? Elite specs a lot behind long story chains. Well, I mean, elite specs are pretty easy to get, and there's definitely a lot going on. But I am a firm believer that elite players, like, I think there's this really big tendency of, I don't know why this happens, but veteran MMO players tend to like assume that new players like have no brain, like they're just, you know, basically completely helpless. They have no way of learning or absorbing information. I think new players do all right. Like I think in general, new players tend to do pretty okay. When they're starting out, people are inquisitive. People are thinking. You know, they're curious. They're checking stuff out and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's I think, you know, it's fine. Guild Wars 2 wiki is really good. I don't think you need the wiki, though. Like, you know, players are going out, you know, they're trying out new skills, you know, equipping new weapons, right? Like, you know, reading stuff, hopefully. I think they'll do all right.
I swear I won't harm you.
Vets are scared when news. You know, it's funny. I think that's actually not a cap, right? I think veterans often struggle with the game and they project that onto new players, yeah. Man, this is so unbelievably strong. Holy. Hold the note. Crescendo extends the duration of boons for nearby allies. SOI is back. Okay, it is back. We are so back with SOI though. This is a very strong effect. Crescendo has a short cooldown too. I believe it's 25 seconds. So with Alacrity, that's 20 seconds. It's basically very similar to old Signet of Inspiration to an extent. It's a very, very good effect. Yeah, you get SOI. Oh, it's 30. Okay, 35 seconds. Yeah, it's still very. Yeah, that's a very, very good effect to have there. Small reminder: the 4-stack. Wait, what is the 4-stack even? What is this clip? Yeah, this is with heavy grain. So yeah, well, of course, we'll have to see how the balance tuning goes at the end of the day. Dude, Trig is in the chat. Hi, chat was CMC and Trig both here. I mean, I think it was pretty good. I think my favorite was Trig referring to Troubadour as Bard. I like that. I saw the Guild Wars 2 chat. Enjoyed that. And to be honest, Tail told me to crank the game audio during our sound check. Yeah, I mean, that was actually very high tier. I particularly like the sound of the waterfall being louder than louder than everyone's voice. It was good. We do like to see that. Oh yeah, and obviously there was no Roy, so maybe the stream was at best a 2 out of 10. If Roy was there, obviously 10 out of 10, but like, Roy is currently sabotaging the expansion and the elite specs by not bothering to show up and actually, you know, put the work in. Yeah. Heal Troubadour will be viable in fractal CMs like Chrono is now. I think it's probably going to be very strong. So I think you'll be fine. I'm pretty sure, like, it's interesting actually because you do have to spec into Distort, and that is a potential limitation in PvP. Right? Wait, actually, does it give AoE Distort in PvP right now? Oh, bro. Dude, look, this could be some French technology here. Like, this is a French build incoming. It's going to be mandatory. You try your team with self-degups. That is true. The hardest was any personal elite shared. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Does the elite give the shared distortion in PvP? Bunker Troubadour is back. But yeah, I think that like distortion is a really important part of like any kind of support mesmer in PvP. You're really going to want to have that. So yeah, you're going to be going with Love Song is going to be pretty good because you are going to want to have that really strong defensive to survive. Luminary would be a good hybrid support for fractals. Lower heal, more damage, all the tools. Yeah. Bear in mind, of course, yeah, this distortion here. Oh, I guess if you have the inspiration trait line, there's some nifty synergy too, right? Because when you give yourself distort, you give Aegis too. So the elite and your Love Song harp is going to give AoE Aegis too, which is pretty nice. You kind of have like an Aegis after the distort runs out for your players. Luminary will have the Aegis spam. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. There's a little bit of doubling down on Guardian in Luminary. Luminary has like more AoE stability. I think it's kind of interesting though. Like Luminary, I think is an interesting class design because there is a lot going on there, right? It has a lot of different ideas kind of coming together in that toolkit. I'm very interested to see like what type of builds you can cook up. I think Firebrand is a really strong design. Like Firebrand, especially now with how the pages work, like the ammo style system, that is an incredibly strong mechanic. So support Luminary is going to have like a pretty hefty trade-off there. And also Firebrand mantras are good. The heal mantra is a good ability to use as well. And obviously, you can give quickness, which is pretty nice. Giving alacrity is in general a little bit better because alacrity builds tend to do better. But yeah, like Luminary is very interesting. Like I can imagine it being very strong as almost like a more offensive boon option. Maybe not. I think as a healer, I'm really interested to see how it performs as a healer. Actually, it's hard. I think it's hard to predict right now how that's going to go. But what is interesting about it is that damage reduction effect, right? Like the 10% DR and then basically the 10% Blessing of Sacrifice on the Staff 3 is very juicy, right? Like, that I think people underestimate those effects because a lot of the time, the effects in the game that are like that are wacky, right? So, or have been removed. Like, Bulwark Gyro was like that. It's actually it was very, very strong when you use that. I used it in World vs. World. And Relic of Lear does this, but it's kind of random. It's like whenever you heal, you can't control it. This one with the Luminary is actually controlled. It means you can basically ramp up to a 20% damage reduction on everyone around you. But it's also there even if you play a DPS, right? If you play a DPS, you can also kind of give people that effect too for the 10% damage reduction. And of course, you've got the light aura on top of that, which you can then potentially share out, and that's going to give people 10% incoming condition damage reduction too. But yeah, I think, Troubadour is definitely, they were definitely thinking about World versus World with this build because, you don't have clones, right? Like, and you can build this stuff up out of combat, so this is kind of a big deal. It means that you are going to be able to, like, actually function and utilize your songs in the World versus World Zerg pretty effectively, I think. So yeah, this is very much a shoe-in for kind of the support Mesmer position in World versus World. And again, yeah, you don't have that well of precognition, so you do lose some of that stability, of course. And you can see what they did here, right? They moved some of this stuff around. And I believe they said that this is going to apply to Chrono as well, I think. So basically, yeah, this basically does act as like kind of a nerf to Chronomancer in a way, right? Because if the stability is going to the F5, that means it's going on continuum shift. I think that was that. Well, they can probably correct me if I'm wrong. And then, yeah, the F4 is going to be distort again. Fury is going to have on the F3, like Vigor on the F2, and then Might on the F1 as well. So it's kind of like a little bit less stability access on the Chronomancer. And it's very good for the Troubadour, because the Troubadour has a relatively short cooldown F5 as opposed to the Chronomancer, which has a slightly longer cooldown on the F5 there. But you don't have well of precog here. But you still have the stab mantra. Like, Mesmer utilities skills are very, very, very good. And also you get a good heal skill with this as well. You get that, the heal skill here looks really nice. You play a song and then you get a 33% healing modifier on everyone. Big AoE heal too, which is very nice because, of course, right now you play the heal mantra, which is not bad at all, right? That also means you can take the res... Oh, man, in PvE, you can basically get the res trait for free now because you don't care about the mantra trait nearly as much. Oh, dude, it's all coming together, man. Yeah, so you got Inspiration Chaos with this. You're going to have Omega Boon access. You're going to be spamming out your little musical instruments. Obviously, you're playing Rifle on this build too, because Rifle is amazing. Ooh, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah, because I guess you do, yeah, like the Ego trait, right? You're still going to get loads of notes from that, which is going to be pretty decent. So that's definitely going to be an option here. But, we'll have to see how it actually turns out. We'll have to see how it turns out. F origin is solely for Troubadour. I mean, yeah, it's possible that is the way it was. But I don't recall exactly this, and my brain's a little bit fried. I'm sleep deprived, guys. I think they were talking about that they kind of jiggled the order around. And they were talking how it was, like, also related to kind of, like, dealing with Chronomancer as well. CS resistance. Oh, yeah, that's true, actually, yeah. Oh, maybe it is just for Troubadour then. Oh, no, I don't know what they did. Okay, maybe it's just weird. Maybe it is just weird. Who knows? Who knows what happened? Maybe it's fine. Bit of armor. I think they usually just have like default gear on, so nothing crazy. Continuum split the AoE distort? No, because you have to be a troubadour and you don't have continuum shift. CMC outfit is always the monk outfit. That represents the fact that he is a monk in real life, a warrior monk, if you will. So yeah, dual elite specs. I mean, yeah, dual elite specs. Now that would be quite something. You can be a chrono troubadour. Okay, it's time. It is time to log in. He was using the 720p armor set. Listen, it was crisp, guys. This was some crisp 720p content. Ooh. Any misinformation in chat? No, this is a no misinformation arena. We don't do that here, guys. We do not do that. No armor on. I think there's at least some vitality, I guess, because the health isn't the same as base mesmer health. But yeah, probably not a lot of. Doesn't know that there's any boon duration, for example. It's fairly neutral stats. One, I wonder if it's soldier gear. I think, don't you guys like usually use like soldier gear for this stuff? What was the purpose of the Troubadour? How's it different from other mesmers? It's just like more support focused. Which I actually like. One of the things that I was slightly concerned about was that they would try to make all the specs do everything. They've kind of gone old school here with this. It's very reminiscent of how the HOT Elite spec design was, in my opinion, where like different traits give you a different flavor of the same class, as opposed to you play the same class and then the traits make you do something different. That was like a really big thing that kind of happened in EOD, is that traits weren't very impactful. They just did different things. But like Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, like they made them like mechanically distinct, like when you pick different traits, which is, I think, is a very good approach. Like the design, I think, is very good overall, especially on the Grandmaster traits. But yeah, I like the way they've done this quite a bit. Yup. Trade confirmed they are changing the name Troubadour to Bard officially. That would be extremely funny if they did that. However, I do believe that to be unlikely. Wait.
Back a little, putting regen back on that F4 slot and changing the F5 slot to be stability, seeing where things live. I think while we're doing trades can show off, like an example of that is Bountiful Disillusionment. Before, stability was put on the distortion slot, and it was pretty powerful, especially with Chronomancer's ability to double that and things being instant cast. So we're shifting around the bonuses back a little, putting regen back on that F4 slot and changing the F5 slot to be stability.
Yeah, I am right.
To kind of give Troubadour better.
See, look, well, I mean, Trig can confirm this, but yeah, he says here that they are nerfing Chrono by doing this. They are putting regen on the store, and the F5 is going to be stability, right? Like that's exactly what they just said. So either Trig is spreading disinformation on his own stream, and yeah, it looks like the resistance is going. Then it's going to get pushed off, and it's going to be stability. Yeah, bountiful disinformation. No, I think this is bountiful good information. Dude, I do want to see the devs go nuclear, to be honest. Like, this stream was pretty nuclear. We went hard. We came out swinging with this. But I want to see the devs just, just go nuclear and just say, you know what?
Access to that.
You guys are a bunch of noobs, and just go crazy.
Have specific things that the Troubadour can be better at than Chronomancer, and in turn, hopefully going back in Chronomancer and strengthening.
Also, Trig wanted to say Magrest. I hate this. I really hate to skip to the end, guys, but look at this guy's face. Let's actually get over here. Let's get to the end of the stream. Look at this guy.
As good without...
He wanted to say it. He was thinking about it. Look at this guy. Look at him. Look at that cheeky smile. He knows what's going on. He knew what he wanted to do. Okay. He was considering it. He was thinking about it. He was looking at the chat. He knew what they wanted. He was restrained. He was chained, if you will, at the last second. Luckily, chat was hidden. I whispered him some crazy stuff. I mean, look, that's very open for interpretation, awesomeness. Who knows what he was sending him? Who knows what he was doing? How did the official Guild Wars chat react? I actually didn't watch. I had the stream open, but I wasn't really keeping track of chat that much. I think, yeah, I kind of want to look at Luminary again here. Let me see Luminary. Let me get the skills up. Okay, so let's have a look, guys. What does this spec do? Okay, so here's the hammer skill. AoE Might and Fury, nice. And it's a good CC. Luminous Staff. It's Prot and Resolution. And again, you get this Luminary's Blessing thing. Which is a big deal. Yeah, grant Luminary's Blessing to allies when you creep a... So you always have this, because this is the middle trait here, right? It's the master minor trait. And this is very good. So you're always gonna AoE heal people, and you're always gonna give that damage reduction to everyone around you. Like, no matter what type of build you have, man, that's just very good, because you're gonna have good uptime of that, right? You're gonna be rotating into Shroud, and applying this little buff to people pretty frequently. That is a good effect. That is a strong effect. Yeah, let's see. And again, yeah, you can, if you go Master of Arms and you're playing like a more aggressive, and if you play the more aggressive build, right, the Master of Arms, you're also going to be able to use that more, right? Like, and this is kind of like the DPS thing. Although you are gonna, that's like full DPS. Like, you know, I can imagine this build being pretty interesting, right? Illuminating Inspiration. Alacrity. And this is like a very support-coded build too. Like, this is kind of what you'd go for if you were a healer. You're gonna give like Alacrity with this. And also recharge your virtues, right? So you can spam your F2 to heal people, remove condies. You can spam your F3 to give stability. Because bear in mind, right, like your F3 will recharge a little bit. And you can trait that to give stability too. Pretty interesting. It'll affect rotations a lot. Yeah, and I actually really like that. This is the type of design that, again, Guild Wars 2 used to do this and they stopped doing it. All of these traits don't try to just go, oh yeah, this is the one that does power damage. Oh yeah, this is the one that does condi damage. Oh yeah, this is the one that does healing. The traits are designed to change the way that you might approach the game, which I think is a really healthy and good and fun design. It's also just not boring. Like, I think Harbinger is the exact opposite of this. Like, Harbinger is just like incredibly low energy, right? Because it's just, oh wow. The spec plays basically the same no matter what you do. You just play a different trait that like changes what your abilities do. That sucks. This does not suck. It does not suck, guys. Yeah, this is like a very strong effect here, right? Like getting the extra stats. Getting the extra stats is good because just to be clear, guys, it doesn't give the stats to other people. That would be the most broken thing in the entire game. But giving yourself like even 5% extra stats is very, very nifty, right? Because you're probably going to be able to maintain, you know, decent uptime of at least like 1 or 2 of these for a long period of time. So you've just got more stats, more healing power, more boon duration, right? More toughness and vitality because you're going to be, you know, playing Minstrel potentially on Bard. So pretty good effect. Pretty good effect. And yeah, the loot is going to do damage and give you a stack of the buff. And also you're going to shatter for might on that. And of course healing, right? All of these will heal if you have the inspiration trait line. And you're appropriately traded there. Flustering Flute. You're going to give yourself a little chaos aura there. You get a daze too. And then of course you get the confusion again with the extra stats. The drum is a really nice bit of CC there. You can see, again, more stats and some CC going on there too. Pretty good. And then the Harmonious Harp. This is like the big kind of heal button that's packaged into the toolkit. Well, and the Crescendo too, actually. But you get an initial heal and a very strong pulse heal too. And bear in mind, guys, you've got outgoing healing modifier. You've got extra stats also attached there. So that's really, really nifty too. And it's a 4-second little heal that you can go ahead and put out. Yeah, there's not a lot of Condi going on in Luminary. I think people were surprised by that because, and to be honest, I'm surprised by that now that I think about it, because, you know, there was that kind of very fire torch imagery that was being used, but I think it's the lore is like it's kind of leaning into like the spectral weaponry kind of thing, like spirit. They're basically bringing spirit weapons back, right? Is kind of the direction it's going. Yeah, I know. Well, this is very. Yeah, I think the one that looks to be the most obviously strong mechanically to me is the Troubadour. And the Gale shot, actually. Luminary, I think, is a question mark to me. It's going to be very interesting to see how that one plays out and what builds form from that. I think it's hard to predict. There's a lot of build craft. Like, Luminary, I'm not saying that it's not going to be strong, guys. It's just that it's less obviously strong, if that makes any sense, right? Like, this to me is obviously incredibly good. The toolkit that they've given it here, AoE Distort, AoE Healing, AoE Barrier, AoE Boons, decent CC tools, right, that are being used here, stat ramp. Like, this is, like, obviously good. You know, the utility skills are obviously good. Like, they're very... It's like, these are good effects, right? Like, you're giving people endurance back, removing all movement impairing, super speed if you're playing the drums, right? Like, this is really, really good effect. Again, this heal is obviously a very good effect, right? Like, big AoE heal, healing modifier to combo with, you know, your other instruments, right? And, like, your rifle skills. Tale of the Soul Keeper, again, very obviously good skill. Now, this is actually relatively clever with the design here, by the way. Because you'll notice that this is Might, Fury, and Alacrity on a skill. And I actually think their intention here is probably going to be to kind of lean on you to take this if you want to give Alacrity and boons. Because one of the really big problems with Mesmer balance right now, in my opinion, is that you don't really care about utility skills that much. All of your power is packaged into your main toolkit. So I think this actually feels like a little bit of a balance tool almost. Because they can say, well, we're going to kind of force you to take this if you want to apply boons. And that will kind of increase the competition in the utility skill area, which might make this like a little bit more balanceable, right? Like particularly in PvE. It also gives you notes too, which is also really nice. This is like a good cycler effect, right, for any kind of support Mesmer build. Yeah, and this skill is also, again, like a pretty obviously good skill. AoE Stoke. Oh, yeah, these are already a 600. This is such a nice ability, actually. And by the way, guys, this is what I would call a true stun break for World vs. World. Because in World vs. World, Immobilize is basically a hard CC, and it is lethal. Like, you can... It's, you know, if you get immobilized out of position, it's over for you. Like, you're not going to be able to cleanse it, realistically, because you just get so many condis in that game mode. So this is a true stun break, because it will also apply resistance as well, which makes them... it not only gets you out of a hard CC, it's going to get you out of immobilize too, right? Or at least make you immune to the immobilize for a brief period of time. Yeah. I thought you mentioned that you hate utility boons being in the utility slot. I mean, I'm actually not the biggest fan of it. Yeah, because this is just like a... It basically means that your utility skill is basically a do-nothing skill. You just press it every 20 seconds. But I also acknowledge that you can use it to kind of pressure the spec to be easier to balance at the same time. Because look, here's the thing, Fairy Fryer. We're going Mickey Mouse, okay? Like, we are going hard on these elite specs. Like, ArenaNet want these to be absolutely insane. So look, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, this one obviously kind of a bit more damaging, right? With some CC and like debuffs on it as well. And then, yeah, Tale of the August Queen. Retell how Queen Jenna protected her city in their time of need. Granting allies distortion and chaos aura. Oof. That is a good one. Command every instrument to begin playing in the background. Duration is determined by the number of instruments you currently have playing. So you get a lot. If you execute this correctly, you could have like an insane combo, right? You can just go berserk, play all of your weapons, go into the elite, or all of your instruments, and then bam, you have another 15 seconds, right, of instrument playing if you kind of like line this up really well. It's very strong. Because bear in mind, guys, that's going to give you, what, 20% extra stats, 20% extra healing, right, for a good chunk of duration. Like, you're going to be cranking with this, right? You're going to be cranking with some of these abilities. Now, this is expensive because you do have to give up Moa for this. So it's not nothing. It's not like a zero trade-off. But, I mean, man, like being able to just immune everyone in a 600 radius for 2 seconds, that effect is crazy, right? Like, that is an insanely strong effect. I'm curious if it's actually going to survive, because I actually do, look, I know that I said we are going Mickey Mouse, we are going crazy here. They do care about the balance of the game. That is an unbelievably strong effect, yeah, to be able to do that. Yeah, it's very, very good. And with Alacrity, that's a 60-second cooldown. So you can basically, look, guys, holy shit! You can distort for... Dude, it's actually crazy how strong this is on stuff like Ceres. You can literally distort for your entire team on Ceres so they can't fuck up the drop. Actually, I changed my mind, guys. I love this. Now, like, the little frogs who just miserably fail that dodge or just can't even be able to press their own distort, they never fail it. You just do it. What's actually crazy about this, doesn't this actually... This trivializes Ceres sub 10, no? Oh, yeah, this actually fully trivializes Ceres because it's a 2-second distort, so it's actually a long window. You can simply precast this in both subgroups for... Yeah, I think you'll be able to do this on both... You might not be able to do it on both sets, actually, but you can on at least one set. On one set of dodges, you can completely trivialize it. It's absolutely broken, to be honest. Very, very broken ability. Wait, I'm not sure you can do it on both, though, because it is 60 seconds. You can do it on one. You can do it on, like, the hard sets, right? Like, you can do it on the hard sets. So you just won't be able to do it on them, yeah. This is why I do find it a little bit funny. I do find... Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. We're assuming that DPS Troubadour isn't going to be much of a thing. I feel like it will be, like, maybe not so much of a thing, but we'll obviously we'll find out the tuning, right? I think they've... You know, that's got some damage in there. Change it to blur instead of distort if it's too strong. That's definitely a good idea, for sure. That's like a way to kind of keep the role play a little bit, but, you know, maybe potentially also, you know, have like a bit of a potential to tune it as well. But yeah, this event is very good. It's very, very strong. Yeah. DPS Bard.
First the pale tree, now this.
Samrog CM? Yeah. Oof. It's why this is so funny to me, guys. Of all the classes, this goes on Mesmer. Of course it fucking goes on Mesmer, right, guys? Like, of course it does. Are you kidding me? Because, like, Mesmer already has, like, the most busted kind of core class in the game. And then they, like, slap this on top of it. It's... Look, they're not beating the allegations, guys. They're not beating the allegations, let me tell you that. Mesmer is the best class, but yeah, it's definitely looking pretty good. Pretty good, that's for sure. Because, okay, assuming that you kind of, well, I mean, what does the alacrity look like on the trait? Playing the harp grants you distortion. Periodically grant boons to nearby allies as the harp plays. Well, I mean, hold on, though. Okay, so... I don't know, like, I'm not sure if you really are going to need that. It's nice to have a bit of 600 radius, I guess, but... If we look at the harp... Yeah, the harp is a 25-second cooldown. And if you do it... Wait, I mean, hold on. Wait, this is actually busted. Okay, that number... No, never mind. These numbers are insane. Okay, so how long... I think it plays for 5 seconds normally. And so it can play for 20 seconds, I think, if you have 3 notes. So, I mean, yeah, that would apply... let's see. Okay, if it plays for 20 seconds, you get 66% alacrity uptime with no boon duration. With 100%, it's going to be 4 seconds every 3 seconds. So the harp is going to be juiced up and delivering, what, like 6... Well, I guess, yeah, 7 pulses of 7 pulses of 4 seconds of alacrity. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, guys. So, you know, the numbers like stay around similar to that. Yeah, you won't even need that utility skill. Although, again, you know, Might and Fury are relevant, right? They are relevant. But yeah, you're still going to have... Yeah, the big trade-off, right? So, the big thing that you're not going to have... Because you have Chrono right now, correct? Right? So you give up a couple of things. You don't have Giga Alack, and Giga Alack actually is a really strong effect. It means you can use all of your spells more, which is obviously really good. So you don't have Giga Alack, and you're not going to have Continuum Shift, so you can't do like a double mower, right? Double mower, like double anything, right? Like double heal, double, you know, spam all your skills here, right? All that kind of stuff. And you're not going to have Precog Well. So there's no Precog Well. This is a very, very good ability. And Well of Calamity is as well, right? Oh, not that one. The Well of Senility. This is also a very good skill. You're not going to have the Wells. But you are going to have loads of healing, right? Precog is an insane skill too. Look how... This skill is so broken. Oh my god. What a broken ability. Pulsing Aegis... and first pulse ability, and it gives people a dodge back. Oh my god, what a disgusting spell. And it has a 20-second cooldown too, because you have Turbo Alack. Oh, it's so overpowered. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, then you have Mantra Concentration too, right? Yeah. Yeah. They already updated it. Now, no, Guild Wars 2 Skills isn't updated. I'm just, we're kind of comparing this stuff with what's going on there. They have a class flavor. Yeah, I think that I'm expecting to see a lot more unique modifiers now. Like, all these classes have unique mods. They're trying to add, like, proper class fantasy and class RP, which, again, is, I think, a very direct response to feedback they've been getting, for sure, yeah. Makes sense to me. Incredible. And yeah, you can take all the Mesmer goodness. Like, I think it's actually possible that you don't need the utility skills, right? Like, you can take the Mantra, because the Mantra has, like, good synergy with Inspiration, Ego Restoration. Because, yeah, you know, Rifle doesn't have the best clone generation, to be honest, right? Like, it's not the sickest. And you are going to want notes, right? You are going to want a good chunk of notes to play your little songs. Although that might be, again, like a legitimate reason to want Tale of the Soul Keeper. That getting 2 notes on a short cooldown's pretty nice. Yeah. Set to auto attack. Yeah, you can go set to auto attack, but that doesn't mean you aren't on Rifle, right? And I feel like on this build, you want to camp Rifle as hard as possible. Like that's how it always feels like. Whenever I play Chrono, like any kind of heal Chrono. It's like, I feel like you always want to be on Rifle. Like, it's like, this is the best thing ever, right? Like, this feels so good. Because, like, every one of these skills is amazing. Like, it doesn't really feel like you really want to be on the other weapon sets, ever. It feels kind of expensive to not be on Rifle. So you do, like, having clone generation from traits or utilities is pretty nice. Incredible. If I buy Ghost of Ascalon with your referral code, do you get a kickback just for the game? Is it on buy.guildwars2.com? That's honestly a question for awesomeness, actually. If it's here, the answer is yes. Except for the gems, right? But I don't know. I know it works for Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1. But yeah, it has to be like here. It has to be on buy.guildwars2.com for it to work. Rifle spear is the way. Yeah, that's a very common configuration to take. Because like the spear skill's just good, right? Like the mental collapse gives you like a really nifty bit of CC. You actually even have some mobility thrown into the mix too, and obviously like a really powerful defensive effect as well. You see this in PvP, right? Like with spear rifle support mesmers. Just very strong effects, right? These are all like really, really good effects. Even they're good like utility effects, right? Even if you're not playing necessarily as a DPS, as a healer, right? They're really strong effects. Yeah, for sure. The shield. I mean, shield is basically like the best tanking weapon in the entire game. Like, there's nothing better than this. Because of Echo of Memory this is a juiced skill, guys. Is a very, very juiced skill. It's pretty good. Yeah. Books and fractals. Yeah, like Mesmer has good weapons. Like Core Mesmer is. I think Core Mesmer is probably the strongest core class in the game right now. Like, it has like the best. It has some of the best skills in the game. Like, I feel like on every single Mesmer weapon, something is the best in the game. Like, Temporal Curtain is one of the best skills in the game. Shield is the best tank weapon in the game. Rifle is probably the best heal weapon in the game, to be honest, right now. Like, and then Spear is, I think, again, Mesmer Spear is one of the strongest weapons in the game. Just, it's kind of like general purpose, honestly. There's a lot going on there. Yeah, it's just, yeah, like everything is like the strongest thing in the game. Pretty good. Dude, B-Boy won. He's timed out. Range nerf on Curtain is sadness. I mean, it's still a good spell, though. Yeah, it's not what it once was. Sword is the best boon rip for the game. I mean, yeah, Sword does have very good boon rip. Especially because the way it interacts with clones. It's kind of funny that the little clones will also remove the boons. Too, if you get little sword clones up. How do you make healer Gale Shot? Yeah, I think that's probably not happening. Gale Shot's very much kind of in that aggressive approach. Corrupt on Sector Order? That would actually be huge. That would be a massive... it would save the game. It would fully save the game. If they did that, it's the year of Guild Wars 2. The year of Guild Wars 2. Can you restart the deep dive? Well, you haven't even done the deep dive yet. I'm just kind of like browsing around, getting familiar with it, and thinking about stuff. The YouTube, we are not currently in YouTube slop, guys. I want to be very clear about that. Like, you are not witnessing slop currently. But you will be soon. You will be witnessing slop. First Garth. I'm looking forward to the slop, yeah? I feel like, look, I bet you guys are looking forward to the hard-hitting debate content that you got last night. Man, that was such a mistake, by the way. Well, actually, no, it wasn't. I regret nothing. But, dude, I'm paying the price right now. I'm currently, you know, you have to pay the price, and that's what I'm doing right now. I feel like I'm gonna die. No joke, guys. I feel very close to death right now. Honestly, I need a troubadour, right? I need, someone to, like, play the goddamn flute. Well, I guess the flute, I guess it would be the harp, right? The harp is the healing one. Like, the flute would just, like, confuse me. It would daze and confuse me. Maybe not the way. The deafening drum. Dude, you know what? Why? Wait. What? Trig! What is this? You guys couldn't come up with a alliteration for this one? Reverberating lute? Flustering flute, deafening drum, harmonious harp. Are you serious? Is there no word with L? What are some good examples, actually? Wait, what would be like a... What's a music word that begins with L? Any musicians? You can't you can't go loud loot, ligma loot. I mean, that would be pretty entertaining, yeah. Lamentful loot, but it was too sad. That is too sad, actually. I'm glad you didn't go with that, yeah. Lustrous loot. Doesn't really make any sense, though. Lulling loot. It's kind of like an attack skill, right? It does damage. Makes no sense. Yeah. Maybe they should have done a different instrument, I guess. It shouldn't have been the loot. Sending out damaging sound waves. Liquefying loot. Lingering loot. That's yeah. Dude, also, can we wait? Why did none of you guys catch this? Listen, I want you to know, Trig, I appreciate the name of this trait. Okay, this is such a meme in Guild Wars 2. Basically, Joy of Movement was like a massive blog post that ArenaNet did, and it was basically, yeah, guys, Path of Fire basically has no content, but you can, like, jump around on a raptor on it, so it's good. Joy of Movement. Yeah. We took this concept to heart, made it a core pillar of mounts, and went a while bringing that feeling to life. Perform incredible feats. It's all about the mounts. Incredible. Feat. Any chance Zero to Hero comes back? I mean, maybe if I have anything to do. I'll probably play the expansion at least. On that account. There's not a lot to do with Zero to Hero really, because I kind of beat the game. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. More Breeze Sniper. Listen, we'll get to it when we get to it. On the other elites, I mean, we kind of talked about the Luminary is like very interesting to me. This is very, I think this is quite unpredictable. How this is gonna go. Definitely very theory craft rich environment. The most obvious one to me is gonna be like pure DPS and a lack DPS. Healer is interesting. I feel like I'm gonna have to get my hands on this to actually figure out how this is gonna play as a healer. To be honest with you. The thing that I do find very exciting about this spec is that this effect is very good. The Luminary's Blessing. It's going to crank out a good chunk of healing, because every time you reapply it, that also triggers this effect, right? It triggers the healing. And 10% DR is very, very good. Anyways, I'm more of a Kate Bush way. That was my initial thought as well, actually. Also, very good music taste. Okay, that is, I am a big Kate Bush fan, actually. That I thought, wait, hold on. Is this a Wuthering Heights reference? Could this be? Could it be? Very good. Is Luminary Quickness? Luminary is Alacrity. Over here, with Illuminating Inspiration. I've not been, well. Oh, well. How are you doing? Well, I'm having problems getting into my chosen wolves. I pick the guild and always get put in random groups. Oh yeah, relinks don't happen all the time. If you're a new player, it should, if you haven't played for a while, it should zap you in immediately. But you may have to wait if you were kind of already in one, right? Like you have to, like, make sure you set it in your world your world versus world guild, right? Like this is the icon, right? See here? Like, this is my world versus world guild. Make sure that the guild you want is set up correctly, right? And then it should work. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, though. Being ill, not good. Being healthy, good. There's a lot of... This is quite an unpredictable elite spec, I think, because a lot of the stuff here is like Guardian 2.0, right? Like, we're getting... AoE Aegis here. I think Firebrand does bring some complexity to the table, though, because Firebrand is so unbelievably strong inherently. It's so fantastically good. on its own, that's tough, right? Like, it's very strong in its current state. So Guardian kind of has some like very strong internal competition right now, and just like the raw boon and healing output is difficult. So the healer thing is interesting, but it does have this unique buff, right? Like this unique buff I think has potential, especially Grim, thanks for the raid by the way, bro. Especially when we combine it, if we go over here to the staff, right? This is a very exciting effect. Take a look. Heal and remove conditions from nearby allies, then redirect a percentage of their incoming strike damage to you. Damage redirection will end if you fall below 50% health. I actually think they could make that slightly more aggressive and go to 33% even, just to make sure you can really get value out of that when you're soaking damage for the team. But obviously, you're going to be in minstrel gear probably if you're healing, so you're going to get some big value out of that. This effect is very exciting because if you combine those two, it's 20% damage reduction on allies, and that's very uncommon. To be able to do that on top of protection, that's not something that's that's very uncommon to be able to do that. 66% in PvP. I mean, yeah, obviously, that type of effect is scary as fuck in PvP, right? Yeah, 100%. And this is where, like, Luminary in PvP, this is the kind of thing that a healer or a support in PvP, that makes sense. A lot of this stuff makes a lot of sense in the PvP context. It's like a better version of Core Guard support. You've got boons, you've got CC to enable people. You can easily take staff on this, and then sword shield or mace shield even, because you have some mobility with the gleaming blade. You have a block, right? A block on that, so you can survive as your support build pretty nicely and give out Aegis to everyone. Yeah, or DPS Core Guard. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, like that's. I can see this being very exciting in PvP. 100%. The Luminary. And again, you have a lot of skills, right? That you have the leap, you have this immobilize effect, you have some support components, right? Self-Condi cleanse as well, of course, like boon application, protection application, inherent tankiness being added to this. You've got like CCs on this toolkit, and then yeah, you can take some like good weapons with this too. So Pog and Wolfsword, yeah, definitely exciting for Wolfus as well, yeah. Like, if you're playing a DPS or as a healer, right, you're going to be able to, buff people up. And the elite skills here, or the utility skills. Enter a stance that heals when you remove conditions. Then heal nearby allies and remove conditions from them. I mean, it's slightly unclear from the tooltip, but if that's like just like a 7k AoE heal, that is pretty tasty. Because, well, you'd obviously play that on healer, right? Pretty juicy. And the same thing for this. Like, AoE stun break is obviously really good. Valorous stance. And look, notice this. This is like a double down ability. Only a 300 radius, but this is a double down. You could take stand your ground and Valorous stance, right? Too. And of course, this then means whenever you give them boons, you're going to heal them. So you can pop that. It will then trigger the healing from giving them stability. You can then give them maybe an empower as well to give them even more healing. So this is like a potentially very powerful ability, right? If you play the DR one. Yeah, the DR one is probably the least exciting one, right? AoE stun break's nice, obviously, on a utility skill, on a support build. But the other effect is like, I felt that's not amazing. DR for 5 seconds and Aegis. Only 300 radius too, right? Like 300 radius is not very impressive for an ability like that, right? I would say, but yeah, it's not like a horrible skill or anything. It's just that Guardian skills in general are pretty strong. It's like, it's hard to compete. I think this one's really cool. I actually really like this type of effect, right? Like you do damage or get hit and then boom, you like unleash like a Giga AoE too. That's pretty fun, I think. Yeah, an AoE barrier. Guardian finally has access to some barrier too. I feel like, again, is that worth a utility skill? I mean, maybe on like a burst DPS build, right? Maybe you want to like have, maybe if you're doing like a big burst in World versus World, you could like package that in, like charge up a bunch of hits and then unleash like a super bird, like a super burst in World versus World. I can see that being the case. But yeah, I think, you know, again, you know, fairly, you know, it's fairly competitive, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you do a hammer 2 and then boom, you like unleash it, right? Like you unleash the stance and you get like a huge combo, like a massive wombo combo. And then piercing stance. This is the other one. Enter a stance that causes you to deal more damage. This is just like your bread and butter, just like it does more damage, right? You just do damage. It's like a do damage utility skill. Increase strike damage to crowd control enemies. Again, this is going to be all the time in PvE, right? So you get, it's like a 6-second damage mod basically. So you can do like a massive burst. And Guardian is, the way Guardian plays in PvE, it's all about burst a lot of the time. So that's pretty good. Which spec do you think will be the last 3? I don't really know, but it would be really funny if it was Ellie. And then this one. Leap to an area, tethering nearby enemies and empowering allies. Tethered enemies are stunned if they move beyond the range threshold. So yeah, this is a pretty cool skill. You got little chains. By the way, guys, this skill is a reference to the fact, a reference to the meme CMC Unchained. They basically took the chains and added them to this elite spec. Epic Sapphire 1988, thanks for the prime. Really appreciate it. Luminary damage reduction start with the protection? Yes, effects like that do. Dude, okay. Do you think we could teach ArenaNet about 7TV? And then they enable... Wait, do you think Trig could teach them about 7TV? And then they enable CMC Leashed in the official ArenaNet channel? I think we could teach them about it. We could teach them about it, guys. Oh, they won't let you do 7TV? Oh, you've got to convince them. You need 7TV. Yeah. XD would be enabled. Oh no, we've got loads of good ones. Haven't we got like forums? Haven't we got loads of like really good ones that are kind of very Guild Wars 2 community related? Like we have a good variety. We're not adding DYB, guys. Oh yeah, dude, we have Guild Wars 2 forums. That is a good emote actually. That is very, very powerful. Oh yeah, Zojagar. Oh yeah, Midcore is here as well. DYB, Darren's 2 DYB. That's true actually. Yeah, you can go into the chat and just put Darren's 2 DYB. There's like nothing anyone can do to stop you with that. Desmine IIR, that's true, yeah. Zer IIR. Wait, we have like multiple Weeb emotes. What is this? They have to add them? Correct, yes. They would have to add them. But why would they not add them? They would obviously add them. Yeah, this elite's pretty cool. Again, you know, if you can actually pull this off in World versus World, that's kind of huge, no? Again, obviously, like, you know, renewed focus may still end up being attractive, or even something like, you know, Feel My Wrath for super speed and so on. But this is pretty cool, right? That you leap in, and you know, you can basically like chain people so they can't get out of your like Giga Blast. Hate watching? We're not adding hate watching. Pretty cool ability. I think people are a little bit salty about the GM trait giving alacrity, but I honestly think it's fine because like people are getting baited by the alacrity, no? People are getting hardcore baited by alacrity. Because these traits also change your gameplay a lot. It's like, oh yeah, you give alacrity and you reduce the recharge of your virtue skills when you equip a radiant weapon. That's a very significant like gameplay altering effect, right? Same here with this one. Gain light aura, and you know when you use a luminary skill, you detonate light aura, right? Damaging enemies and healing ours. Really cool effect. And then you know the same with Master at Arms, right? Using a virtue skill recharges a radiant weapon skills. Justice recharges hammer, resolve recharges staff, and courage recharges sword and shield. And then you get this, you know, very different approach to like how the class works. Tier 3 Alac competes with a healing trait, which is goofy. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Like, yeah, you can't have the Alacrity one and, like, the Light Aura detonation ability, which definitely does feel a little bit bad. That's a bit unfortunate. But, I mean, bear in mind, you know, they might just, like, jiggle them around a little bit. They could always, like, move the Alacrity somewhere else if they wanted to. Increase of 3 with Indomitable Courage and the Alac trait will be juicy. Yeah, this is kind of strong. Right, like, this is powerful. Because whenever you equip a Radiant weapon, you get 4-second cooldown reduction on your virtues, right? And that includes your AoE stun break, right? Which is your Indomitable Courage powered... let me open up Dual-C skills. I actually might have to go and eat something. I'm actually so hungry, I'm just distracted. Because, like, my entire... I'm completely messed up because of all the sleeping stuff. You look at virtues, you have this effect. Reduces the cooldown. But you also get a 600 radius, stability, and stun break, which is... It's pretty good. 38-second cooldown. Of course, that will be reduced when you use those weapons as well. Having a vitality trait, well, I mean, I think at the end of the day that makes sense, right? They probably work well, you know. 11k health is for suckers. They've basically done that with Ellie too, right? Like Ellie tends to have a bit more HP these days with how its specs go. I would not be surprised at all to see them do that with Evoker as well, because Elementalist is too difficult and Ellie mains find the game too hard. So they will make it a little bit easier for the Elementalist mains. Incredible. We love to see that. The new Ellie spec will come with a 1-button assist. Look, people would love 1-button assist in Guild Wars 2. That was a big one. Yeah. Bird of Prey. This trait is actually a reference to Trig's favorite movie of all time, Birds of Prey. Fun fact. Not a lot of people know that. That's actually kind of a, you know, an unknown one. Flock together. Birds of a feather flock together, guys. That's why this is a bird-themed trait. The GALESHOT 3rd Grandmaster, the Peepo trait. Exactly. Look, unironica, this is based. This is not even necessarily supposed to be good. Right? Like, Shrike is not supposed to be even... They probably don't mind if this one isn't that amazing. This is a trait that only exists for froggers who want to camp in it forever and never use anything else. That's what this is. So you can just be a wind wizard forever. Noob bait? Exactly. Just put a 20% mod on Shrike, they'll be forced to do damage. That's actually big. Is this how we fix the open world? You just make Barebow actually do insane DPS. Like, Shrike does crazy DPS now, and they just auto-attack on the Cyclone Bow. Insane. A Guardian playstyle with Luminary design is alright. I mean, I think Luminary is the one that is, like, I feel like least obviously really good outside of DPS. I'm sure it will do damage, right? It will always do damage. But yeah, I think really unpredictable. Yeah. It's gonna be so interesting to see what people cook up with that. PV code spec, I am inclined to agree. Yeah, it is definitely thinking about competitive a fair bit. It's got that, it's a bit like Hollow, right? It's got that versatility kind of coded into it. 100%, yeah. Yeah. I mean, GALESHOT in PvP, that's going to be nasty, man. Look, I'm saying, this is Boyce 1v9. This is literally Boyce 1v9, guys. I hate to say it. And honestly, maybe I love to say it. But yeah, it's boys 1v9. Cannot be good in PvP. Well, exactly. It's so fast, right? You have, yeah, feel the rush is really good. And honestly, just like the bird of prey is crazy, right? This is a really good one. You just have like baseline, swiftness, effectiveness is increased. Jet stream, you have like the little leapy utility skill, as well. Wherever that thing is, like the leap. Yeah, whirlwind, right? Like, this is crazy. And you can have, like, the ranger weapons. You can have sword. You can have greatsword, right? You're going to be so fast. And you basically have that third weapon set. Guaranteed 1200 range package into your build. Like, this is insane. Definitely, yeah, really, really powerful effect.
Bonus damage against crowd controlled.
Hold on. I'm opening the stream again. Guys, I actually might quickly go and eat something. I might go and feast and then return. Remove Scribble? Oh, yeah. That is a really juicy effect, right? Yeah, the joy of movement. That's, yeah, Squall's remove movement. Yeah, so if these are even remotely good, man, you're going to be so slippery, right? Like, if you take that one and then any of these are good, that is juicy, right? Like, very, very juicy. I like this. I actually really like the Perfect Storm. That looks really cool. I think it's a good RP ability. Projectile block, very strong on how will GALESHOT be doing? I mean, yeah, projectile block does exist. I wouldn't say it's, like, super crazy right now, outside of world versus world. You know, projectiles are good in PvP. But, you know, that's obviously something that can be balanced around. Sword, dagger, spear, stealth spam with permanence and evade spam. Yeah, I mean, that is, that's something. That's very, very something. But anyway, yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to quickly eat some slop. And I will return, and I will be delivering slop to you guys. Because I actually do want to try to... Look, this is exciting, guys. I'm actually tired at the right time for once. I will be able to sleep in a couple of hours, I think. And I will have succeeded hard reset. Man, this is crazy. The 8-hour debate basically enabled me to succeed hard reset. So what does that tell you? It means we need to do more hardcore debates. That's what it says. Hard reset? Dude, look. This is not copium. This is what? My, like, 7th hard reset. Like, I'm the only person ever to have succeeded it, by the way. Nobody else has ever succeeded hard reset. Jester failed hard reset. Delta failed hard reset. Nobody even else dares to even attempt hard reset. So, yeah, it is what it is. That's just the way it is, guys. Oh, man. Right. Anyway, I'm going to go eat something real quick, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, yeah? Oh.
First the pale tree, now this. First the pale tree, now this. First the pale tree, now this.
Right. Back. You guys excited for your serving of slop? I know you are. I know you are. Here we go. Oh, man. Let's do this. Watch the VOD, guys. What's this emote that B-Boy's linking? Glorping. I mean, there's some potential there. Oh, I just closed Twitch chat. No. Shout out to YouTube. How many people we got on YouTube? 500 on YouTube. Nice. That's a lot, huh? Cheese? No, there was no cheese. I just checked. Cheese, 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 cheese. One day we'll combine YouTube player with Twitch chat. Say cheese 100 more times. I'll not donate, but I will appreciate. Well, I mean, look, if you keep listening to more and more streams, I will probably say the word cheese more, so it will slowly add up to 100. There is that. Wait, what is this Reddit thread? King and Virtue's a courtesan Luminary is short-sighted. Yeah, that was a surprise to me actually. That definitely was a surprise to me. Yeah. I was expecting it to be like a full replacement, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. The non-growers are I will say that yeah, the trait design of Luminary is. I don't think it's like horrible, but it definitely is the least spicy, right? If we go over to it, it's the least spicy, for sure, with how this works, right? They're fairly basic. These are all pretty basic traits. A lot of the time, a bit more damage, cleanse, and just a little bit of sustain. They're not super crazy. That is true. Core plus specs, Reaper, Tempest, and Deado. I wouldn't say Reaper is a core plus at all, actually. Like, it's exactly the opposite. It completely reworks the original mechanic, right? That's the kind of elite spec I want. That's why I did kind of like, you know, I was definitely expecting them to basically, I was excited, like, oh, how is the Virtue Stratland going to interact with the thing? I wonder if that was part of the concern why they went that way, because they were like, how are we going to make the Virtues traits actually work with this, right? Like, it would be, because it is like a completely, fundamentally different mechanic, yeah. Out of all the different foods, they choose the Ascended Healer food to be part of the legendary collection. I mean, that would be, wait, what is this? Oh, okay, well, they choose the they chose the only non-Ascended Healer food? wait, oh no. I mean, look, that's unfortunate, guys. You hate to see that. You hate to see that. Yeah, like the delicious rifle. Yeah. 1v1v rock, paper, scissors. You choose the rock? Okay, I choose paper. Yeah. OP replied to the top reply. Wait, okay, I need to actually have a look. Not when you need the concentration. It's the one you use otherwise. Oh no. Wait, dude, this guy is actually a little peepo. Italian Festival not available all year round? Wait, what? Wait, why'd you even say this? Makes no sense. 121k karma. If the supply everyone away, how would you get rice balls in October? Dude, this poor guy. This poor guy. If something impossible happens, then sure, this video is not. He's not. Oh no. That is a dumb argument. No. Oh dear. Oh dear. We do not like to see that, guys. We do not like to see this. Guild Wars 2 is such a weird. It's quite the place, guys. It is quite the meme. It is quite the meme indeed. It doesn't work like a shroud. That actually is true. Yeah, you do have your slot skill still. So yeah, it's not really. Although, yeah, I guess it's like druid, isn't it? Just like druid. Basically, right? Because you charge it, and basically it's charging without a resource. The charging is time, right? You use it, then you get it for 20 seconds. That's basically druid. I feel like is how it works. Yeah. All the percent increases on Mez. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is kind of nutty, right? Like 20% all stats, basically, if you have all the instruments going, is crazy. Right? And 20% healing mod. When you've got those going, you can have like a massive, massive crescendo, right? And yeah, that's... you do need a GM trait for that, though. But let's see, what GM trait would you take as a healer? After using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for your duration. Gain increased attributes for each instrument you have playing. So you could play that. Call and response. When you use an instrument above the note threshold, create an afterimage that plays. So basically, if you want to use you basically want to always use triple notes. If you want to do that. And then altered chord. Crescendo prompts your last played instrument to take the spotlight, augmenting Crescendo's effects. Playing an instrument recharges Crescendo. Oh, it recharge. Oh, yeah, it doesn't like fully recharge. I was going to say, if it fully recharged, that would be insane. Yeah, this is a good one for... This is a strong effect. So when you play an instrument, then you use Crescendo, you get this bonus effect. So you'll get a bonus heal if you play the harp. You play the drum, you're going to get a big daze, like 3-second daze on your Crescendo. The flute will give you 5 confusion stacks, and then the chord, the lute, is going to give you the 25% damage effect. So, I mean, yeah, for PvE heal, I want to say you would play this, but you've got to think about the gameplay implications as well, right? So, this basically gives you mega notes after you play Crescendo. This is fine, though, because you don't necessarily care about having all of the weapons going at the same time, right? Necessarily. Because this basically gives you 2 free casts. When you do a Crescendo, you get 2 free casts immediately afterwards. But you get that stat increase is so good, huh? Like having again, 5%, like 10% more stats, 10% more healing power, 10% more concentration. It's a very strong effect. And the note generation is powerful too, because, that just allows you to get very high duration on like your musical instruments. And yeah, the Crescendo, the more instruments you have playing, the more effect you're going to get out of that, right? Yeah, this is definitely very interesting, because this basically says you want to use your Crescendo first a lot of the time. But that's also not necessary. That's actually not necessarily true, right? You could use it in the middle. You could, like, you know, use your basic clone generation to get a couple of instruments going, and then after that do a crescendo, and then you'll get the other two. Let's say you do two. You could go 2 instruments into crescendo into another 2 instruments for free, very, very easily with this type of approach. Or, you know, you could do 1 even, and then you get the rest of the, you know, the other 3 very easily. And just use this as like a big part of your clone generation. And all of these are strong, right? Because this is like the nature magic one. If you play a triple note, you get a second proc, basically, of the heart. So you get that, you know, you get a second proc of the heal, you get a second proc of the daze, you get a second proc of the damage, right? All that kind of stuff. So that's also a strong effect. And then altered chord, yeah, this one's very versatile, right? And every time you play, you're going to get closer and closer to your crescendo again, right? 2-second cooldown reduction whenever you play something. That's not the most insane CDR, because you only have 4 weapons, but, you know, it's not nothing for sure. You're going to get, like, a good chunk of procs off. 100%, right? With that. Yeah, that is good, actually. I think I do agree with the analysis that GM traits being attached to boons is maybe not the way, because the GM traits are often very transformative. So having basically like locking the playstyle to a boon, I'm not sure about that one. I think that's definitely worth thinking about at least, because this is really nice. Like all 3 of these are really cool and really interesting. And I think could see play. But yeah, like for sure, like just the raw stats, the pure raw stats you're gonna get from Fortissimo is very juicy. Might and Fury coming through there. Bear in mind that's with no boon duration, guys. You're gonna have 100%. So that's 4 seconds of Fury per instrument and 16 seconds of Might per instrument. Pretty good. What's this one? Oh yeah, you're obviously playing this on support, right? The love song. And then this one here. Oh yeah, this one for PvE is incredibly good. Very good for PvE. And then what would you play in PvP? You get well, I guess this isn't horrible for PvP. You just get an extra 3 days after a few seconds. Just like more AoE CC. And maybe you could give a bit of self-sustain to yourself as well with Mayhem, right? Because you will be able to apply Torment. You will, well, yeah, you're going to have some like baseline confusion and Torment, so you can use that for like a little bit of self-sustain potentially on a support build in PvP. Although honestly, maybe hold the note. Because like, again, let's say you give stability. Let's say you give stability in PvP, and then you drop a crescendo, you're extending that stability by potentially 3 seconds, which is a very, bear in mind guys, boon durations are a lot shorter in PvP, so extending something like stability or resistance by 3 seconds is very potent to be able to do that. And well, and everything really, like prot too, like every boon, like boons in general are a lot weightier in PvP because durations are lower. So, you're not going to have this stuff up all the time. It's funny, guys. You know, PvP, even though it is a little bit cooked, I'm not going to pretend otherwise, at the end of the day, boon design is actually vaguely how it's supposed to be in PvP still. So you have to make considerations like that. How do you feel about the new Guardian spec being a bit empty compared to these two? I think I would agree, but also disagrue with that. On Luminary. I know what people are saying, and it definitely does feel to be, I want to say, the least fully formed. Like GALESHOT and Troubadour, yeah, these feel very finished, for sure, very complete. I feel like there's definitely some more cooking that could be done here, but I wouldn't underestimate the Luminary, because bear in mind, you are getting a lot of skills with this. You're getting a total of 9 additional weapon skills guaranteed on every build with the Luminary, and then you have the stances too. So I think it's definitely interesting to see where this ends up. Like, that's the question for me, is what type of build is this going to be? It feels a lot less clear. It's like, for me, this is very obvious what Bard is going to do, right? I know exactly how this build is going to play out, and it's clear as day, right? And same with GALESHOT. Like, with GALESHOT, I know exactly what this is supposed to do. It's very obvious what it's supposed to do. The Luminary, it's less obvious, I think, how this is going to go and what this is going to end up doing in the game. Yeah. But it's got potential. It does have potential. Again, this Luminary's Blessing mechanic is potent. Do not underestimate it. I actually really like what they did with the auto attack, by the way. Like, your auto attack changes based off what weapon you have. I think that's really cool. You get like a little bonus effect. So, you know, when you've got the sword, you do Vuln, the hammer does more damage, the staff does regen, and the shield gives resolution. I think that's actually a really, really cool effect. A really cool design with how they did that. And yeah, I do like this weapon combo system. There's a lot going on there. And like the bonuses, like you get a bonus when you leave based on that. So for example, you know, let's say you were playing Firebrand in World versus World, right? You would, wait, dude, this is weird. The zoom is being a bit strange. Like, yeah, you know, you want to end on the staff, right? So you get the 15% healing modifier there as well. Or potentially, like the shield. The shield is giving you reduced incoming damage. And bear in mind, this is baseline. Every Luminary has this. Let's say you're playing Dragon Hunter, right? Let's say you were playing that. What would you play in World versus World? Dude, you know, this trait's going to be a bit depressing in World versus World because it won't give Alacrity in World versus World. It will probably... Yeah, you might run the Illuminating Inspiration because, again, that's going to give you access to your F2 and F3 more often, which feels insane on this. So you can give more stability out, you can give more Condi Cleanse out, more boon output as well. Yeah, it's going to be Vigor in World versus World or something like that. Who knows what it'll do. But yeah, this will be very strong in the World versus World context. Does this spec have resistance? I think it... Does it give resistance? Anywhere? Doesn't give resistance. I think that is a relatively notable downside of this. Because that's something that Firebrand does that's very nifty. Is it does have the Tome 3 4th skill. And you do want to have that resistance for World versus World. But still, you know, 20% DR is good. It's like a mini Dwarf Elite that you have up like a good chunk of the time. You can like really keep that going by, you know, going in and out of the shroud. Yeah, I guess Spear has resistance, so that could be an approach you take. I feel like it's not as good as Firebrand's pulsing resistance though, but yeah, definitely something that could exist. Obviously, it's, you know, they can't make it literally strictly better, right? Than strictly better than Firebrand. That wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't hate it. I'm really curious about this one. I'm like, I understand why people are maybe feeling a bit nervous because again, like, I think there's such a strong, you know, it's so obvious where this is going, right? With the Bard, same with the GALESHOT. It just has this very defined, obvious roleplay and fantasy and class design, right? Whereas the Luminary, yeah, I think yeah. I feel like we're really going to have to get our hands on this to see what this does. Hopefully that explains it or makes sense to you guys. Because that's what I'm feeling with this. It's like, I just want, like, what does this do? How is this going to play in the game? DPS Spellbreaker, tanky that is generally easier for pugs. Well, and also, I think in PvE it's really exciting, Magras, because it's going to make your entire group tankier, right? You're going to have like a little bit of pulsing healing and that 10% DR that you can then enhance to the 20% with the usage of the staff as well. So yeah, that's a very strong effect. I think people are maybe sleeping on that. I think people look at 10% damage reduction and go like, wow, 10% damage reduction? That is very, very good. There's a reason why the damage reduction food is so strong. Because think about this, guys. Okay, so let's say that you're playing, you're like a regular class. You've always got protection on because we're playing PvE. So right off the bat, we're taking 67% damage. Then we've got damage reduction food, which takes us to 60% taken damage. Then we have this. We have another 2 10% DRs on top of this, right? So the first one takes you down to 54% damage taken. And then another one on top of that gets you to 48% damage taken. So if you're in a group with a Luminary, compared to just having regular damage reduction food, you're taking, yeah, like, you'll have 40% damage reduction normally. With a Luminary, you have 52% damage reduction in total. That's actually a very good effect when you utilize the restorative glow effect. It's very strong effect. And you're going to have that consistently. It's very high uptime. Certainly on the Luminary's Blessing, you're going to have very high uptime. Although you are going to have downtime because it is linked to the Shroud, of course. So you're going to have to be in Shroud to give it to people. So there is that. But you could take Persistent Blessing, right? And isn't it free to take that in PvE? It is, no? Yeah. So you can actually kind of fill in the gap a little bit by taking that approach. And then how does the Shroud cooldown reduction work? The recharge time of this skill is reduced for each unused Radiant weapon. Oh, so that's very short then. So you can kind of like peek in there, and let's say you only use one weapon. That's 15-second cooldown reduction. So yeah, there's a couple of approaches you can take here in that case that are gonna make it so yeah, you can go in and out pretty easily, right? Let's say you use 2 weapons, it's a 10-second cooldown, obviously affected by Alacrity, so it'll be 8 seconds. If you use 1 weapon, it's a 4-second cooldown. So yeah, okay. Yeah, you do have some fluidity with how you approach using these abilities. The weapon skills themselves have long CDs in some cases, though. With like 10 seconds here, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Yeah, I think it definitely wants you to use, 1 or 2 of them at least, right? It definitely wants you to. Like, for example, here's like an interesting combo, right? Big, powerful combo here, right? Dazzling Hammer, Luminous Staff. That's going to give Might, Fury, Prot, Rezo, right? Pretty nifty. Or you could dip in. Let's say that you need to give an Aegis. You can like dip in, use the shield, and then dip out, right? And then that means Shroud only has a 5-second cooldown, correct? Because you don't use any of the other weapons. Yo, crew, thanks for the raid. So you actually do have a huge amount of flexibility with like how this stuff can kind of go down. And you can dip in and out of the Luminary pretty easily. So you are going to be able to have very high uptime of this blessing, especially when you have the persistent blessing, yeah. This healing will be non-zero. Even if you don't have any healing power, you will get some value here, right? You are going to generate value from just like healing your team over time. Wait. This is a weird meme. What happens if you double tap? Does it have no cooldown if you double tap? Did they show that? Did they show that on stream? Oh, it's a base minimum 5-second CD. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was gonna say because that would be weird. Yeah, that would be very unusual with persistent blessing. Yeah, that does make sense to me. Yeah. It definitely is the one that is the biggest question mark to me. Like, I think GALESHOT is no question going to be incredibly fun to play. And also has a huge potential to be strong, particularly in competitive modes. Like, this could be a literal demon in PvP, right? Like, also, nice icon on fetch, by the way. That's pretty funny. This could be demonic in PvP. There's no question about it. Like, having a third weapon is obviously really, really good. The fact that it's a ranged weapon that has very good skills in it, that's a good sign, guys. We're cooking with gas on that one. Like, all these skills are very good. And honestly, look, this effect, guys, in PvP, look, do not underestimate this. So this says swiftness is more effective. That is actually very good to have this effect. Because you might be thinking, well, hold on a minute. Aren't I capped out on movement speed anyway with swiftness? No. Because, of course, in combat, you get slowed down, right? And you can go to max speed with super speed. But this is kind of giving you like a little mini super speed effect on all of your swiftness, which is a very big deal, especially in competitive. But it's actually really nice in PvE. I'm sure when you guys have noticed that when you have super speed, it feels really good to be like zooming around all over the place. This is an incredibly good effect. Yeah, no, it doesn't go to 53%. Modifiers like that, it's 20% more, so it's like times 1.2. You can see here on the tooltip, it goes to 40% movement speed. It's a big deal. Yeah, it's a significant movement speed increase. And of course, it also has the super speed access. And Ranger has super speed too, like you can have like lightning reflexes and so on. Lara with the raid. What are we thinking? What is Lara thinking about the elite specs? Also, wait. Hold on, wait, Lara viewers. Do I need to roast Lara? What's this lightweight stuff, Lara? What are you doing? It's what, midnight for you? 12? What are you doing? That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy stuff. Like, you're losing your touch. You are losing your touch. Goodness me. You're getting old. You're getting old. Look, guys, when you hit that big 3-0, what can I tell you? Like, it's coming for me too, right? I'm 29 this year, guys. I can feel it creeping up. I can feel it creeping up on me, guys. It's coming. Lord Holiday. Oh, what fun. Very cool. We love to see that. Going to the beach. Very exciting. Any day over 45. Oh, God, I can't believe you're doing this to me. Oh, man. Are you afraid of male pattern baldness? Honestly, no, for two reasons. One, it's not really in my family, so I think I'm all right, to be honest. And two, I just shave my head. You know, I think I'd look all right. It would be a bit weird at the start, right? You know, you'd be going like, whoa, what's going on? Like, look in the mirror and go like, holy shit, I've got no hair. But now, if I was going bald, just shave my head. Not a big deal. Yeah. Hair is superfluous. I mean, I guess it has some kind of function. Keeps your head warm, I guess. Yeah. Oh, man. It's funny. Yeah, very cool stuff, though. I think this is... I also really want to... The UI is actually really good. Yeah. Like, the UI is definitely really good, too. I like that they put the effort to actually make this relatively readable. It's nearly... Look, if only we could move it up to the middle of the screen so you could see it properly while playing the game, but definitely a start, actually. In my opinion. Yeah, Dad, I don't know why... Seriously, people were saying... People were saying, oh, GALESHOT doesn't look good. I don't know what people were talking about. The way it was described in the initial teaser sounded really positive to me. It was definitely one of the ones that I was expecting to be really cool, really good, yeah. Who was saying that? YouTube, like, people in YouTube, Nike, and Twitch chat, actually. There was, like, a good chunk of... If you go to the YouTube video, right, where I'm talking about yeah, like the elite specs, like the initial kind of overview. Yeah, people were kind of not on it, right? They were not into it. Yeah. That's how it is. Bird Swan. I am a carrion longbow GALESHOT. When I join a group, people say quick. No. I didn't pay $69.99 for the Ultimate Edition for Visions of Eternity to play quick GALESHOT. When these elitist comms pay for my XPEC purchase, maybe then they can force me to play quick, whatever that is. But until then, I ride or die as a carrion longbow GALESHOT. Very nice. How the hype order has reversed. I mean, yeah, I think people were really excited for Luminary, right? And I think that's one that maybe hasn't... Again, I think it's very much a wait and see to see how this one connects. I guess the thing that definitely did trip me up, and they specifically called this out on the show, is that I was expecting it to replace virtues, and there were going to be kind of crazy interactions with virtues there. But yeah, that's essentially the way this is. That's not the way this has gone, right? We have this extra button being attached to it, and I think that is interesting. We are basically playing Core Guard Plus, but I mean these skills are good. The Core Guard virtues are actually. You know, they're actually very underrated. These are actually good abilities. Like F2 and F3 in particular are actually quite strong. The F1 obviously just good for doing a little bit of burning DPS as well at the same time. It's odd and it seems clunky. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure why do we think that? With that type of approach, because bear in mind all the virtues are instant cast, and then it's just like going into druid form almost, right? Like you're a druid, you have all these different weapons and stuff. Lacks identity. I guess it doesn't have a stronger identity as the GALESHOT or the Bard, that's for sure. That is definitely the case. GALESHOT is just Ranger Plus. I mean, it is very Ranger Plus, right? Like you're just getting this extra mechanic layer on top of Core Ranger, 100%. They've had unique virtues. I guess so. I mean, bear in mind, guys, like, I don't, well, obviously, I can't speak to ArenaNet's development, but they can probably make some changes, some fairly significant changes. We're a couple of months out. They probably can't do, like, big reworks. I imagine that's probably a little bit out of scope. Like, this stuff is, this situation, guys, where we're at right now, like, is probably, you know, pretty close to how it's going to ship, I would imagine. Like, they can probably move stuff around, but, like, they can probably change traits as well, but they probably can't, like, mechanically change it that much. They could maybe give it, like, enhanced virtues or something like that, but again, I'm not, I think we should wait till the beta to see if it actually needs that. GALESHOT looks legit, though. Yes! You can be, you always have a bow. The bow is eternal. Direction I take on Luminary. Light aura DPS support tank. Rapid health regen. Massive strike damage reduction. What's the actual direction? Well, I guess... Well, I think that is ultimately the thing, right? To me, it is a lot less obvious what this is going to do. Right, and like what the playstyle is going to look like. It certainly is very wide open, and I think that's kind of part of the design, right? You have all these different weapons, these different tools they're giving you in the toolkit, so I think it's pretty interesting, but I definitely can see it actually being good in a couple of different scenarios, right? Like, I can certainly see it being as a, you know, a power DPS, obviously, like a tanky power DPS in PvE, kind of a brawler. In World versus World, I do see some potential as a support, actually. It has some very powerful supportive capacity, in my opinion, with the damage reduction. And the condition removal, right? And healing output too, and boon output. So I think it's got that going for it. In PvP, I think this can be a support too. I think it's basically like Core Guard Plus for DPS as well. So it's, I guess it maybe it is almost lacking a new direction for Guardian. But I'll tell you what, guys, that's a little bit difficult, okay? Because Guardian already kind of does everything, right? It is like an inherently very flexible, hybrid-oriented spec. That's how Guardian's always been. So, like, it's not super surprising to me that that's kind of like where we're going, right? Yeah, it's a bruiser kind of spec. None of them played Core Guard in the last 5 years. It's a new playstyle because Core Guard is unviable everywhere. It's been for a decade. I mean, there you go then. Yeah. Alack to others or just self? Yeah, it's AoE Alack. AoE Alack. And then the Bard does AoE Alack as well. With this trait here. The Love Song. Dark Guardian? I mean, it's a little bit like Dark Guardian. Yeah. Dark Guardian is XPEC 6. I mean, surely you mean XPEC 7. Dark Guardian's Revenant? That also is true. Now, look. Surely we have to drop a nuke here. Guys, why is Luminary a shield? What happened? Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I'm actually kind of serious. Like, what is this? What is Luminary, a floating lantern that does nothing? Well, I mean, it does do something. It's like when you go into Shroud, you know, it activates. You feast on it. Look, when he goes in, what happens? Boom, it disappears and then juices you. Yeah, the lamp is maybe a bit redundant. Because it doesn't actually have any mechanical purpose. It is weird, actually. That is strange. You guys have got a good point there. You don't interact with it in any way. It is like a pointless cosmetic thing that has no purpose. So I suppose that is a little bit unusual. Does look pretty cool, though, I guess. Boom. Darren's is here. Can't you say the same thing with gyros? Well, weirdly enough, like, not originally. And they, well, kind of no, because the function gyro, actually, you interact with it. And the other gyros, they just, like, float over your head. But you used to actually summon them. They were little pets. Yeah. Boom. Also, guys, look, I fully offer you guys my services. If you need help setting up the stream with 1080p and audio, I'll do it. I'll help you guys. That's like an open offer. I don't want to have this experience again, guys. I don't want to have the... Look, let me remind you guys of the Trig experience.
Elite Specialization previews was for End of Dragons. The very first week, it was incredibly smoggy in Bellevue, and level mechanics, some of the lore. You know, we're gonna be showing stuff on pretty close. Top right in.
We have a lot of cool art. So again,
let's listen to that. Let's listen to that again, guys. Let's actually take a listen.
Everything you see here, just focusing on the effects. We have a lot of cool art. So again,
yeah.
To when the beta happens. So everything you see here, just focusing on the effects. We have a lot of cool art. So again.
Very nice. Very nice. Let's go into the game.
Want to build up multiple instruments, and then at the end of your gameplay loop, you're going to press crescendo. It's kind of a big tide turning skill with some pretty decent effects. So I think talking about the support role and why we also wanted it. You know, with Secrets of the Obscure, we released the rifle for that.
Look at, yeah, CMC is reading the chat thinking, like, what on earth is going wrong here? Like, what is happening? Guardian like in power quickness EPS? Yeah, I guess they could have gone with quickness on this instead of alacrity. Maybe they will. Yeah. Where Trig said that Mesmer is barred. He did say it. He did say that it's barred. He dropped it. He should be in studio. Coco Paulie. I don't think so, actually. You know, look, I actually like that. I think it's cool to do some in-studio stuff, but I think that it really gives this human touch to these streams that I think is really good for community management. Like, look, CMC and Trig are very popular, in my opinion. I think they're very well liked, very well loved by the community, and I like it. It's got this, you know, it's got a personal touch to it, you know? It's good. I like the you know, the AI background blur as well. To be honest, I've never really liked that. I think it looks scuffed as hell, but it's the way it is. Aiden get some good mics and streams them though. Well, their mic is fine. It's just that you know, it was using the wrong one on Discord, I think. Whole at home thing is a bit unprofessional. Well, to be honest, I guess that's an opinion. I guess you know, I'm not gonna take your opinion away from you. I will allow it. They both work from home. Well, probably not all the time, but they are right now. Lara's linking me a clip. I'm playing the clip.
Joined by Taylor Brooks.
Oh, yeah. Very nice.
What's happened to the microphone?
Very nice.
You excited?
Going pretty well, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is, you hate to see that guy. Well, you hate to hear that. You do hate to hear that. That's brutal stuff. Yeah. Huge. I don't know. Oh, wait, did you not know how bad it was, Trig? Bro, it was fucked. Let's, look.
I am...
Oh, gold. Oh, gold.
On screen if you choose to read them.
What's happened to the microphone?
How's it going, Taylor? You excited?
Going pretty well, you know.
It was pretty brutal. It was an explosive start. An explosive start. Big booming voice for Troubadour. What I'm amazed is, wait, how did CMC not... Wait, who... No, yeah, how did CMC not realize something was wrong? Because he was surely hearing that at the same time. Oh, wait, were you... Wait, were you streaming? Wait, who was streaming there? Here in the mic... Yeah, okay. So maybe... See, if Trig was streaming, and they were on Discord, and Discord was using the correct mic, then CMC wouldn't know. And it was only OBS using the wrong mic. Oh, wait, CMC was streaming. Wait. So that means that Discord was... Yeah, it was, I mean, he was hearing that then. He was like, yeah, it's... I like it. He enjoyed it. That was the way it was supposed to be. First Garth. They are programmers. They are lucky they know how to turn on their computers. First Garth. CMC's dead inside? Well, I heard that CMC reads the forums, so that's, you know, that's possible. You know, I can't write it off. And CMC is pretty locked in. I mean, look, I honestly, this is maybe Trig can give us some insight on this, but the reality is that CMC, I heard this is true, by the way, guys. CMC is currently working on a video edge. He's making content for us. He is actually currently working on Skyhammer Strats Part 5. So we're gonna have to wait for that, obviously. But yeah, Skyhammer Strats Part 5. It's been like 11 years. He's actually working on the long-awaited next episode. Discord talks to my microphone all the time. It's really annoying. Yeah, I think it's something to do with Windows. Okay. Yeah, like Windows always messes with my audio settings. It happens on a daily basis. Yeah. Not a good time. Bonus damage to CC targets. It would be better just put extra damage without any CC requirement. I don't think so. I think entirely the opposite, actually. I think it's kind of cool to have conditional abilities. Bear in mind in PvE, any Defiant enemy, so basically any boss, is always in that category. So versus bosses, it is a flat damage mod. But I think it's cool when you have interactivity. So, you know, you want to line up a CC and then drop a big nuke on it afterwards. I personally think that's a more interesting and kind of fun approach to that sort of thing. Yeah. Can we have React content? Oh, wow. Engineer pre-game strategy. CMC GW2 Celestial Amulet 10 years ago. Wait, there's audio? Wait.
The flamethrower We have a lot of stuff we can do with tool belt.
Okay.
We can get the flamethrower tool belt.
Yep.
Then we can swap. Get the bomb kit tool belt for a blast finisher.
Yep.
We can get the thumper turret tool belt for a blast finisher.
Yep.
And of course we can get the healing turret blast finisher as well. Benji has access to a ton of blast finishers, and we're going to try to utilize as many as we can. We're going to start with shield, plus flamethrower, swap the bombs, swap the thumper, swap back to toolkit.
Yeah, CMC guys.
Blast with healing turret, and swap.
Yeah, CMC is a massive gamer. You should know this. He used to play hardcore deep PvP. Literally deep PvP. Here, look at this look at the pre-strat. Here's the fucking pre-stat, guys. Here we go. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. Big blast finishes. Look, he's even got the flamethrower buff. It's massive. Take notes. Those spaces between the weapon slot skills. Wait, is that you guys want that back? Is that what we want? Is cam and stuff the exact same as no? I mean, it ain't, bro. Don't fix it, guys. I want to tell you. Yeah. Yeah. It's big. Yeah, I will say, and you know, I need to get into the YouTube slop soon. We're actually getting pretty late, isn't it? I will say something about this, is that I really like that we went hard on these. You know, like, so, people were dooming about this. Oh, it feels so good to be right, guys. I am always right about literally everything. But people were kind of worried that every elite spec was going to be like, oh, you know, you have, you know, it's like, you have an F5. You have, like, one button. Like, one extra button, basically, that you press. But no, I was pretty confident that, especially because there's no weapons, we're going to go pretty hard. Right? They added a lot of, like, really powerful effects. Really strong effects here, as you can see. And also interesting design. Like, they went hard, right? Like, I really like the direction they took with the traits, too. I like that they actually have a very clear vision for this. Because, okay, and this does make me really excited for the other specs, actually. I love that they said, we're not going to make everything work on every spec. There's versatility, you know, like you can do damage on your bard if you want to in open world, right? Like it may not be like a top DPS spec, but, you know, it will exist at the very least. But the core... Exactly, Grim. Yeah, yeah. I was definitely a bit worried that it would be like Condi power support, right, or whatever. And that's not what this is. There's very warping traits. I really like the Grandmaster trait design in particular, actually. But also, I think the Troubadour stuff is just very good in general. I like the trait design quite a lot because they're all very different, right? Like they do incredibly different things, and they will 100% like change like what you're going to bring to the table, what kind of thing you can do. Like, all of them are very good, right? Like, this one gives you more damage, right? This one gives you, like, recharge reduction and, like, note generation. The love song gives you, like, the distortion back and you get the alacrity. The GMs I really like. Like, the GM traits are really, really good. Like, because you have, again, you have... This completely changes, like, your approach to how you might use Crescendo. This one is going to give you that kind of second go. Like, you get, like, double instrument activations. As well, and then you have the altered core, which is, it gives you this interesting like little combo element, right? So you know you're going to use Crescendo, and then your last instrument's going to give you a little bonus here. You know, you're more healing, like you know a CC, and then you know when you play, you get reduction on your Crescendo. These are all very very gameplay warping, right? That's very good, I think. The way they did this. Yeah, this is very high effort, right? It makes me very interested to see what they've cooked up for everything else. Yeah, like very impactful to gameplay, which is exactly what these elite specs need to do, obviously. Repeated the zero clone design with Troubadour after Vert. Will Ritualist also have no shroud? Imagine spirits replacing your shroud mechanic. I think it's relatively unpredictable. Well, obviously, I mean, I'm just gonna wait and see, to be honest. You know, like speculation is speculation, but we're gonna find out very soon. I can see them doing, I don't know which. Like I feel like they have to do Ellie and Thief next week. Oh, yeah, which they could, because they basically they actually confirmed the way they're revealing it, right? they said they're going 1 light, 1 medium, 1 heavy every week. So that is their approach. Yeah. Thief, Alien, Warrior. Yeah, I can see them do that for sure, yeah. And then do NG, Necro, and Rev last, yeah. It would be really funny if they did Ellie. I hope they do Ellie last, to be honest. I fucking hope they do. Oh, I hope they do Ellie, Warrior. Okay, wait. Ellie, Warrior, and Thief last. That would be the most entertaining combo. Because those guys, they like to cry a bit. They do like to cry. So that would be very funny. But honestly, it's honestly completely fine if they do like the, you know, NG last. Like the NG mains, they're very chill guys. Okay, they're very relaxed. Like they're gonna be fine. NG needs juice. I think the NG one's going to be really good RP. You're going to turn into a metal blob or something. How did Distortion Jet break the game? It breaks the game because it lets you... Okay, so the really big thing it could do was that you could distort green circles on Veil Guardian. There was also a couple of like really weird things you could do to basically get perma-distort up in World vs. World. You had like blobs that were literally immune to all damage, which was interesting. That was a thing. But that was mostly because of the Signet Distort trait. So that was, yeah, that was kind of a weird one. But yeah, it allows you to skip or ignore certain mechanics. This is a scary ability, but they can obviously change it, right? It's very game breaky in its current state. And of course, you got to bear in mind, guys, you got to view all of this through the lens of it's on Mesmer as well, and Mesmer is very good. It's just a good class. Like the core class of Mesmer, the core spec, is very strong. So that is also important. Right, like you giving this to another class potentially wouldn't be as impactful because it's not Mesmer. Yeah, but I think that this is relatively easy to balance. Like they could just make this a 2-minute cooldown if they wanted to, right? The problem with Distort Share, this is very important, was that you could keep doing it. It didn't really have an internal cooldown, right? You could keep casting more signets. And getting more distortion, basically. Like you could summon a phantasm and get distortion. You could use all of your signets and get distortion. You could use your distortion and get distortion. So that was like the problem with that. Like this is much more controllable. I think it's an incredibly strong effect, and will definitely have application. But yeah, the question is like, can it be balanced? You know, will it be too strong? Again, I think my concern with this actually isn't that this individual spell is overpowered. Because if you gave this spell to, like, other specs, I could, you know, if you gave that to Tempest, if Rebound did this, let's say Rebound was Tale of the August Queen. That's not as scary to me, because Tempest isn't as insanely good as Mesmer is. Because, you know, you've got Mantra, Portal, right? Like, all that kind of stuff, you know, like, it's good. Like, Mesmer is, like, a very good core toolkit that sees a lot of applicability in PvE encounters. So it's a lot less scary. Like, to be honest, I feel like this actually might not be... You know, I was talking about how the French might come up with something. And maybe there's something crazy that you can do in PvP. But again, it's an elite skill and you can make it pretty expensive. Like, and you also have to play Bard. And you might not necessarily want to play Bard on like every Mesmer spec in PvP. But yeah. But I mean, it's definitely a very good effect. Like sharing invulnerability to your team in PvP. Like think about, oh my god, it's 600 radius as well. Imagine this, guys. You're going for a big team fight, and your Bard just pops Tale of the August Queen. 1, that shuts down your enemy's entire assault, and 2, your team is invulnerable and can just push through anything. That's insane. That's absolutely wild. It's good in World vs. World 2 for the same reason. 2 seconds distort is very nice. It's like charge through. Push! Push! We love to see that. I love push. Guys, it's kind of time for a little bit of slop. I feel the urge to create slop content. I really do. I really do, guys. Because I do want to go to bed. So that does mandate that we create slop. This wasn't it? No, this is not the slop. I'm still just kind of thinking about what I'm going to say. I'm also building up the energy level to do it and to generate slop for all of you. Because I am actually a little bit tired. I'm drained, you could say. Because I stayed up all last night debating. Yeah. It was tough. It was big. Multiple Troubadours chaining an elite in a World vs. World zone when they break the game, literally. I mean, you won't be able to get 100% uptime. But, I mean, yeah. Like, if there was a double Troubadour meta, that would be really spooky. Let's imagine in World vs. World you play double Troubadour. You have one person who pops the distort first, then another person who pops it second. And you have 4 seconds of, like, true invulnerability for your entire Zerg. I mean, yeah. That's very game-breaky. That is unbelievably game breaky, actually, if that ended up being the case. So they'd obviously have to keep an eye on that. But, you know, again, they could reduce the duration to 1 second. They could even reduce it to half a second or like 3/4 of a second in World vs. World. They can make it blur instead of distort. They could increase the cooldown a lot, right, as well. So like the cooldown is really, really high instead. So, yeah. Blur and distort. So blur makes you evade everything. Distort makes you invulnerable. The key thing with distortion is that distortion like makes you immune to all conditions as well. Basically, like you take literally no damage. You are completely invulnerable. You're not invulnerable while you're blur. Blur is like you force everyone to dodge. And some of things can't be dodged, obviously. Some things can't be dodged. You still take condition damage, right? Like stuff that's already on you is still happening. Whereas distortion is a true invulnerability. Like you are completely untouchable while you're distorted. So it's a different situation. Hi YouTube, I'm gonna bard, then bardmancer, pigeonmancer, lampmancer, bye YouTube, end video. Listen, we're gonna have to do the shout out to YouTube, man. This is gonna take ages, by the way. This is probably gonna be over an hour. I want to say this is gonna be over an hour of YouTube slop. Like that is honestly the reality here, guys. Yeah. An hour of slop is crazy, dude. Lynn's hyped. He's hyped up for it. He loves it. He absolutely loves it. I will overdose on slop. YouTube viewers? How many people are watching on YouTube? 449! Man, you guys are still going strong. That's pretty Omega. That's beyond Omega. That's Giga, even. 4 supports with this X-Pack. Let's see Written Paragon. I mean, yeah, they're both going to be support, obviously, or have, like, support components. Ritualist, I guess, maybe it's not certain, but Paragon, obviously, yeah. But that's not a bad thing. I think it's important to have multiple playstyles. I'm kind of hoping that, you know, like, I think it's fine to have, like, an elite spec that is really focused on one thing, but I think it's good to have some that are super versatile as well. YouTube hype moment, dude. Look, YouTube popped off. Let me check the analytics before we do the slop. Hold on, I'm going to my YouTube studio. YouTube studio live. The peak. What was the peak viewership? $1,380. Yeah. That's big. Yeah. Wait, how much? Like, wait, let me see. I actually don't know. I don't even check the ad revenue I get on streams. Okay, so let's see. How much ad revenue did I get? Bro. Okay, so for yesterday's stream, or the day before yesterday, £3.68 ad revenue on YouTube. That's insane. I'm getting rich off that. We're getting paid, guys. Also, actually, Green, seeing as you denied me, I am doing it myself. Check Discord, bro. Green links some weeb shit. I didn't want to click this. I link actual good content in VIP General. VIP General finally gets good content. Of course, I'm referring to Astral Frog from allaboutfrogs.org. Yeah. I dare you to link it. I'm not clicking this like weeb. You got some like cat girl shit you're posting in my Discord. I'm not clicking on it, bro. I almost want to make this into an emote, but I think it would actually be disrespectful. This is someone's like artwork. I'm not just going to steal it, actually. Someone created this like frog doodle. In fact, well, not someone. The illustrious creator of allaboutfrogs.org was responsible for this. What are the opinions? It's over. It's done. Guild Wars 2 is shutting down before the next expansion. That's how bad it is. The game is shutting down. Yeah. Unlucky. But yeah, that's just the way it is, guys. The game is fully shutting down. Guild Wars 2 is dead. The expansion is being renamed to Visions of Maintenance Mode. Yep. Visions of Eternal Maintenance. Sales will shut down in October. Yeah. Incredible. I just bought $5 worth of gems for ArenaNet cooking with these specs. There you go. They've been rewarded. They have been rewarded. Guild Wars 2, the cycle ends. It's going to be big. It's going to be very big. I can't wait for Darren to drop his, like, absolute tsunami of slop. Just, like, unending slop. One video per spec? Dude, that you should do one video per trait, bro. Like a separate video going over all of the balance implications of each trait. That's what I'm talking about. All right, I think it's about time. I wonder if my audio balance is good. I think it's good, actually. I think the music shouldn't be too loud. I think I'm, like, mega loud now. I think I'm giga loud. I'm on different audio hardware. But maybe that's good. Loud equals funny. That is true. Guild Wars 2 elite specialization situation is crazy. The thing about that meme that I absolutely love, it's just, it's such a good meme. Like the ... situation is crazy. You'll stop killing game stream, maybe aim at speed up on the Guild Wars 2 shutdown, so as I close it. But yeah, they don't want to get caught by the legislation, so they're shutting the game down now. Is crazy, Magrest? Yeah, Magrest. Okay. I'm hydrating, then we're doing slop. Let's get this done. It's time to generate slop. Wait, this is the wrong... I don't want that. Here we go. All right then, gamers. Shout out to YouTube. We have got the reveals, the live stream from the illustrious Trig and CMC. Talk about the new elite specializations coming in the next Guild Wars 2 expansion. Today, we have got the Troubadour, the Luminary, and the GALESHOT. And I do have some good news. I have some very, very good news here. The doubters, the despairers, the people who said it's going to be an F5, it's going to be one skill, the traits aren't going to do anything. Well, let me tell you something, guys. Okay, Trig and CMC may not know how to get the right microphone to be used on OBS or Discord, but I'll tell you one thing. They absolutely do know how to make elite specializations, because we have got some pretty serious bangers going on here. They have gone big, let me tell you this. These are going to have a massive impact on the game. I'd be very surprised if they're not. They have very much... absolutely cooked. We went hard on these, and well, let's just go ahead and get into it. But I think that looking pretty good, and we're going to find out why exactly now. So first up is going to be the Troubadour. Right, we might have to actually get rid of Twitch chat a little bit. Like, Twitch chat is slightly obscuring things over there on the elite skill, but listen, maybe we don't have to. Like, we've got to keep them there, otherwise, look, they're going to eat me. That's how it works. They actually eat me if I don't leave them there. But anyway. Next, how does this work? What's going on? Well, quite simple. Look, guys, miracle number one, and this is actually a bit of a theme as we go through all of these, by the way. There actually is UI support for how this system works. So instead of clones, we've got notes. So you don't summon clones anymore. You obviously basically generate them the same way, but you get musical notes instead. These persist, and you can even, keep them out of combat as well. And you use those notes in the same way that you do clones, right? You use your shatter abilities, which are now instruments. You can see them down here. We've got, and we can just grab the tooltips here real quick. We have the profession skills. Shout out to the people who put these Imager videos together, all the little tooltips captured from the stream. But we have the reverberating loot. It does damage. Okay, it hits things. You fire out projectiles. We have the flustering flute, which is kind of the condition damage one, associated with the cry of frustration, right? You've got confusion on there. You've got some daze going on there too. The deafening drum, which is kind of like the CC one, where you have this different, you have a stun or a daze or a shorter range daze, depending on how close you are to the player, kind of banging the drum. And then we have the harmonious harp, this is the healing one, right? This is the big heal. You get a big heal, and then you get a pulse heal over the next couple of seconds as well. And of course, this was hyped up in the post, you have the crescendo, which is the F5, kind of being where continuum shift would be if you were playing Chronomancer. And this one's really cool. Basically, instruments persist. You can see that there's talking about a duration here. Like, you have like a little bit of role play, like your little instrument keeps playing in the background after you initially hit that spell. And then crescendo basically gets more and more powerful depending on how many instruments are currently playing at any given time. And you can see that's exactly what's going on here. You get some damage there. You get barrier too. Very, very nifty. And this blue stuff, by the way, guys, this is obviously trait interactions, which we will get into later on. But I kind of want to just talk about the basic class mechanics first. It's also worth noting that this stat increase, by the way, that's also a trait interaction. So that just isn't colored blue, but that isn't there by default. But anyway, I think a really cool design overall, and we can kind of just go ahead and kind of see this in action right now. We can see them building up a couple of notes here. Bear in mind, there are like three notes. They appear to be, you know, they're kind of, you've got 6 kind of little blobs here that, you know, from the notation, the musical notation here, but they are actually connected, right? As you can see, like these ones two are like directly connected. These like 2 single notes are also the same entity. You don't have 4 clones, you have 3 exactly the same. And then you can see you're fully charged up. Again, out of combat, you can build that up too. And again, you don't need clones. You don't have little entities rolling around. This is a big deal for a lot of game modes. I think players do struggle with that system a little bit, but also it really gives you that flexibility, particularly in world versus world. The clone mechanic is just a mechanic that really does not gel with that world versus world environment very well. So it's like a little note, a little note there. But now you can see that we're going to see a bit of activation here from these abilities. Press it! And yeah, also, this is big, by the way. Notice that little bar above this here? There's actually UI for how long your instrument is going to be lingering around, like playing its little tune in the background. So you know how many instruments you've got up, so you can combo that with your crescendo, or simply be aware of kind of what's going on with your instruments, because they're giving you these passive bonuses depending on, you know, what traits that you might have equipped. So you can see how this one works, and the effects, this is another like big thing about all of these elite specs, and I think why elite specs are so important to Guild Wars 2 is that they unchain hard, right, with the visual effects. Like these, they're really, really cool. You can see, look, the instrument's kind of following the player around here, firing off the projectiles, and then it's like floating in the background, just like playing along. And again, the more notes you have, the longer that is going on for, right? So at a baseline, I think you get 5 seconds, and then for every note you use, or every shatter, you know, every clone you have for your shatters, essentially, you're getting 5 seconds extra, up to a maximum of 20 seconds. So you can really, you know, it's a long duration, right? You're going to be able to kind of chain these together, build up notes quickly, have loads of instruments going on, and then of course that's going to give you not only those bonuses, but enable that finisher move with the crescendo. This is the flute. So this one's kind of more of like a conal ability directly in front of you. You just like, you go, okay, and just like zap everyone in front of you with this cone. Applying some confusion there, of course. And then, of course, you go to the drum in a moment. You just bang on the drum here. Boom! Look at that. Boom! Big purple wave erupting out there. And again, that one is just like a fall-off thing. So if you get people really up close, you stun them with the volume of the drum beat, and you can see that the golems that are a little bit further away are getting that daze effect. And also, here is where the kind of support mesmers are going to get really excited, because this is kind of interesting to think about, right? Like, I'm sure everyone is aware of that support mesmer is incredibly strong in every game mode right now, but Chronomancer, in a way, isn't that supporty inherently with how its traits work. It's mostly just, it's the best option, and Well of Precognition exists a lot of the time, and having, like, you know, big cooldown reduction is really, really good with improved alacrity. But Bard, oh, sorry, I don't, look, I would never call this Bard, guys. Troubadour takes that another level, right? Like, you go a little bit further on that because it does have some support baked into it with the harp. The harp is going to generate that healing effect that we can see here. There we go, and you can see the little harp just floating around. It gives that pulsing healing, right? You can see that going there, and you'll be noticing some alacrity. We'll get to that later, of course. Unsurprisingly, that's going to be involved, but yeah, you can see them just playing that. Boom. Healing going out at the same time. And yeah, this is just going to give you that inherent supportive component. It's worth noting that you don't get distortion for free on this on Troubadour. You have to take a trait for that also we'll have a look at later. As well, but there you go. There is that healing component. It's worth noting, by the way, that the stats here are basically nothing, right? They're not really using stats. This is just, we're seeing base values more or less, like for most things. There is some extra vitality going on there. We're not exactly sure exactly what they're running for this, but you know, these are pretty like neutral values for a lot of this stuff. It might be like soldier's gear or something, who the hell knows. But yeah, that is how the harp works. That's going to be like a big component of your kind of like heal there, and you can see all of these instruments going off, and you can see all of them. You can see the little bars, all of them are going off at the same time there with their base durations, and then the crescendo is that big finishing move. And again, that is going to, again, give you bonus effects and get stronger and stronger for every instrument that you've got going, including that barrier application, right? It's going to do damage and barrier. That's a big deal too, because that's a second inherently supportive component. You're going to have the barrier from your rifle on a build like this. And look, 5k barrier, tasty to have that there. And of course, it's giving Might and Fury because of a trait that we'll see a little bit later there as well. So yeah, big, powerful support tool as well, right? Because you can just use that before a big hit of damage is coming in, and just to kind of keep everyone sustained and like very, very durable. Again, going to be fantastic in the world versus world environment, going to be fantastic in PvE. And again, this is Mesmer support is good in every game mode right now. So this is going to fit right into how the game is going to be played, assuming it's not like, you know, woefully undertuned or like complete garbage, right? Like, yeah, you know, this is a spec that works, right? Like, it's very clearly, it has a very clear design vision, it has a very clear idea of how this spec is actually going to work out there as well. And the utility skills we're getting to now, these are shouts, basically. These are shouts, essentially. They're called tails, and they actually have some really cool RP. Your character actually has voice lines telling little stories, right? So the heal skill, you're telling a story about the dragon cycle and Aurene, right? And it has a really powerful component. You have a big heal that you're going to apply, but you also, if you have an instrument playing, right, you can see here, right, if you have 2 or more instruments, you get a massive healing modifier to nearby allies. 33% incoming healing is going to be applied there as well, in addition to having like a really nice self heal and also a really big ally heal. And that's the gimmick, right? Like, that is the gimmick here with these shouts, is that this is cool. They're linked to an instrument. So to get a bonus effect for each of these shouts, you need to be playing the appropriate instrument at the time. So you've got that interplay. And this is exactly what I was looking for, by the way, with these elite specs. And you probably heard me talking about this in some of the previous videos, is that because we don't have a weapon, because these want to be really impactful, because this is a huge selling point for the expansion, I was really looking for this really cool interactive design. It's something that we saw ArenaNet really focus on with the weapons, and they've really taken what they've learned there and translated that into these elite specs, which is really exciting to me. And, you know, if your elite spec hasn't been revealed yet, you should feel very happy actually about the design that we're seeing here on the elite specializations that have been revealed today. Like, we haven't even got to the others yet, but it is a running theme, is that you have a lot of interactivity between different components of the elite specialization that give you interesting decisions to make, right? Like thoughtful usage of how you might go about using certain skills, the order that you're going to want to use these abilities to chain them together in interesting and effective ways, which I think is, yeah, that's good. I mean, well, it's good design, no? I don't know what to tell you. That's the way it is. Yeah, pretty powerful skill here as well. Of course, like a big AoE heal, because of course the heal mantra is good right now. You have access to that heal mantra, but you know, I don't know, maybe you want to take a really big nuke AoE heal too. The next skill is just kind of a basic boon skill, Tale of the Soul Keeper. Does fuel, it fuels you too, but you just give Might, Fury, and Alacrity, basically baseline. Very much in theme, if you think about it, with Renegade, right? Kind of, you know, that the Char theme, which also has like Might, Fury, and Alacrity kind of attached to Renegade there a little bit, with the Soul Keeper, Elmora Soul Keeper. And the bonus here is if you are playing the lute, that is the F1, then you'll also gain 2 notes, right? Which is going to allow you to immediately get like a really strong instrument played there as well. And then next up, we're going to get to that in a moment, is actually a skill that has 2 charges. So this is, again, kind of like a mobility skill. Let's scroll over to it now. And we can also actually just take a look at the tooltips here. It's probably going to be a little bit easier, so we can zoom in a little bit so you guys can read them there. So that, yeah, again, that first one was the Tale of the Soul Keeper, and now, and again, these are shouts, so 600 radius, right? Super powerful. That's really strong. The heal skill's 360. If that was a 600 radius heal skill, that would be so broken. 360 is pretty nice though. Tale of the Honorable Rogue, and this is a ammo skill, so you get 2 charges of that, which is nifty, to say the least. And look at that. This is a damn good skill, especially in competitive environments, right? So you quote the escapades of Dougal Keen, causing nearby allies to become extraordinarily nimble and liberating them from movement-impairing conditions. And yeah, look, Trig and CMC, they've both read Ghosts of Ascalon, so maybe you should too. But anyway, look at this skill. It's going to break you out of all of the snares, give you 50 endurance back, and apply swiftness. And if you're playing the drums, you're going to give that super speed as well. You're going to give super speed to people in addition to that swiftness. Incredibly powerful effect to have that. And again, the cooldown is relatively short too, with 25 seconds. It's not a stun break. That would really be, I mean, that would be GG. That would be insanely broken. But yeah, the numbers on this are going to need... they're going to need some tuning, right? For sure, and this potentially could be unbelievably powerful, right? Because being able to give all of your allies a dodge back, let's say in PvP or World vs. World, and even PvE, by the way, it's very underrated. Like, Well of Precognition does this. It's an underrated part of that skill. Giving everyone a full dodge back is wild, right? Especially in World vs. World, like, getting immobilized is like, oh, it feels super bad, right? So being able to specifically remove these conditions, cripple, chill, and immobilize, that's a very, very, very good effect to have access to. And the super speed, if you're playing the drums, that's the icing on the cake, right? You're then going to be able to allow allies to fix their positioning in World versus World. You're going to set up a really powerful push, right? Or a really big mobility moment. And of course, the same is true in PvP too, and to a lesser extent PvE as well. So yeah, this is a very powerful ability for sure. Just, a lot going on there in that ability. And having ammo is a big deal, okay? Because that really gives you that flexibility in using this. It means you can kind of use one charge and you're kind of getting another one back, and you've still got one in reserve. Ammo is very powerful, very, 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 very powerful effect. Quick note on this, by the way, on Tale of the Soul Keeper. This is a very generic boon ability, but it's at the current numbers, the current tuning, it's not actually going to be necessary if you want to upkeep Perma-Relac, by the way. So you're still going to have very high flexibility on Mesmer. We'll obviously look at the traits in a little bit to kind of talk about that. But yeah, the next one is going to be the Tale of the Valiant Marshals. This is about Traherne. I'm sure you guys love Traherne. Break their stuns and brace them for battle. And this is going to be another, again, this is a potent ability. Protection and resistance. Another really potent boon in the competitive environments. And again, AoE stun break, similar. This is a very coveted effect in competitive modes as well. And this is bear in mind, 600 radius, and this is a true stun break. Immobilize can be just as deadly as a stun sometimes, but a stun break won't get you out of immobilize. This will get you out of immobilize, because resistance, it makes you immune. Even if you're already immobilized, gaining resistance will allow you to move with the immobilized conditions. This is a true stun break on a relatively short cooldown, right, of 30 seconds. This is a very strong effect again. Like, all of these are very, very powerful. Like, the only thing is that Mesmer utilities are very competitive, right? You might want to have Portal, you might want to have Mantra of Concentration, you might want to have Blink, you might want to have Null Field, you might want to have the Cleanse Mantra, right, going on in there. And, that, I guess that is, like, one thing. There's not, like, a crazy amount, there's not really a lot of, like, built-in Condi Cleanse on this build, right, as you can see. So, you might have to kind of consider that with, like, how you go about approaching that. With your utility skill choices in some of these modes, but you also, of course, do get a little bit from the inspiration trait line, so, and also rifle too, so there's like some way you can kind of get around that. But like, I'm rambling now. This gives you even more barrier if you want to do that, because if you are playing the harp, which is your Healy skill, of course, you can then combine that to give a barrier in a 600 radius. Yeah, this is a juice skill, right? Think about that. You've got the harp going, you're breaking everyone out of stun, prot, resistance, and barrier on top of that. And bear in mind, numbers are subject to tuning, and they haven't really got any stats on that are enhancing that. So again, a really, really good effect. And I guess we can kind of like scroll through and actually have a look at it. There you go. You can see Traherne. Look at him there, guys. We all love him. What a gamer. What a guy. Do you guys remember when he summoned like 5 flesh golems in the core story? Oh my god. And then the final one is actually kind of an offensive one, because, you got to have a bit of a damaging one, right? And this one is kind of funny. It's Vicious Mockery. It actually specifically says that you summon, you tell a tale of Scarlet Briar to basically like attack someone, destroy their ego. You know, you just obliterate them mentally. And look, recall the cruelty of Scarlet Briar. As you revile your target with a battery of insults, damaging their ego. And yeah, this is a classic skill. You do damage, you're going to apply weakness, vulnerability, remove boons, and then finally daze. So you could remove their stability potentially, for example, and then you can get them with a daze after that. It's one of those abilities that kind of like latches onto a target. And then, you know, you kind of go from there. This is an interesting one because, you know, Bard is... Bard, like even I'm doing it now. Okay, I blame Trig. He did it on the stream. Okay, don't come to me, all right? But basically, Troubadour is definitely going to be a support skewed spec, and this is something that is a general point actually that it's worth bringing up. I do like that they haven't tried to like fit multiple builds into elite specs too much. I think it's good to have a bit of versatility, right? Like, you know, this is going to be a build that is capable of doing damage, and it will be able to, you know, fight stuff and not just like, you know, be helpless and defenseless unless someone's doing damage there. That's not what's going on here. But it is very much that support oriented playstyle, and they haven't bloated that too much, and that's and we'll see in a moment actually that's why the traits are actually quite exciting. They're really offering different styles of, you know, different styles and different approaches to the class, and like really very gameplay altering traits, particularly the Grandmaster ones that really kind of flip the script on how you might approach using certain abilities, which I think is exactly what the game needs, exactly what elite specs should actually be. So let's go ahead and continue. But yeah, this one, generic damage dealer thing. You know, I think this is probably the one that will be maybe seeing a little bit less play because it really depends what the performance is going to be like for a more aggressive Troubadour build. But we'll have to see. I mean, it probably won't be like unplayable, obviously, but it may not end up being, you know, kind of like the way a lot of Troubadours are going to end up going with that approach. But it's kind of nice to have it in there, right? Like, you want to have a little bit of variety on some of the things that the class can do. But oh boy, I think we're about... Okay, here we go. Are you ready for the content? Okay, so here's the big one. The elite skill that's slightly covered by the Twitch chat. And you know what? Honestly, maybe it should be covered by the Twitch chat. So this is... the Tale of the August Queen. Okay? And this is going to be you retell how Queen Jenna protected her city in their time of need, granting allies distortion and chaos aura. Oh boy, here we go. And the kind of bonus interaction here is that when you proc this, you command every instrument to begin playing. So it immediately causes all of your instruments to begin playing, giving you all of the associated bonuses with the instruments playing that you have from your traits, and or potentially enabling you to use like a devastating crescendo. And the duration is determined by how many instruments you currently have playing. So you can if you have all of them going, you get a massive extension to the duration of the instruments that you're playing. Because again, it's 3 seconds. The base duration is 3 seconds, and per instrument, another 3 seconds. So anywhere from 3 to 15 seconds of every instrument playing, which in and of itself is a powerful thing to have on this, especially as we get to, you know, when we see these traits. But yeah, it's very, 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 very good. And potentially game-breaking, to be honest. This is busted. This was removed from the game a very long time ago for a reason. I think it's not impossible. This doesn't make it to the live game. So context, this basically says on a 75-second cooldown, you make your entire group immune to damage for 2 seconds. Which is very strong. Very, very, very strong. And again, 600 radius on that. So it's very easy to, you know, get everyone in the group. Oh, I guess it's actually worth noting, by the way, just real quick. Yeah, the bonus is that if you're playing the flute with Scarlet, you get Torment. More Torment, and you break the Defiance bar a little bit more for a bit of CC on that utility skill. However, You can see here the Tail of the August Queen, 2 seconds of AoE distort. This has infinite applicability. This will immune greens. This makes HTCM far easier because you can go ahead and save some people with invulnerability. You can make them avoid damage from the swipe, for example. Like the swipe is distortable, right? Many of the attacks are even distortable actually on HTCM. Serra CM has a lot of distortable attacks. Greer CM, you can use invulnerability to get people out of bad situations or keep them safe from like devastating nukes, like bosses smashing into you. Like pretty much every piece of PvE content has the capacity to be smashed and beaten to a pulp by an effect like this. And look, real talk, that's potentially concerning because Mesmer already really good. Bard appears to be mechanically very strong. Lots of AoE healing, lots of kind of high-value utility, right? All of the good Mesmer stuff on core, Stab Mantra, Portal, all that kind of stuff. This is a crazy strong ability. This is one of the strongest abilities in the game. Like, in some ways, it might be the best ability in the game, to be honest. Depending on, like, the encounter or, like, what you're doing. Same in PvP, obviously. Being able to make everyone invulnerable for 2 seconds is huge. You know, your team's getting pressured. Oh, no, they're not. You can ruthlessly push through any amount of damage with this. You can just rush through that in World versus World or PvP. You can run through damaging abilities in PvE, right? Invulnerability is a good effect, guys. Okay? It is a pretty good effect. No, yeah, just to clarify, no, it is not 15 seconds of invulnerability, it's 2 seconds. It's the instruments playing that you get. It's the performance component of the Tale of the August Queen. Now, to be fair, you know, we could, obviously, there are some ways around this. They can obviously make abilities non-distortable. They can make it blur instead of distort, which, to just draw the distinction there, blur is like you make everyone dodge. Distort is you make everyone invulnerable. Those are two very different things in Guild Wars 2 PvP, Guild Wars 2 combat. But for example, like conditions will still tick on you, right? Many abilities can't be dodged in PvE bosses, but they can be distorted or invulnerable, like, you know, renewed focus or something like that. So there is actually a clear distinction here. Between those two things. That's something they could do. They could massively increase the cooldown. They could reduce the duration, right? Or indeed, they could make it do something else if it really is just completely busted. Because, yeah, look, this is, you know, this is a scary skill to have in the game, right? But, you know, I actually kind of respect them for going for it because, look, ArenaNet are going all out with these. They want these to be spicy. They want these to be a little bit crazy, a little bit out there, like trying some new things, bringing some new ideas to the table. So, you know what? I kind of like it, actually. Like, we are obviously in an incredibly power-crept version of the game. We are approaching Disneyland balance, okay, for Guild Wars 2. So honestly, why not go all the way, guys, okay? Like, why not go full Mickey Mouse? I think that's, you know, like, it will be fun, right? I think the main focus of balance in Guild Wars 2 at this stage probably should be just, like, make the game, like, as fun as possible and, like, make people have a good time, right? Because, like, the days of trying to balance this game properly, I mean, listen, okay? Those days are, they're long gone, okay? They're long gone. I guess the only boring concern I would have here is that it feels weird this is on Mesmer. Mesmer is already one of the more game-breaky classes, so adding another pretty game-breaking ability on top of that is definitely something. That's for sure. And of course, bear in mind, this will be affected by Alacrity, right? So it's a 75-second cooldown base, that'll be 60 with Alacrity 2. But yeah, that's basically the scenario there. And I think, yeah, after we see them kind of pop this off a couple of times, we might end up going to having a look at the traits. But we actually don't need to watch the stream for that. Okay, why would we even do that? Actually, wait, we will very quickly do that because they do show off that there has been a slight change. They go to the Chaos train. It's worth noting here because this is a big deal for support. Oh yeah, here we go. They show it here. So there's a big change for support. And I believe they are making this affect Chrono too. This is actually a nerf to Chrono, little bonus balance patch note. They're changing it so you get regen on F4, and this they confirmed in the stream in the audio that this applies to Chronomancer as well. and that it's going to be continuum shift, getting stability instead of resistance. So there's going to be slightly weaker stability access for Chronomancer, and that's going to be pretty damn robust stability access for Troubadour, because that's on the Crescendo, which has a relatively short 35-second cooldown attached to that. So that's going to give you very good stability access, good regeneration, good fury, good vigor, good might, because again, all these instrument abilities, they do have low cooldowns relatively. So you're going to have good boon access. You're going to have rifle obviously attached to this too, and then what other weapon you want to decide pairing that with. And you do have options. Like you can take the Almora tail if you want to get a bit more boon output, particularly might, because might is surprisingly not that free on a lot of healers, and Chrono is definitely one of them. So you might want to get a bit more throughput if you don't need any other additional utility. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, we haven't seen exactly how this is going to interact with Master of Fragmentation as well, so that'll be like an interesting little note to actually see popping up at some point as well in the future. And yeah, that's basically Master of Fragmentation is like a, you know, for those who don't know, illusions trait that basically empowers all of your shatter skills, right? Gives them like little extra effects. Okay, let's talk traits, shall we? Let's talk traits. We have got them all here, and these are cool. We love to see some design like this. So, obviously, we can start with the minor traits here. We have Harmonize and Symphonic Resonance. And again, this is why it's pretty important to have those instruments going. So for every instrument you've got, 4% damage and 4% healing. So if you've got 4 instruments, that is 16%. Outgoing healing and damage if you're looking to have kind of that hybrid build, that slightly hybridy approach. And then Symphonic Resonance, that is the Grandmaster, is Crescendo, grants affected allies boons per instrument playing. So again, that's going to give you that might throughput and fury throughput, very important boons in every game mode, to be frank, but obviously like the real bread and butter of a support build in PvE. So we're already off to a good start. And obviously the first adept minor trait, that's just the one that says, hey, you're a Troubadour. So we're already off to a bit of a roaring start here, to be honest, guys. But let's actually go ahead and take a look. Oh, wait. What's this, guys? Distort Share's back? And Signet of Inspiration is back too. Hold the note. Crescendo extends the duration of boons for nearby allies. Wow. That is also a really, really strong effect for kind of this boon warlord healer bard spec as well. Really, really, really strong. So that means that when you put this, you know, stability up, you're putting all your might up, your protection up, right? Your alacrity, obviously. Generation, all the good stuff. You'll be able to use your Crescendo frequently to extend those boons even further. An incredibly powerful effect, so that, you know, empowers your Crescendo even more. Mayhem, this is another pretty cool one, actually. Your flute is applying Torment, so that's your F2, which is already applying Confusion. Now it's going to apply Torment as well. And while you're playing the flute, so while the instrument's playing in the background, you heal yourself when you apply Confusion or Torment. And this actually is a lot of sustain. I will actually show the video here, and this is very much going to be like if you want to play that kind of hybrid style build, you want to play basically like you know, the forbidden one. Basically, we can kind of see like they let me find it. Yeah, here, look, boom, look at that health bar, right? And again, this is obviously simply using the F2 and not really much else. You're obviously going to be using other weapons to apply various conditions, right? And you'll have trait support to apply Torment, apply Confusion, and so on. You can see that it's giving you a good chunk of sustain when especially when you're hitting multiple targets, right? So if you're in a cleave situation, you're going to be getting a good chunk of sustain there. So in the event that there was kind of a condition damage oriented Troubadour, you'd be doing some serious pump there. Or if you're kind of looking, you know, more of like a brawler for open world, or maybe like a roaming build, you could also be generating some like good sustain from that at the same time too. So yeah, this is like, these are all pretty powerful effects. And again, I want to highlight this before we get over it. It will become obvious, but I do want to point this out. All of this trait design, and this is a theme, they really are trying to make these traits impactful and, you know, fairly different with how like they actually empower your abilities and potentially alter your playstyle, which is something that I actually really like to see. So already off to a good start with that one. Let's get back to the other traits. The last one is Syncopate. Deafening Drum releases an additional quick wave after a delay. while your drum is playing, deal damage to enemies you disable. So basically, while you're playing the drum, if you get a CC off, you're going to get damage. And this is kind of more of like a utility CC with a bit of DPS on it. And that is Deafening Drum. You get this extra wave after a delay. It's after 3 seconds, you get another little 1 second daze. Potentially very annoying, actually, to utilize that. But, you know, what I like about these is that, honestly, these are pretty situational. They're not... And you could honestly decide to play one or the other, right? Depending on what build you're playing. Especially, like, Hold the Note and Syncopate. Like, these are both powerful little utility effects. Like, Mayhem's a bit more straightforward. If you're going to go for a condition damage approach and you want sustain, that's the direction you're going to go. But Syncopate and Hold the Note, they are actually very distinct abilities that can work in different playstyles and could potentially, like, you know, end up popping up in different builds, or even like the same build, but with a little bit of personal preference in there, with, like, you know, what type of gameplay you tend to focus on. So yeah, pretty cool there for a start. And then moving on to our master traits, we have Shredding. Your loot damage is increased per wave, dealing increased strike damage while you have the loot playing. So this is kind of like a power thing. You want to have that kind of power build, bit of DPS going on there, some power weapons, or hybrid, right? You could even combine this with Mayhem, right? You could go deep hybrid, like a Celestial build kind of thing, and you've got that Torment and Sustain, but you've got that extra power damage with the loot as well, so you could have both damage components coming through there. But this basically says that you fire out 3 projectiles with the loot, right? Each one is going to do more damage. So, you know, pretty straightforward effect there. Raconteur. Tails grant a note and recharge their corresponding instrument. So in other words, we talked about how though the utility skills are like linked to a specific instrument. When you use those tails, you're going to get a note to make it easier to, you know, get an empowered cast of your instrument off. But you're also going to reduce, right? You're going to reduce the cooldown as well. And in fact, your heal and elite tails are going to recharge every instrument for 1 second. Whereas the specific one is going to give you about a 10% cooldown reduction, as you can see there, right? You're going to, well, actually, no, more than that. It's going to be, you know, honestly, 20% sometimes. So you're going to get decent recharge there. And bear in mind, instruments are going to be affected by other cooldown reduction, for example, Signet of Illusions, or indeed the Illusions trait line in general, right? So again, bit of a cooldown reduction one there. And you know, that really rewards you for combining, again, those tails with their appropriate instrument. Very cool. And then finally, this is the cool one too, the Love Song, and I think this one's going to pop up a fair bit, obviously in PvE a lot, but other game modes too, because having that distort, let's say you wanted to play a support Mesmer in PvP, a really important part of the toolkit is actually that distortion. It allows you to survive. It allows you to have that sustain when people swap over to you and focus you down. So this is going to be a pretty popular pick, I think. But of course, playing the harp, you get distortion. That is the F4. And you periodically grant boons to nearby allies as the harp plays. So every 3 seconds, and probably instantly, right? It will probably do 1 pulse immediately. In fact, I think it does. I think they showed on stream. You're going to get alacrity and regeneration. You know, regen's always nice. You're going to get that for free. Keep that boon up. And, you know, because it's surprisingly non-trivial. Like, regen, you know, be surprised that it does drop sometimes. But yeah, you know, keeping that up is going to be a big deal. Getting that healing output out. And, of course, the alacrity, right? Now, bear in mind, your instruments can be playing for a very long time, right? You can, you know, if you go for a fully juiced up instrument, that's going to be 20 seconds. And you're probably going to be able to, you know, you're going to be able to keep that harp going pretty much all the time, or like for a very high uptime. So just this trait should produce very high alacrity. Because again, well, basically, well, 100% even. Because if you've got 100% boon duration, that's 4 seconds of alacrity every 3 seconds. You can see that the harp has a cooldown of 25 seconds. That will be reduced to 20 if you have alacrity yourself, which obviously you're going to be giving yourself. And then you can see if you're crunching the numbers, you're going to get over 100% just from Love Song. So that means if you need the Might and Fury, we can go Tale of the Soulkeeper. But if we can do that with just Crescendo and Rifle and Shatters and maybe the Quickness DPS helping out a little bit, just this trait is powering that whole operation, keeping our regen going at the same time, and of course giving us access to a little bit of periodic distortion when we're popping our really powerful healing ability too. I guess the only thing that is a little bit awkward there is this does kind of mandate that one of our powerful healing abilities is rotational, because we have to maintain our alacrity using the Harmonious Harp, and that is also a key part of our healing throughput with the initial heal and the pulsing heal. But that's not honestly the worst thing in the world, because we're going to overcap. You're going to end up overcapping pretty hard with this. That does mean you can probably like delay it and be smart about it in the same way that you will with, say, Druid with Celestial Avatar. So you play it smart, you'll be all right. Especially if you get some like really big extension off sometimes by utilizing, you know, the elite skill, right? When you go for that as well. But yeah, that's it. We already saw that you get the Might and Fury from Symphonic Resonance when you use your Crescendo. Pretty good. And now we have the GMs. Now, these are where this gets exciting. I think this is basically a design principle that they have for all of the elite specializations. These all really change up how you think about, to be frank, the elite specialization as a whole. So let's go through them. And this one is super exciting. It seems really, really strong. So Fortissimo, after using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for a duration, which you gain, you gain 1 note every second for 5 seconds. So you basically get 2 instruments for free, more or less. After that, gain increased attributes for each instrument you have playing, and that is juicy. You get 5% all stats if you've got for each instrument you have up. So you can have 4 in total. That will be 20% more healing, 20% more boon duration, 20% more vitality, 20% more toughness, right? And indeed, if you're going for a hybrid approach, you're going like Selly gear or something, 20% more everything. That's insane. That is absolutely crazy, to be honest. Now, it does change how you think about Crescendo a little bit, because you're going to almost want to use it for your engine, your fuel, to fuel your note generation, like in a big way. But you could theoretically ignore that. If your clone generation is good, you could just say, I'm going to treat this as having a bunch of free stats. And in general, like, free stats are pretty damn good within the game. And yeah, there's a lot of applications of that, like very flexible, very good for fueling all of your instrument usage and having those instruments playing the entire time, giving you that value, and then combining for that crescendo, right? Because you'll be able to get instruments up, like have more than up, and then it will like lean into your next crescendo after that potentially, right? If you play them for a long time with like maxed out notes. Bear in mind, this does not apply to your allies, okay? Like, some people are saying, oh my god, it gives stats to allies. No, that would be so unbelievably disgusting. Look, we're not there yet, guys, okay? Like, that's next expansion, right? So next up is call and response. When you use an instrument above the note threshold, you create an after image that plays that instrument after a delay. So yeah, this is basically, you summon a phantasm that plays your instrument. That's what I'll see if we can find the video for what it looks like. This one's also pretty cool. Definitely worth having a look at, because basically you just summon like a little ghost. Yeah, here we go. So you can see here that we go for an instrument press. Here we go. Boom. And then look, oh, another kind of illusory troubadour shows up and then also plays that same instrument before despawning. You can kind of see that there. Like, there you go, boom. Kind of spawn in a weird location, but you get the idea with that. Yep, there you go. There's another guy with the drum, and you can see how powerful that will be. Because bear in mind, the initial effect of those instruments is non-trivial. That's going to be a second burst of healing from the harp. That's going to be a second CC from the drum. That's going to be a second burst of confusion or power damage, right, from the first 2 shatters as well. So that is very much like, again, what I love about this is that I feel like all of them could be good. You know, this is why it's so exciting. It's not like, oh, that's the one you obviously play if you play DPS or play healer. Oh, that's the one you obviously pick for that playstyle. I think it's really cool that it's not immediately obvious which one of these is actually going to be good. It may even end up being situational or to a degree, a level of personal preference, right? Obviously, there's going to be the nerd, like, like number crunch thing. But what I love about the design here is that, again, these 2 traits are just fundamentally different and really make you think about your elite specialization and your mechanics very differently. But they're both, they could both be good, right? That's cool. And the final one, again, we're mixing it up even further. We have the altered chord, which is giving us another interaction with crescendo. So when you pop a crescendo, you get a bonus effect depending on the last instrument you played. So if you played the lute, you get Altered Chord for a 25% damage modifier. If you played the flute, you get 5 stacks of confusion on your crescendo. This big AoE. Remember, crescendo is a big AoE attack that also gives barrier. If you played the drums, you get a 3-second daze going on there as well. Cool. So, really powerful CC effect. On your crescendo, you use the drum for a CC, and then you're going to have a secondary CC when you decide to activate that crescendo as well. And then you're also going to get just a big extra burst of healing with your crescendo. So it'll be a heal and a barrier, right? When you use the harp. And a bonus effect is that when you play an instrument, you're going to get cooldown reduction on your crescendo. And again, this is what this trait is all about. It's all about saying, getting this combo, like you use an instrument, then crescendo, right? Use multiple instruments, but in a specific order, so you finish on the one that you want to combo into crescendo. This is, wow, really, really good design in my opinion, because it's just, it's doing exactly what a Grandmaster trait should, and exactly what traits should do in general. It makes you think and play differently with the same abilities, right? And it rewards you for doing different things and like thinking about your ability usage, and funnels into itself. I'm a big fan of mechanics like this, where you kind of get rewarded for using your abilities efficiently and intelligently, and that's exactly what's going on here with this like funnel. You get to press your buttons even more, right? As you can reduce the cooldown of your crescendo to get these really powerful bonus effects more frequently. And yeah, that's basically it for the Troubadour. We've kind of talked about everything. I'm actually really impressed with the initial design here. And I guess just as like a broad note, I think it just looks strong. I can very clearly see where this is going, and that's what I like. I'm happy to see that ArenaNet have got some vision with these elite specializations, right? Like they know exactly what they want this to do. They know exactly what makes something strong, makes something fun, makes something have a place within the way people play the game. Again, I talked about this in my videos, right? I think they're going to design these understanding how people play their game, which hasn't always been the case, right? All their elite specs, I think very notably the ones in Path of Fire, they were like, what the fuck is this, right? Sometimes, same with EOD to a lesser extent, I'd say. But again, I think we're really seeing some design of like, yeah, we want this to work. We want this to make sense, because this very much makes a huge amount of sense within the context of the game. And yeah, it's going to be powerful. Yeah, you're going to have trade-offs, obviously, versus the Chrono. Like, this is going to be competing for that, it's going to be competing for that Chronomancer spot a lot of the time. Chrono's going to have better alacrity, so you can use abilities more frequently, like, shorter cooldown on like Portal, for example. Chrono's going to have that continuum shift, precog well. So you do have these trade-offs. It's not like, oh, Troubadour, like Chrono's dead, Troubadour is just going to completely dominate. It might end up being situational. Troubadour's going to have really, really strong healing, really strong boon application, incredibly powerful group support tools with these tails that we're seeing, and of course the devastating power of Tale of the August Queen, right? There's a lot going on here that can definitely be very, very powerful, but I do like that it's not strictly better, right? It's not like strictly better than Chronomancer, but certainly very powerful. The power level here, guys, is very high. It's real good. Listen, guys, you're gonna want to buy the expansion. Use that referral link, huh? Yeah. Oh yeah. It's coming, guys. Oh, the menace, the Tale of the August Queen. You're gonna want to use that ability, guys. Okay? It's gonna be like, retell the story of Queen Jenna's feat. Shout out to Logan. But yeah, I guess that's all I got on that one. Looks really cool. Definitely looking forward to blast this one in the beta. That's for sure. It is very, very interesting. Cool design, really cool aesthetic there as well. Is gonna work in every game mode. Is going to end up probably pretty good, unless the numbers are complete garbage in every game mode. I think people are going to love it. I think, yeah, A lot to be excited about if you're kind of a support player or indeed a Mesmer player. And yeah, I do like that there's a little bit of packaging in there with the hybridization too. So you are going to, you know, if you kind of want to go for a more hybridy build, a build that can kind of do a bit of damage, a bit of support, yeah, you've got that available. I could see this being kind of the Forbidden One. You know, like, you know, I hype up my Forbidden One Scourge. I shouldn't say mine. It was a cook from the bowels of an NA with Grimjack. I'm more of the Celestial Plague Doctor Scourge, right, which unfortunately is dead now after the transfusion changes. But yeah, I could see something like that also popping up, right? With all of the way the traits there and that little bit of hybridization that can get packaged in to the Troubadour as well. Very, very cool. But, you know, instead of giving any kind of useful feedback, guys, make sure to simply leave like 17 comments saying, you guys need to call it Bard. Oh, the Troubadour's too long. I can't spell it. Oh, it's too complicated. But anyway, that's it. We are done, I believe, with the Troubadour. It's time to move on. And actually, I have no idea how I'm going to do this on YouTube. I'm not sure if each one is going to be a separate video. I think this is actually so long that might be the way. So we might be leaving. So if we are leaving now, guys, okay, make sure to follow and subscribe and watch all the other previews and my analysis on all of the other elite specializations, and engage with social media, and buy the game using my referral link in the description, and watch my stream, and watch on YouTube as well. We had 1,300 people watching on YouTube, guys. How crazy is that, right? That's insane. A lot of people watching live, and 1,800 on Twitch. It was quite the experience. And of course, we're going to be having these breakdowns every single week. So definitely stay tuned for more epic content about all this stuff. So you got to get in there, guys. You got to make it happen. You got to log in. But that's it for now. Potentially, it might not be. We might be continuing. But if we aren't continuing, then yeah, that's it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next one, huh? Yeah. Boom! Okay. Next! I guess we do Luminary. Man, I love Slop. I love Slop so much. Is there anything better than Slop? CMC. I mean, CMC is a weeb. Got me scared. That's all the slop for tonight. No. Oh, no. Oh, no. You seriously think we're done? We're doing all of this in one go. Okay, so wait, it's 1 a.m. right now, dude. I'm gonna be here for like, wait, how long was the Mesmer slop? That was like 30 minutes, I think. Dude, I'm not sure if I got enough energy. It was 1 hour of slop? God damn. Yeah, that would have been a good question, actually, about master fragmentation. Wait, maybe Trigger's here. Maybe he can tell us. He's gone. He is gone. Unlucky, I guess. Wait, oh, someone's pinging me on Discord. Hold on. Oh, it's a bot. Great. I was all excited. Guys, I was excited. I was excited for that. Ah. Okay. Okay. All right. Come on then. Come on then, guys. Are you guys ready at the trough? Okay. This is you guys. Is this the chat currently? Looking for more additional slop? I'm starving, brother. Yeah. I need some slop, brother. All right. Okay. So, next up, we have the enigmatic Luminary. And I'll say this one is a bit... this one's a little bit out there, actually, with how the design is. This is an interesting approach. Like, the first thing you've probably already noticed about the Guardian Elite specialization is that, well, I'm going to say, guys, I was wrong. My assumption was that we're going to be trading the core virtues out and replacing it with this shroud, this radiant shroud mechanic. We ain't doing that. That is not what this is. But honestly, I'm getting ahead of myself here. We've got our little floaty lamp, but I'll tell you what, I'm not exactly sure where this one's going. There's a lot of stuff going on here, lots of new skills, some interesting utility skills and trait interactions as well. But it's hard for me to predict, actually. I don't know if you're getting excited hearing this, but it's hard for me to predict exactly what this is going to look like and how it's going to play out. Like with the Troubadour, it's like very obvious where this is going, like what type of playstyle that's going to create, and what builds that's going to form. And I feel the same with the GALESHOT too. Like the GALESHOT is like, it has a very strong design vision. This one is a little interesting. Like I think that I'm going to want to really get hands-on with this and kind of figure this one out. Because right now, I'm just thinking like, oh, how could this work? How could this work? What's going on? But listen, I feel like I've done enough teasing. Let's get right down to it. So core mechanics here. We are getting an F4 ability. And the way this works is that when you hit that, your weapon skills are replaced with an auto attack and 4 special weapons that have that flip skill. So you use a weapon once, that equips it, and that gives you a bonus skill that you can use. And each of those weapons have their own special effects. And their own kind of special combos that you can do with them and so on. But we're also keeping the core Guardian virtues, which are actually very underrated, by the way. I know these days it's all the rave to be going about with tomes and Dragon Hunter virtues and, of course, Willbender virtues. But I'll tell you what, the core Guardian virtues are underrated. They're just very simple but effective. AoE Aegis and, of course, a strong heal with some condition cleanse. That's just bread and butter stuff, okay? It's good. These are good abilities to actually have in the toolkit. And of course, they have their own very powerful synergies with the Virtues trait line as well. But now we're just getting some bonus skills too. We're just getting a whole bunch of extra bonus skills attached to our Guardian as well. And the utility skill of choice are going to be stances. So instant cast, little things that have like a lasting durational effect there too. You know, I got a little bit baited. I definitely admit this because I was thinking, oh, what is the torch going to do? Is it going to be like function? Can you like send it out? Is it like the Thresh Lantern from a popular video game, League of Legends? But no, that's not the case. It actually turns out that it just follows you around, and when you go and shroud, it like juices you up and empowers you. That's essentially the scenario here, guys. We were witnessing some liquid lore directly being pumped into our veins when we saw the brazier or the torch, or I have no idea what they even call it, but it's something, and it's floating there right in front of our eyes. But let's actually go ahead and kind of get into it, right? We're going to pop into the shroud there. First thing to note there is that it's got a 20-second cooldown. And interestingly enough, for every weapon you don't use, so you've got 4 weapons, right? If you don't use one, that's 5-second cooldown reduction, right? And the minimum is 5, so you can't use none and get 0-second cooldown, right? Like it's going to be 5-second cooldown, but you can reduce that significantly. So maybe you dip in, you only use 2 weapons, job done. You got a 10-second cooldown, right? Maybe you only need 1 weapon, you got a 5-second cooldown. Right, so that's kind of the approach. You can see the effect there. And once again, I think visually pretty cool. You know, you see the lantern kind of explodes into nothingness there and kind of empowers you with this kind of blue guardian flame that is, I think, pretty iconic for the profession at this point there. And you can see all these additional weapon skills. Now, it does have a timer, and it's nice that there is UI for that. As you can see there, you can see that's the timer ticking down, but there's no resource. You don't spend anything or build anything up. It's pure timer. So it's basically a little bit like Druid, right? That's how it works, except without the celestial avatar. Instead of there being like a spirit juice you build up, moon juice, it's just time. Like when the cooldown is off, you can go in and you get your time in your radiant shroud, as you can see there. And I don't think it gives you... I think it's kind of interesting to call it Radiant Shroud, because I believe it doesn't... I don't think they specifically talked about this, but I don't think it gives you the damage reduction, right? It's not like Necro. You don't get like damage reduction because there's nothing you could absorb, right? There's no damage to absorb or anything like that. So don't get baited. You're not a Guardian Necro now. That's not how this works. However, there is an interesting mechanic that we actually saw pop up here a little bit. And this is an interesting thing, just a bit of a meta commentary on these elite specs actually, is that I'll tell you something interesting. ArenaNet moved away from unique class stuff, like special things that only certain professions can do and certain elite specs can do. We're going back to that. There's a lot of kind of unique, special class, fantasy, class identity things that are popping up here. And the Luminary has one of these, which I think is actually surprisingly potent. It sounds simple, but I promise you, it is actually quite a powerful effect. Basically, whenever you equip one of your weapons, you are going to apply a buff to you and nearby allies that gives them 10% damage reduction and heals when it expires. And that's good to have as part of your baseline kit. We kind of saw it pop up there. You can see it here. This little buff over there is what we're looking at. And that is good, by the way. There's a reason why damage reduction food is such a strong effect. I'm sure you use that in raids, for example, or maybe in World versus World. And having that another effect stacking on top of that, stacking on top of protection, is actually very powerful. And again, it's something that the Luminary is going to be able to deliver in addition to the other skills that it has access to. So, what are those skills exactly? So first of all, we have the hammer. So we have 4 different weapons, like the hammer. So you get a smash and then a spin, right? This is kind of like your damage-oriented thing. And you can see that you actually equip it. We've got a lot of brightness. It's a bit hard to see, really. But, yeah, you get this big kind of swing attack. And then you can see it flips over and turns into a spin move that's going to doing some additional damage there as well. And then you have the staff coming up next. This is kind of like the more support-oriented one. So you smash the staff down and you get a symbol, and then you get another really cool effect. So you raise the staff into the air, a burst of light healing the team. But here's something pretty cool. You're also applying, and we can quickly grab the tooltip here. For what this is. You can see we can have a little bit of an overview here of what those skills do, right? So, this is really cool. I actually really like this. So you get a basic auto attack when you're in Radiant Shroud, but check this out. It actually gets a bonus effect and changes depending on what weapon you have equipped. So if you've just used the hammer, you're going to get more damage, right? If you've got the staff, then you're going to apply regeneration. If you've got the shield, then you're going to apply resolution. If you've got the sword, you'll apply vulnerability. Really fun. Really cool design, I think, with that one. And yeah, of course, all the weapons have their own animations and their own visual kind of appearance there. But here is what they actually do. So the hammer is going to give you might and fury, and then apply that buff with a daze too. So a very powerful multifaceted ability there, like good boon output, might, fury, CC, and that blessing, right? So basically kind of delayed healing and damage reduction. The spin, it's a pumper ability, and if you're striking a foe that's been CC'd, you get more damage. And yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about. So the staff, already we're off to a good start here, right? We're putting that symbol down, which again can interact with all of our symbol traits on Guardian, but we're getting protection and resolution. Love to see that. And check this out. This is fun. Restorative glow. Heal and remove conditions. Nice. So good heal, condition removal on everyone. But look at this. Redirect a percentage of damage taken from nearby allies to you. Damage redirection will end if you fall below 50%. So you can't just kill yourself. right? Like with this ability, which, you know, you can do that with other effects. Like there's some hilarious clips of like Relic of Lear owning people and Bulwark Gyro kind of getting people. Very funny. But yeah, this is not going to let you do that. They thought about that this time. And you get another 10% damage reduction. Of course, that's going to stack with Luminary Blessing. And this is kind of cool in my opinion, because this is something special. Like no other kind of support or hybrid really functions this way. The closest would be Tempest, right? Spamming Frost Aura and a little bit of, you know, kind of Jalis Rev, right? Activating the Dwarf Elite for that damage reduction. But this is like very consistent, right? Like you can maintain these effects. These have like long durations. Like you're going to be able to apply, even if you're a more aggressive build that does damage, right? Like all of the weapons have these effects and you could very quickly pop the staff to give people damage reduction. You're going to be able to apply very consistent damage reduction to your team. So if you're the type of player who kind of likes that brawlery bruiser playstyle, but you like that Guardian fantasy of having some support baked in, this is a new and cool thing that only you're going to be able to do, really, on the Luminary, which is pretty exciting. And, you know, this is why I feel like it's so hard to predict this class in a way, because we just got all of these skills and they're just here. You know, they're just here for us to kind of figure out how they're going to fit into a variety of builds. You know, Guardian has that innate versatility. So, you know, I could definitely see a version of this where you're playing a healer. I could definitely see a version of this where you're playing a DPS build that also has that baked-in support from Guardian and, of course, these Luminary bonuses. The only thing that is missing, and I have to say, I am a little bit amused by this because, of course, we do have this kind of spectral fire aesthetic going on. There is no condition support on this build whatsoever. So, you know, the choice of having a torch following you around, it's a little weird, I guess, because, you know, outside of like core guard stuff, you know, with, you know, just getting loads of procs, I guess, from, you know, Justice, like you're not really going to apply a lot of condies here. Here or any burning, you know, you have to be a willbender for that one, I guess, or maybe a firebrand. So that's like a slight kind of curiosity of how this works. Oh yeah, we just saw, I believe, what did we just use? Which one was this? Oh, go. Use the spells. Oh yeah, that's the shield. And again, this is just an incredible, powerful thing to package into a toolkit, right? We have just a block. Just straight up, you have a guaranteed block on any Luminary build, and then that converts into a little daze ability. And baked in mobility, like the fourth skill that we're going to be showing off here very soon, I would imagine, is a leap. It is a good old bit of mobility is being used. You can kind of leap forwards towards a target, and then it will... The flip over skill is an immobilizer. So you can like leap towards someone, or you could simply leap away from someone, or just leap where you need to go for whatever reason. And then all of a sudden, you're going to be able to get that immobilized follow-up. So you can like lock down your opponent and smush them into oblivion. Like that is what's going on here. It really is. Let's see, wait, where do we use the leap? Where's the leap, guys? Show me the leap, CMC. Give me the leap, bro. He doesn't want to use it. Oh, here we go. Gleaming blade. Here we go. Boom! In. And then, of course, then you see the fort there with the immobilize. So a very versatile toolkit, right? A very versatile set of abilities that can be accessed, just baseline there as well. And again, you combine that with the core Guardian stuff, because Guard, again, is a strong class at its core. Stand Your Ground, obviously, is in the mix, for example. You know, Advance as well, that stability and Aegis baseline core, maybe some mobility for PvP, right? Judge's Intervention, Merciful Intervention, right? Like depending on what kind of flavor of what kind of build you're going for. Very interesting thought process. And yeah, you can see the tooltips for the all of the skills here. As you can see there, that is basically, and that's it. That is the broad mechanic of how the Luminary works. So a lot to kind of chew on there. And again, like all these combos, very interesting. And yeah, another key thing they talked about was actually, spoiler alert, guys. Okay, let's talk about some of these traits a little bit. The way it works is that you get a bonus depending on what weapon you used last, basically. So the hammer makes you do more damage to control and immobilize foes. By the way, that means any boss, basically, or enemy that has a Defiance bar, that's always the case. Radiant armaments, that's the staff. You get the healing. Movement speed from the sword, and you get damage reduction from the shield. So again, like a lot of thinking, right? Like, okay, what weapon do I want to use last? So when I drop out of Shroud, I maintain that bonus, right? So you use the hammer so you can use your big burst skills after you leave on your weapon skills to get that more damage. You're a healer. You want to end on the stuff. You might want to use the hammer for boons. You might want to use the mobility of the staff and the shield for a defensive. Because I did, yeah, that's worth noting. The shield gives Aegis, AoE Aegis too. Everyone gets an Aegis when you use the Radiant Bulwark. Very, very cool. With that too. So that's pretty exciting. And yeah, the damage reduction there on the shield, maybe you want to go with that. So there's, again, a lot of interplay there, but with the class mechanic and the traits that you're going to be thinking about. A lot of decision making, a lot of thinking about how to use the toolkit that you have. And yeah, the chat is talking about this, and I think they are right. This spec, the reason why it is definitely a big question mark is it feels a little bit PvP pilled. Like this, it feels like it was designed with kind of a PvP approach in mind. I can 100% see this being a powerful damage dealer like Core Guard Plus for PvP. I can see this potentially occupying like support roles in PvP and World versus World as well. We have that healing, we have that damage reduction, which is super exciting for kind of like a team fighting support-oriented build, but also you've got that utility, you've got that CC in the mix, you've got that mobility, you can enable combos for your team, and you're going to have a bit of baked-in damage. You know, let's say you're playing Mace, Shield, Staff, right? A very defensive weapon set. Oh, but you're a Luminary. That means you can pack a bit of a punch as well at the same time and really set up combos for your team and help them actually deliver some serious DPS to your opponents. So you've kind of got that going for you as well. And, well, I guess that can kind of take us on here to the utility skills. Right, because these are, of course, going to be those stances, and they actually are relatively visually explosive. So I guess we actually should go ahead and kind of get into the mix and take a look. Let's scroll a little bit further forwards until we can get these skills. So first up is going to be our Resolute Stance. Enter a stance that heals when you remove conditions from yourself, and then heal nearby allies and remove conditions from them. So this basically, it's a little bit similar to the bear stance, right, on Soul Beast. Similar to that, it's like, you know, except bear stance, you know, when you remove the condies, it's, you know, it pulses on the stance, but here, the healing is the stance component. It's, I don't know, it's, well, actually, I guess bear stance does both anyway, but you get the picture. It's a bit like bear stance. So you get a big heal, right, and then you, also heal when you remove conditions from yourself, and that includes other abilities, right? So let's say you use like a really big cleanse. You could use Resolute Stance, then do Contemplation of Purity, right? And delete all your conditions and get an additional heal too. And of course, you also have this allied healing component, so a little bit hybridy, right? Like a powerful heal to use on some kind of support build, or indeed if you're playing DPS, you have that hybrid element. You're helping out your team. You've got your Guardian F2 to cleanse people. You can trait into that even further with the Virtues trait line and get massive Condi cleanse. Combine that with Resolute Stance to help your team out even more, but also keeping yourself healthy at the same time. So a very flexible ability. And that's how that one works. We popping it? Oh, wait, did we pop it? Pop it. Go. Go. Boom. There you go. See? Who said a stance can't be a little bit visually impressive? It's got a little bit going on there. Next is going to be the Stalwart stance. And this is just, it breaks stun for nearby allies, enter a defensive stance, taking reduced damage. I think this one is actually surprisingly not that impressive. That kind of sounds good, but guard utility skills they're real good, guys. Like, they're very strong. I think this one actually struggles to compete, seriously. Maybe I'm wrong, but this one is one of the least exciting ones. Actually, yeah, this one is not exciting to me. It's not bad, like, to be clear, it's not bad. I'm not going to complain about an AoE break stun with a bit of DR attached to it, but you've only got 3 utils, right? I'm not sure if you're taking that super often, especially because some of the other ones are actually pretty good. So let's go ahead and keep going. And here we have this next one coming up. Now this one is exciting. The Valorous Stance. So let's grab the tool to beer because the Twitch chat's getting in the way. Valorous stance. Enter a stance that causes you to heal allies when you grant them mood. This is reverse altruistic healing from the Valor trait line. Then grant boons to nearby allies. And look at those boons. 5 accessibility and protection. So that's 6 boons. So you're getting 6 hits of that by default on nearby allies. Small radius of only 300 to be fair, but you're still going to be able to apply that stability. And you can run this at the same time as stand your ground. So if you're, say, looking to be a stability provider, or indeed if you're looking to be a DPS in World vs. World that also has stability at the same time, or again in PvE, this is what I mean. Can you see what I was getting at the start? It's like, wow, you could use this in so many ways. There's so many ways this class could end up playing out, right? Because like this skill is very strong and can fit into a lot of different situations. 5 stacks of stability AoE with a bit of protection and some healing too. And that's going to combo fantastically with Empower, for example, on staff that applies 12 stacks of might to everyone. You know, you're spamming out regeneration with pulsing symbols on the ground, right? Like, you know, swiftness pulsing. You might have regeneration pulsing. You might use your virtues to apply boon that's going to be giving people might, protection, resolution, right? Stability, all the whole works, right? With that. So you're going to, I think you can generate a big chunk of healing with this if you kind of unleash a massive boon frenzy. And again, bear in mind, guys, you see 37 healing there. They had basically no stats on, right? That's basically the minimum value, and that's before healing modifiers. This is probably going to be a massive healing powerhouse. Again, pop that on a push in World vs. World, and then maybe you blast healing. Run it alongside Stand Your Ground for incredible stability coverage with 2 abilities that are applying 5 stacks of stability. And then if you combine that with, say, the Virtues trait line with Indomitable Courage, which gives your F3, that which you still have, by the way, 3 stacks of stability, and of course a stun break, then goodness me, we've got some serious coverage there that can rival the big stability providers in World vs. World, potentially. And you're still going to have that healing output as well, all the Condi cleanse and all the good stuff you need. Not a crazy amount of resistance here. You could take Spear, and of course resistance is another really potent thing that you could be looking for in World vs. World. But again, very excited to see how all of this ends up playing out, actually. Now we have the Effulgent Stars. This one's cool. Check this out. Grant Barrier and Light Aura to nearby allies. Then enter a stance that charges up a burst of light when striking or struck by enemies. The burst of light dazes enemies if fully charged. So this is kind of fun, right? Like you activate the stance and you get in there and start smashing stuff, or you start taking hits, right? And the more hits you take, the more damage you get, and the longer the duration of the days. As a really cool visual effect too. Let's kind of catch up because we didn't see what Valorous stance looked like. A lot of these, they went pretty all out once again on the visual effects for a lot of these abilities. So you can see here comes the Valorous stance that we talked about. This is the Healy one. Here we go. Do it. Pause, champ. Boom! There you go. Like, you can see those kind of hammers swirling around. I guess they're supposed to be staves, actually, kind of swirling around and healing up those golems a little bit. And then we go here. Check this out. Boom! So you give that light aura out, and you've got this, like, sphere around you that explodes over time, right? So you can see here that you charge it up, right? You can see the procedure. You pop the stance, and it's kind of swirling around. And then it explodes after a certain amount of time. But you pop it, you get some hits. You can see it stacking up a little bit. And then bam, you get a much bigger hit and that stronger daze component as well. And even more, you're also giving barrier and light aura to nearby allies too. And light aura is a bit of a theme of this. That's kind of, I guess that's where the torch stuff is coming from. There's that we don't really have burning, but we do have light aura. It's very much being a theme of this elite specialization that we'll see a lot more of when we get down to the traits in just a moment, because we're kind of getting there now, huh? But yeah, well, it's also a really fun utility. Again, this is really skill expressive, I think, because let's say you're playing a DPS build, right? You're going to want to pre-pop that stance and then time it with bursts, like say a hammer 2 burst or a greatsword burst. You leap onto your opponent with a massive brutal hammer burst with Judge's Intervention with that stance, Effulgent stance already popped, and then the hammer lands and then bam, the stance goes off at the same time and you get this colossal burst of damage, right? And that's, again, very similar to some of the core Guardian builds and even Willbender builds that currently see play, but this is just a very different flavor of that, kind of leaning in more of the hybrid direction. So go ahead and let's continue. And yeah, the final one. Oh yeah, we have one more utility skill. We just have kind of your basic damage one here. This is the piercing stance. It's just, it does damage. And then it does more damage to people who are crowd controlled and immobilized. You get a bit of damage as a daze, right? And then you just do more damage for 6 seconds, basically, to enemies that are crowd controlled or immobilized, which again, worth noting for PvE gamers, that basically is all raid bosses, right? Because raid bosses have defiance bars, and defiance bars always fulfill this category. So you just have a damage modifier in a lot of kind of instanced PvE with the way that that works. So yeah, standard damage mod, you know, not the most riveting ability in the world, but, you know, at least it's got a bit of interactivity. Guardian is a class that utilizes burst, right? Like, you typically, you know, use skills in quick succession with damage modifiers. You know, that's how Guard has always kind of gone with the way that Greatsword tends to operate, of course. In particular, Dragon Hunter traps as well, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of more of the same bread and butter for Guardian. But oh, there we go. That's the elite. This is a pretty cool spell. So it's not immediately obvious what this does. But what this does is that you leap to an area, you kind of create a ring of spectral weapons around it, and you also chain enemies that you hit with it. So we can see them, we see this here, right? The Daring Advance. We're leaping over to these golems, and then boom, they're chained. And this is just like the Spellbreaker thing. If you get too far away, you get stunned. So you can see again, you can see the CMC moving away here. And look, the golems, the chains break, and those golems get stunned. And this is, again, potentially a very powerful, like, area control and movement control, very powerful effect, especially in those kind of competitive modes as well, obviously, because, oh no, I need to move out of all this AoE, but I'm going to get stunned if I do that, and suddenly that's really, really scary. You know, you're unleashing a devastating assault in World versus World. Oh no, I'm getting stunned because, you know, I'm caught. You know, I'm caught within this this ring of weapons there as well. So pretty interesting spell there as well, and also does function as a bit of mobility. It's an engage type thing. You can, like, use this to leap on someone, an unsuspecting player, and just get them, just like burst them down, right? So very, very interesting. And yeah, they're slapping on a couple of traits. And, you know, this is interesting too. This elite spec is the only one that doesn't actually have all of the trait artwork done, which is kind of cool. So we don't know exactly what the traits are going to look like, but the splash art does look very, very good. And I think that if I had to guess too, because, you know, I've been talking about how, like, oh man, it's kind of crazy. This elite spec, I would say, is less cooked as of right now than the Troubadour or the GALESHOT. I think I'm not saying it's bad now. I think it's actually rather interesting now, definitely intriguing. But I think this is one that I do expect to see some changes to. Maybe not mechanically, but certainly in some of the traits, because some of them are, you know, they're like, oh wow, that's a exciting trait, I guess. You know, there's definitely some spicy stuff in here, but it's definitely stuff that maybe isn't quite as exciting as what the Ranger and the Mesmer have got. And I think we might actually see a couple of updates, but let's go ahead and kind of leap into the traits with what is going on over there after looking at those elite skills. So of course, you know, the first minor trait there is just, oh, you're a Luminary now. Wow, very exciting. And then we have this Luminary's Blessing. This is the second minor trait, right? The master one, which is gain vitality. So good news, you're not a pathetic 11k HP Guardian. If you're a Luminary, you're a bit more of a bruiser, a bit more of a brawler. It's a bit of a running theme, really. You know, like ArenaNet have said, listen, okay, maybe we should make the 11k health classes have a bit more HP. We kind of saw that with Catalyst. We saw that with Dragon Hunter too, right? Like Dragon Hunter, I think, gets a bit more HP. So this is, you know, that's just the way it goes. You know, you're getting a little bit more health these days if you're a very, very squishy gamer. But in addition to that extra HP, you baseline have this Luminary's Blessing, and you'll notice that it does apply to allies too. Grant Luminary's Blessing to allies when you equip a Radiant weapon. And, again, you're going to be using those Radiant weapons, and you're going to be using them frequently, right? The cooldown on Shroud is not super long, especially if you only use, like, 1 or 2 weapons. So you're going to be able to apply this to you and your allies quite a bit, and that's just going to give you a lot of tankiness. Like, a lot, 10% consistent damage reduction, and you're a heavy armor class, and you've got 180 vitality. Ooh, you're a bit beefy. You're pretty big. With that, let me tell you that. And on top of that, you've got another bonus, another interaction here with your weapons that we talked about a little bit earlier. Let's go over it again. Radiant armaments gain a bonus based on your equipped radiant weapon. This bonus lingers for a period of time after exiting Shroud. That's 10 seconds, right? So you get this bonus for 10 seconds after you exit Shroud. And bear in mind, potentially that could be permanent, right? For example, let's say that you're a really damaged focused player and you just want to slam DPS with the hammer. You can essentially keep this deal increased strike damage to control the immobilized foes up basically permanently, right? By rotating your hammer abilities, slamming some DPS, then rotating out using your weapon skills back into Shroud. You're just going to have a flat mod for a lot of time. And similarly with the healing approach here, with that 15% healing, which again is a very, very good thing. It's very powerful to have a 15% healing modifier, and 33% movement speed is not to be sniffed at as well. Guardian can be relatively sluggish sometimes, like without the use of teleportation, right? Like your actual movement speed is not always actually that fast outside of your teleports. Obviously Willbender aside, right? And that's going to help you out with that, like a fair bit, particularly on support, right? If you're a support, like mobility is so important. On support builds in particular. There's a reason why there was a time, check this out guys, where when you played support Firebrand, you would dedicate 2 of your utility skills and a weapon to mobility. Seriously. This was kind of in the Scourge Firebrand meta, and you played Merciful Intervention to port onto allies, Judge's Intervention, right, to teleport onto enemies, and Sword. Seriously. And that's how important it is to be fast, particularly on that kind of support-oriented build in PvP. So having that move speed is really nice. Gives you kiting potential, because bear in mind, this will stack with swiftness. So in other words, you can go a little bit faster in combat, and you'll be slightly more resilient to being snared too, because it will kind of counteract some of the slows there. And then the shield is going to give you damage reduction. So again, more tankiness that's layered on top of that Luminary's blessing. If you're under pressure, you need to kind of sustain a little bit, pop that Aegis, pop that block, and then at the end, you can drop out and have that defensive value at the same time. And I actually do really like these 2 traits because it is this minigame, this class mechanic of having this little buff that you can keep up on ours, that unique value that you can bring to the table. And you have this thought process of, okay, what order do I want to use my weapons in? And also, maybe while you're in Shroud, you go, hold on, I need to change my mind here. I'm in a situation, I need that damage reduction. Or like, oh, actually, I think I'd quite like the movement speed right now. That's kind of fun. In my opinion. And that's not inconceivable too, because the actual cooldowns on a lot of the weapons here are actually relatively low. So you can kind of navigate through these abilities here and kind of figure out where you want to go with what the situation is kind of asking for you, particularly because you're going to be using these combo abilities as well for those flip skills. But yeah, that is it for the baseline stuff. Let's talk about the actual traits themselves. And yeah, I said that they're a little bit, some of them are a bit basic, and we might get a bit more cooking here. Yeah, Shimmering Stances. Stances get prot and AoE blind. Now, don't get me wrong, that's a strong effect, but we did see, maybe not quite as exciting as some of the other things that we've seen. That's actually very good though, at the end of the day, like particularly in PvP. Like AoE blind is annoying. It is very annoying, actually. But I guess the way this is written, actually, is that this would only be on the offensive stances. So I guess on the piercing stance and daring advance, you'll get the blind. But maybe, oh yeah, and I guess on effulgent stance too, actually. But maybe not so much on the more defensive ones, I guess. And the heal skill. So, yeah, not the most exciting trait. Shining Restoration, gain light aura when you use a healing skill. Yeah, we probably need an extra line of text here, right? Like, come on, we're going big on these elite specs. Like, wow, very exciting, right? However, good news, this one is pretty cool. Look, the contrast here, right? This one is way more interesting. Persistent Blessing. Refresh the duration of your Luminary's blessing and trigger its healing when you exit Shroud. Now that is a big deal, because one thing that I actually kind of glossed over there that I shouldn't have done is that Luminary's blessing heals when it ends, and that includes if you reapply it, by the way. So whenever you use a new weapon skill, a different weapon, you'll trigger that healing. You don't have to wait for it to expire. But this means your uptime of this buff is tasty, because that means when you leave you're going to get that heal. One, you're going to heal your allies, and you're going to immediately refresh that Luminary's Blessing, which will then go on to heal again. But this is how you're going to generate. And right now, in my opinion, this one is like that is like a pretty clear favorite here. It's very, very good because it is going to enable you to play around the mechanic a lot more, get that damage reduction, get that tankiness, and get that healing, self-sustain and allied sustain, and maintain uptime. Right, because again, like your Shroud cooldown is not going to be long. Worst case, it's 20 seconds. So this is just going to give you that extension outside there. You're going to get 6 seconds when you leave. So let's say it's a 10-second cooldown, right? That means you're going to have 4 seconds of downtime before you're back into Shroud and potentially applying that blessing once again. If you only use one weapon, that means you'll be able to upkeep that indefinitely. So maybe if you're on a very specialized build that only cares about something, or if at a particular time in the fight you only care about healing or only care about damage, that will continue to give you that that value there as well. So let's go ahead and continue. So that one I like. That's a fun trait. Steadfast recovery. Wow. And this, it's got a bit of flavor. Regenerate health per second while you got Prot or Resolution, which again is going to be pretty common on this build, right? You have a lot of ways to apply that to yourself, especially if you take the Virtues trait line. And it procs twice if you got both. So if you got one or the other, 120. 240 if you have both. Again, scaling with healing power. Okay. Not sure if that's super exciting enough for an elite specialization, but it's not a bad effect, that's for sure, especially if you want to go for that, again, that bruisery, brawly type approach. Purging Light, and this is where you start to see that light aura synergy coming into play. Purging Light, remove conditions from nearby allies when you grant yourself light aura. So when you give a light aura, and that's from when you use a heal skill, that's in the Radiance trait line. When you're interacting with light fields, there's a whole bunch of stuff where you get that aura. Again, you also have it on the Effulgent stance as well. That's all going to be generating Condition Cleanse. Right, for your team, one condition removed there. So that's going to further augment your supportive capacities there. And I do love stuff like that. I actually do really like interactions like this that work with combos, work with auras, work with like special mechanics. That kind of stuff is fun. So I do love to see that. And then Empowered Armaments, DPS. It's a basic DPS trait. Gain increased strike damage when you equip a Radiant weapon. And I think you guys kind of get what I mean, right? Like these 5 traits, they're not super impactful to gameplay compared to what we saw to, like let's say like the Troubadour or the GALESHOT, right? And I think that's why I'd like to see a little bit more cooking on these 5 in particular. This is cool, but these can maybe do a little bit more. They're quite generic and they don't like push your gameplay in a particularly interesting direction or kind of give you a new toy to play with. You know what I mean? And yeah, sure, that's kind of what Grandmaster traits are for in general, but I do think that it is important for the Master and Mage, the Master and Adept traits to also have some like pretty high impact. And like they're not like bad or anything, but I'd like them to be all as impactful as Persistent Blessing, to be honest. Like, and Purging Light is pretty cool. I do like that aura interaction, but so I guess maybe those 4, they're a bit mediocre, to be honest. But we do have some pretty exciting Grandmaster traits here. So first up, Illuminating Inspiration. It's going to be Alacrity. I'm kind of surprised about that because, the Willbender already has Alacrity. Firebrand has Quickness, but Firebrand doesn't really have a power option. And this is definitely like kind of a power-oriented spec, so would have been interesting to go if this was Quickness instead of Alacrity, but it's going to be Alac. Grant boons to nearby allies when you use a virtue skill. Of course, it won't be a lack in World versus World. Reduce the recharge of your virtue skills when you equip a Radiant weapon. See, that is what I'm talking about, right? So whenever you equip a new weapon, and bear in mind, per cycle in Shroud, you could, go through 4 weapons very quickly, potentially even wait in Shroud for longer if you really wanted to, get a second equip off, potentially if you're really zooming. That's a lot of cooldown reduction. And bear in mind, Core Guardian Virtues, especially when you juice them up with the Virtues trait line, you can take way more Condi Cleanse, like Giga Condi Cleanse, AoE Condi Cleanse. On the F2. You can take AoE Stun Break and more stability on with Indomitable Courage on your Shield of Courage, basically. And of course, you get all the boons. You know, just for having virtues, you're getting might, you're getting regen, you're getting prot. That's a powerful thing to actually have. And you're going to be getting some very significant cooldown reduction on your virtue skills if you're popping this. And again, I really want to highlight, this is exactly what a GM trait should be. This is very gameplay warping. Like, you are going to play around this trait. You are going to think about this trait actively and design and construct your playstyle around it. Exactly what I love to see. Very good. Like, this is exactly what I was hoping for with elite specializations and, well, just new traits and stuff in general. Very high impact to like the way that you're going to play this build. And the fact that the other GMs you're about to see are as well are just as impactful, it means that you're going to have so many playstyles added to the game. This is why elite specs are better than weapons. Like, weapons don't really generate new playstyles a lot of the time. They just like enhance them. Elite specializations, because of these trait interactions, because of these like complex interplay between different systems, really enable ArenaNet to add new gameplay experiences very effectively. So yeah, that's big. And kind of on that, we have the Sovereign of Light, bit of a play on King of Fires from Berserker because it works very similarly, is gain light aura when you enter Shroud. So, okay, good, a bit more light aura. And Luminary skills, detonate light aura, damaging enemies and healing allies. So here it's going to be, okay, we want to apply an aura to ourselves, either with interacting with a combo finisher, using a healing skill, going in Radiant Shroud, and then we want to use an ability, and that's going to do AoE damage, a bit like Shattered Aegis almost, and AoE healing and resolution all at the same time. Really exciting effect there. You know, I love stuff like this. One of my favorite abilities, my favorite builds, probably my favorite build of all time actually in the game, seriously, was Shattered Aegis Core Guardian in Heart of Thorns. It was glorious. Old Celestial Shattered Aegis Core Guard with Permeating Wrath, because think about that, right? You get loads of hits from the Shattered Aegis, and Permeating Wrath incinerates people because loads of hits trigger it massively and you get insane burning. Actual good build. Love to see that. Fantastic. But yeah, really exciting trait for that. It is a bit, feels bad because, and they might have to rejiggle this. Again, I'm expecting a bit of work on this trait line actually, because we've tempested ourselves, right? We can't take like the Giga Heal, Sovereign of Light, and Alacrity at the same time. So that's obviously really unfortunate in the current situation. So they might end up having to like move the Alacrity somewhere else, or, you know, just go ahead and give this another effect and put the Alacrity somewhere else, right, somehow. So you can take both of those, because yeah, it feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad to not be able to, you know, to get Tempested, especially things they just fixed Tempest. And yeah, the final one is Master at Arms. Also another really exciting one. Using a virtue skill, recharges radiant weapon skills. So this is like the inverse, right? How cool is that, of Illuminating Inspiration? So this one recharges your virtues, and this one recharges your weapons. And that means you can basically double down, right, on certain spells that you want to use. So you can go ahead and say, right, I want to slam with the hammer. And then you can go, well, hold on, I want to do it again. Right, I want to slam with that hammer, and then I want to go again big time, right? And then you use a virtue skill. You can kind of like chain them together like that, right? Now they are linked, as you can see here. So you can't, you know, you can't use like the same weapon 4 times, right? That would be crazy. You can say Justice is going to give you your hammer back. Resolve is going to give you your staff twice, so your support abilities. And Courage, it does both sword and shield. At the same time, so it's going to give you that defensive capacity there. So as well, yeah, really, really cool. 100% recharge reduction there, so very powerful effect, really strong, giving you access to those profession mechanics once again. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to say the balance on this, right? Because we're going to need to play with it and figure out what builds are going to work. So I'm not going to give you some kind of crazy in-depth balance analysis here, but I just love that. What a cool effect. It's going to, again, really change how you think about Guardian, right? Like, it's going to really, really change how you think about using your virtue skills and how that's going to interact with the elite specialization. You just love to see that. You just absolutely love to see that. You really do. And then we can kind of see them playing around with these abilities here a little bit. These are not, you know, visually there's not a crazy amount going on here. Like, we can maybe kind of see the Sovereign of Light effect kind of going off here, kind of proccing a little bit of damage. So do we activate it? Any activators? Yeah, you can see here, right? We just go into Radiant Shroud and then use a Luminary skill, and then you're going to see that kind of detonation activate from there. There's the light aura. And then here we go. Okay, using the hammer ability, and then bam, that light aura explodes. Very cool little effect there. Fantastic. But yeah, I mean, that's it. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's all I've got for Luminary, really, at this stage. And yeah, like, I guess I would want to sum things up with, why the hell is it a shield and not a torch icon, okay? That's my summary. But no, the real summary is, I think we probably need to have a little bit of a look at some of these traits a little bit. Maybe jiggle them around a little with how this is going to go, right? So that things can make a little bit more sense with certain builds, particularly kind of like the healer angle in PvE. Maybe give it quickness, right, instead of alacrity, and also just make sure that it gives enough boons to kind of fulfill that quickness DPS role. But I would say really unpredictable. I don't look at this and go, oh yeah, this is trash, right? This is going to be bad. This isn't going to make any sense. This to me is really interesting. There's not really a lot like it in the game with this kind of collection of abilities that are together. Definitely feels a bit PvP coded to me. I'm expecting to see this pop up in competitive and a lot of experimentation in competitive modes like PvP and World versus World. PvE, I think is interesting. Like, I don't know exactly where this is going to land. Pure DPS is obviously going to work pretty well, potentially an alacrity DPS build, and I'm really curious about like a damage reduction bulwark-oriented healer. That's very exciting to me. You know, I'm sure some of you have seen my Guild Wars 1 playthrough. I love that protection monk, right? Really cool set of abilities. Kind of leaning into that a little bit is where we're going, right? We're going that direction, back to Guild Wars 1. So that's cool. But yeah, I just want to wait and see. I want to see what this looks like in the game, because I think, yeah, it's volatile, it's unpredictable. It could turn into a whole bunch of things. Yeah, harder to predict and harder to kind of figure out just by looking at it compared to some of the other ones, in my opinion. I need to wrestle with this and see what the hell's going on. Yeah. That's big. That is big indeed. Indeed. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Using the same, yeah, CMC just brought up here that using the same weapon multiple times doesn't count against the CD. So that's with Master of Arms, right? So in other words, if you double use the hammer, right, you're not, you still get you don't like get double increase recharge, right? Like, it's still going to only be 5 seconds because it cares about each unused Radiant weapon in Shroud, right? And if you use the same one twice, well, that hasn't reduced the number of unused ones, right? Like, it's still the same number of unused ones. So yeah, I had to say fascinating. I do find myself rather transfixed by the Luminary, right? I'm certainly going to be trying this one out, let me tell you that, for absolutely certain. You can see like a good array of boons, an interesting array of abilities about the place. With these utility skills as well, some really nice artwork as well, some cool animations, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think that's all I've got, really. Highly interesting, highly intriguing, and we will certainly find out more about this when we get to the beta at the end of August. So yeah, I guess that's all I've got. This is probably where the video ends, because look, this is good, actually. We can have a story in 3 parts. When I was doing the Troubadour review, I was thinking, is this going to be 1 YouTube video or 3? I'll tell you what, guys, it's almost certainly going to be 3, because I started talking about all of these things at midnight. It's now nearly 2 a.m. The Troubadour video was nearly an hour. This one about, I think, 40 minutes or so. So we're going to have to split that up. But good news, that means triple the content, guys, okay? And more importantly, triple the reviews and triple the opportunity to tell people to buy the game with my referral link in the description. Oh, yeah! Buy that new expansion, guys. Come on, play the Luminary, okay? You seriously think this isn't going to be OP? Like, Sovereign, that's going to one-shot people, okay? You're going to use 1 light aura, it instantly kills the entire Zerg in World versus World, like in 1 hit. That's what the balance is going to look like. You need to get in on this now, guys. Otherwise, you are obsolete. You are going to be worthless in the new expansion unless you're on board with this stuff. But real talk, definitely let me know what you think about this one. And of course, go check out all the other videos that I'm covering these elite specs on. Give me your opinion, give me your takes. I want to hear about it. I'm super curious what everyone thinks. Do you think this one's cool? Like, what do you think this is going to be? Especially this one. Like, what kind of build cook do you guys think is going to happen with this? I think it's really intriguing to see what the possibilities are. with this one 100%. So yeah, leave your comments, like, subscribe, watch my streams, watch the other reviews, watch my other videos about Visions of Eternity and all the Guild Wars 2 stuff. Okay, it's all out there, guys. I'll tell you what, I got visions of slop for all of you lot, okay? I've got absolutely, like, tides and tides of it, like, pouring down onto you. It's going to be fantastic. It really is. So stay tuned for all of that kind of stuff there. Check out all the other stuff. Leave your opinions down below. And, of course, watch on stream. Okay, I'm going to be going over this stuff all live on YouTube and Twitch. So if you're a YouTube viewer, make sure to check out the streams and, indeed, the live stream VODs. All of my VODs get archived there, except the forbidden streams. If you want to see the forbidden streams, you're going to have to actually show up in person for those. But anyway, that's going to do it for the Luminary. That outro was far too overindulgent, but honestly, I know you guys love it, so I'm not going to stop doing it. Good. I'll see you guys in the next video, which is going to be the GALESHOT. I will see you then, guys. Thanks for watching. That'll do it for now. Okay. Oh God. Oh God. I can't continue, guys. We gotta do one more. We gotta do the pigeon monster. Bird swan. Let's go with the prime. Pigeons. Yes. We are not done. We are not done yet, guys. It is now time for the pigeon monster. Look at that. Taylor Trigg-Brooks. Okay, look. Quick question, though, guys. You know how they fixed Trigg's audio? What if they didn't fix it? Seriously, like, would that have made the stream more entertaining? I think maybe. Yeah. If they just, what if they like gaslit people into thinking it was normal as well, right? Like, maybe that's the approach. They should have just, guys, what are you talking about? Like, this is how he always sounds. This is how it always is. Oh no. Ooh, yeah, this one is big. We are here all with the GALESHOT. Exciting. They should have kept the waterfall. They should have made it louder. The waterfall should have been the only thing you could even conceivably hear. That should be like all you've got. I'm going to go to Alona. I'm sick of hearing the same music. Let's go to Amnoon. Okay, let's get this set up. We're logged in. The waterfall is too loud? Crank it up even more. Yeah, let me actually just quickly, what do I want to say about this stuff? We've got a lot of skills to talk about here again. We have like 5 skills on the Cyclone Bow. And yeah, there's a lot going on here, right? Because you have the arrow mechanic, then you have the wind force mechanic that you're going to build up stacks of when you use these abilities while you're in the Cyclone Bow. And then, of course, you get access to the Hawkeye ability, which is just kind of flipping over on your auto attack. And then you have these utilities. Yeah, you have Squalls. They're just like, you know, instant cast abilities, right? 62 years of yapping about new elite specs upon the 28 console of dude, Lin, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Okay, Lingar indeed. Wait, your Twitch thing is the leg 46 Lingar. Nice. Add boss types of pets like they're doing with the AV in there. I believe that's already the case. There's already a couple of traits in Core Ranger that actually interact with certain pet types, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I think they'll probably continue to do that. I think it's good RP in general. So yeah. I mean, yeah, I could definitely see them doing that in elite specs, for sure. Like, maybe each elite spec actually has a special pet type that's associated with it. That could be kind of fun. You gotta be careful, though. You don't want to make it, too restrictive, right? I think, you know, being able to mix and match pets is pretty cool. Something that's kind of fun on Druid, for example. But yeah, I kind of like that idea. You know, maybe each elite spec has like a special interaction with a certain pet that you use on a certain build potentially. That could be pretty cool. But yeah, you do have to be careful with that, I think. Not to overdo it. Need to become Twitch partner so I can change my tag to Lynn. I wonder if it is taken. Yeah. Oh, dude, need a quick stretch and a rehydration. Oh. Because we are not done. It's never over. Dog Wizard. Dogmancer. That's the new one. Okay. Let's see. What's my intro for this one, guys? Imagine putting in effort and writing scripts when I just ad-lib the entire thing. That's a good intro. Right, like there's the intro on that one. We don't do that here. Okay, we don't do that here, guys. We just get in there. We just do it. We do it all live. Shout out to YouTube, by the way. 236 people on YouTube still. Dude, you know what's funny? Every time I say thanks for watching, YouTube just goes to sleep. Because they're like, wait, that's the end. They think it's a YouTube video. They believe that the YouTube video is so immersive, they believe that. Whoa. Also, check this out, guys. I've got breaking news. Okay? Whoa, dude, there's like a freakish number of dislikes on the stream today. What's up with that, YouTube? You guys don't like the elite specs? That's crazy. It's all the mains getting triggered because the roleplay is not what they want. Well, it's not that many dislikes. Like it. Okay, so the stream today has an 80. Yeah, it has 20 dislikes, guys. Because normally all of my streams have around 98% likes. This only has 92%. What's up with that, guys? People are not a fan. It does have 239 likes, though. So, I mean, we're obviously doing something right. Yeah. Disliking because Pigeon Mancer has free weapon swapping. But yeah, maybe. 20 sounds low for 1.3k viewers. I mean, yeah, but to be fair, not many people... people don't tend to even realize that you can like live streams or dislike them on YouTube. Mistral is a ranger skill. That's a big mishap opportunity. I mean, is it? It's like wind-themed. Rit? Yeah, Rit would be pretty hype, actually. Yeah, Rit would be hype. Well, when they drop that, it's going to be really cool. Like, it makes me very... I feel very good about where the elite specs are going in general, because I really like that they've lent hard into the roleplay. Like, these are very roleplay elite specs. And the traits back that up, right? The traits are very roleplay too. Like, the gameplay is very roleplay. Which is what I personally like to see quite a lot. Too. Yeah. Look, I mean, dare I say it, guys? Do I dare say it? I think CMC is unchained. I think Trig and CMC are unchained. Because we all know they've been chained before, guys. We know in the dark days, okay, of the previous emperor. The chains, they very much like the Guardian elite, right? Like the Guardian elite there, the Luminary elite. There were chains in play, but no longer. The chains have been removed. We love to see it. Okay. Destructive was solar, vegan was mice. Oh man, I have to go back and finish Guild Wars 1. When am I gonna get the time for this? Okay, dude, I had a bunch of free time over the last couple of weeks. I've been grinding and actually getting a lot of stuff done. But man, I have no free time now until the end of August, which is still nice actually. It's gonna be kind of chill for me for the 2 months before the Guild Wars 2 expansion, which is nice. But man, I have no time. Oh, it's going to be so brutal. Oh, dude, I need to lock in, man. I really need to lock in, actually, for August. We've got to be locked in by next week because it is going to be brutal. I am going to be working like, oh God, like 14 hours a day, starting on the 13th. It is going to be wild, man. Oh. What's got you so busy? So I obviously have all of the Guild Wars 2 stuff to handle. With, you know, I've got to cover all the videos. We've got to cover all the news, right? Then like the WoW raid is coming up. It's at the same time as the Elite SPEC beta, so I'm gonna have to play that as well, right? I'm not just raiding in WoW. I've got the I'm also doing Race to Worlds First stuff as well, so that's gonna be like time consuming. Yeah, I'm running a raid tournament in 2 weeks, actually 2 weeks today, on the 9th of August. I need to actually like promote that a little bit. I've got to actually do a lot of programming to make the tech work. The tech is not done, so I've got a lot of work to do on that. Oh, goodness me. It's going to be fun. Yeah, it's a big it is a big calendar, yeah. It is a big calendar. Oh, yeah. Good thing Motor is cancelled. I mean, Motor, look, I actually do have a plan for this. I'm probably going to, you know, I'm probably going to end up, I'm just going to set a date. Like, my plan for Motor 3, I think I'm just going to say, I might just straight up say it and go, you know what? Motor 3 is September 13th, which is 2 weeks-ish. 2.5 weeks after release, and just say fuck it. Yeah, give you guys 2 weeks to cook and log in. You know what I mean? Just do that. Maybe even 1.5 weeks. We could actually say, you know what if it was the 6th of September, like 1.5 weeks after release. Just get it done. Just get in there. Like, just don't give people that much time to cook. People are going to go in with like crazy strats, crazy ideas. And then go. I think 2 weeks is a bit better so people actually have time to like grind and practice a little bit and do a bit of cooking. So I think that is worth doing, but yeah, I don't know. Can we call the UI stuff Kanye.dll? I mean, look, there's some potential there. Okay, like maybe we can go in that direction. November? Oh, yeah, November. Yeah. Because the expansion's, yeah. Oh, yeah. For some reason, I thought the expansion was coming out in, yeah. I went back a month. Look, it's getting late, guys. Yeah, November. Yeah, it'll be like November the 8th, right? Rather than September. Because, of course, yeah, the expansion doesn't exist yet at that point. I know what's going on. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be brutal, man. It's going to be absolutely brutal for that kind of that time period. A lot to do. Very busy. Very, very busy. We'd love to see that. Okay. Shall we talk about GALESHOT, guys? Is that what we are gonna do? I think it might be. I do believe that may be something that we could go ahead and discuss. See, we're in Method now. I have the great honor to actually be part of the Method casting team, yeah, for this Race to Worlds First. So yeah, we're moving up in the world, guys. Okay, we're making it. I'm making it. Oh my god. Yep. Okay. Come on then. Come on. Look. This image is entirely appropriate. This is the current scenario. Not only are birds featuring in the next Elite Spec, this is also happening in Twitch chat live. This is basically the chat. This is me. I'm the bird. I've basically collected worms to feed to the Twitch chat. Followed you forever and you're a good one. True. That is me, actually. That is me. Right. Okay. Let's get this done. All right, then. I get to do one of my favorite things ever, which is being absolutely right. Okay, I saw a lot of doom about this. I was like, oh no, Bird Wizard, oh my god, Bird Wizard, GALESHOT, Gale slop, more like. Well, everyone who said that was a complete imbecile. This spec is looking absolutely juiced up. Elite specialization for range of the GALESHOT, it's here. You've got birds, you've got arrows, you've got feathers. Loads of new skills, loads of really exciting abilities to pop off. My voice is imploding after screaming about this for 7 hours. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look what's going on with this one. I think this specialization was one of the ones that immediately stuck out to me as having a really fundamentally fun playstyle. The way they described it, the resource building, the ammunition style, it's bird sworn with this extra weapon that you always have access to, a 1200 range cyclone bow with its own abilities and a special finishing move. If you use enough of the skills in there, you navigate your way through. You're not just going to go in there for one skill. You navigate your way through, use the abilities that you need, chain them together, combo them with your weapon skills, and unleash a devastating final blow. That is the GALESHOT. There's, of course, plenty to talk about with the nitty-gritty that we're going to do now, but that is what's going on. And plenty of leaping around all over the place as well. I actually want, look, we're going to do a spoiler. We got to go check this out, because this skill is cool. Hold on. Wait, no, yeah, we got to go back a little bit. Check this out. Look at this ability, guys. How can you not want to play this when you can do this? Okay, here we go. Boom! Look at that. Okay, look at that sizzling 720p whirlwind leap. To be honest, maybe they should just set the cooldown to 0. I do love this, by the way. This is one of my favorite memes. Slight segue here, actually. But obviously, ArenaNet tests stuff with God mode, right? It's actually this little icon here, this little foot icon. It gives them, like, no cooldowns, basically. But some people got baited, and I saw some people saying, no, it's impossible. It's got 0 cooldown. That's so OP. You can't do that. But yeah, look at that. Maybe it should have no cooldown. Maybe they should replace your dodge. Whenever you dodge, you just use this whirlwind ability instead and leap all over the place. Very, very cool. But anyway, let's actually kind of get down to business. So what's going on here? So key mechanics. And to be honest, this is kind of cool. You have access to an F5. We have this button here. Again, with UI support, you can see how many arrows you have here. This is your ammo, basically. And you spend these arrows to utilize certain abilities within the Cyclone Bow. So good to have some UI support for that. And when you spend these, so in other words, when you use abilities within the bow we're about to see here, notice this little icon. This is Wind Force. And that also has UI for it, by the way. Again, big improvements here from ArenaNet, actually adding proper UI support. Another massive advantage of Elite specs, by the way. One thing that the Soto weapons in particular struggled with was no UI support, right? So they had these gimmicks attached to them, but no proper UI support. Elite specs do. And you can see that this, CMC is building up this Wind Force. And if you get 5 stacks of Wind Force built up over time, then that is going to give you access to the final ability, right? Like the final ability is being used there. The Hawkeye, right, is what's going on there. And you can unleash a devastating final blow. So you get 6 new skills accessible to you at any time. Actually, hold on. Look, it's getting late. I better correct myself. That bar there isn't your Wind Force bar. You only have that counter there. This is actually your ammo recharge bar. So you don't have to kind of guess when you're going to get another arrow. You can see it very visually, in addition to like how many you've got. And you can see you do need the ammo to use it, right? You can see that the spells basically get grayed out when you don't have enough arrows to use them. Like that. So you can see there, like number 3 is grayed out and it lights up when you can use it. But yeah, you can see exactly when you're going to be getting another arrow looking at that little bar. If only we could move stuff around the screen, then this would be really good. But listen, okay, it's better than nothing, that's for sure. But yeah, that is the core of this. And just, I want to comment on how unbelievably flexible this is. Like this SPEC is a huge game changer. To be honest, this is exactly what Rangers want. I think Ranger players are going to be so happy with this. And honestly, anyone who kind of enjoys this type of hyper-mobile range playstyle, because this just gives you a third weapon, basically. It's got no cooldown. You can dip into it whenever you want. You can use the charges, right? You can, like, rotate with your other weapon skills. Loads of cool skills. Very focused around, like, ranged, speed, mobility, right? And just, like, sniping people down. That's what this is all about. And you see that in the utility skills and the traits later on, too. But I think it's really important. Again, let's just underline that. You have always got a 1200 range weapon, right? Always. And that means you can combine this with all of the really cool Ranger builds. You could double down and you could have longbow with this. But I think what's actually going to go down is you're going to lean into the mobility of Ranger. So you're going to end up utilizing spear, heavy evasion, heavy mobility. You know, you can combo that with greatsword, insane mobility, defensives, like lunging around, smashing people, blasting people at range, leaping in to finish off and chase down foes. Proper skirmishing build. This to me is mega Ranger, kind of, you know, that Hunter Ranger roleplay. You know, I thought it was going to be going that Beast Mastery direction, but I got baited by the Bird Sworn, okay? But honestly, it was worth it. It was fun to get baited by that. But no, we're going full skirmisher mode. With this weapon, with this elite specialization. The traits are honestly exciting too, and the spells, the utility spells, they're actually fun. So let's go ahead and get into that. So our core toolkit here is going to be this Cyclone Bow. So let's go through these abilities. First up is going to be Bluster. This is just your bread and butter damage ability, right? It costs 1 arrow, and you can store up to 8 of them, and there you go. You just fire off 3 attacks, again at 1200 range. The auto attack is just a basic auto attack, right? You just auto attack and you shoot a wind arrow at your target. And of course, you don't need any ammo to use that one. You can just, you know, auto attack. You can auto attack to your heart's content, and of course it does flip over into that Hawkeye when you've got your wind force build up there as well. So let's go over to the next ability, just using that. Look, I mean, look, they just love that bluster ability. Look at that. Look, you do have these bird themed effects there, so you are a little bit of a bird monster, right? You are bird sworn, so you summon birds there. And the third skill is going to be kind of like a short bow, you know, like a short bow 3 ability. It's a little leap back. So you get a little evade on a relatively short cooldown, cost you 1 arrow again, do a bit of damage, a blast of wind, and it also destroys projectiles, right? So you can see that the devs have this rather entertaining ability to make the golem fire arrows at you, and we're going to see that demonstrated here, how you can use this to potentially, like, defend against projectiles, right? So the golem targets you, it fires out a rapid fire from its little hand, and you can see that those projectiles were countered. So if you see a really important projectile coming in, or you just want to mitigate some damage or get some evasion, you can use this ability to destroy those projectiles, and even, you know, of course, shield your allies, right? Because it will just be able to block projectiles for everyone. So again, just a really solid, good ability to have in your kit on any build. And now we kind of have another more aggressive option, and this is again going to be a really good skill. Long range, well telegraphed, which is nice, okay? Because trust me, this would be scary if it wasn't. And it just immobilizes, does damage, and also you have that immobilize with Coral's Pelly. Now, of course, immobilize is a strong effect, so that does have AoE immobilize in particular, right? It's going to have a stronger arrow cost of 2 as opposed to 1. And then the final one is the Super Sonic Arrow, is what that is going to be. So you supercharge an arrow with wind magic and then launch it at incredible speed. And this one grants additional wind force, right? So I think this one gives 2 wind force, I believe, instead of just the 1, because again, it is obviously a really powerful ability. You have to invest a lot of arrows into it. It's going to cost you 3 arrows as opposed to just 2 or even 1. So this is a very powerful ability. Has a long wind up, but if you've got to see this one coming, right? Like this is you know, your opponents are going to have to understand this. You do have a big telegraph. You can see kind of like the bird magic swirling around the player there, ready to unleash, ready to charge in. But look at all that's got to the table. 3-second days, big damage numbers. It's a cleave, it pierces, 1200 range, and it's unblockable. So this is a really key and incredibly potent ability that your opponents are going to have to be watching out for. Okay, I'm kind of talking about PvP context here because I do think this is going to be a menace in PvP. Okay, Boyce is going to go 1v9 with us, let me tell you that. It's going to take a whole new meaning to no Boyce, no win in PvP. If it's even remotely playable, it's going to be, I think, very strong. Looking at how it works mechanically anyway. But yeah, devastating damage there. Lots of stuff packaged into that, so your opponents are going to have to be looking for that, because it is well telegraphed. It's just that it's going to be hard to handle the projectile once it's in the air because of how fast it really is. And of course, there's that grand finale. Like, you have a, like, you channel your bird powers. It's kind of funny. You, like, let me see, like, there you go. Look at the icon there. Look at that. The bird is, like, staring right at you. And that is the hawk eye. The kind of finisher move, the payoff, right? Because they spoke about this a little bit. They want you to not just go into it to use one ability. They want to make it really rewarding to go in there and chain abilities together to access that big payoff with the Hawkeye. And of course, using the Supersonic is going to really help you along that pathway, because you're going to get a whole bunch of wind force coming out from that. And then you can, go ahead and like chain a couple of spells together and then very easily get to that Hawkeye for a devastating finishing move. And it's exactly that. It just does a huge amount of DPS, right? It just does mega damage. You can see it being used here in just a moment. There you go, boom. And it does do priority damage, so your initial target gets nuked, and then players around, or targets around that player, will take even more damage. You can see kind of like some of these visual effects being showed off there. Very wind-themed, very bird-themed, very, very cool there as well. Because that's the roleplay here, guys. That's the lore of the GALESHOT, is that you've been taught by the Tengu to channel the power of pigeons, of seagulls maybe even, to devastate your opponent. So that is basically how the Cyclone Bow is going to be working. And then we're going to go over to the utility skills. Now, these aren't super crazy, to be honest. We can go through these pretty quickly. They're not super wild. It's a new ability type called Squall. And what would I compare these to? I mean, I'm not going to lie. They're just abilities, right? Like, they're not anything really specific. They're just things that you use, and they're using wind magic, basically. That's the general gist of what's going on there. So, like, the first one here is you call upon a gentle wind to heal and grant super speed to you and your pet. Again, powerful mobility tool. It's got, it's got Condi removal packaged in. It's kind of important these days to have a little bit of Condi removal. You really love to see that on your heal skill. Decent heal, short cooldown, and super speed. And, well, as you'll see later on, this is a fast spec. You are not going to be in any shortage of super speed. Let me tell you that. Okay, you really, really are not. Let's go ahead and continue. Continue onwards into the mix. So the next one here is the Piercing Gales, and this is just kind of like a damage one. Right, like a damage ability, you just send in little arrows. This one's really fun too. I actually love this. It has a cool interaction with super speed. When you have super speed, or it makes the projectiles go really, really fast. Right, like that's the way it works. So if you have omega speed, we're gonna see that being showed off here. Yeah, if you have swiftness or super speed, sorry, the projectiles go really, really fast. Which obviously on this build you're going to be able to combo that, and it goes twice as fast if you have any of those effects. So there you go. You can combo that with the heal skill, and then bam! Incredibly fast projectiles, applying a whole bunch of vulnerability and a bunch of damage. Basic damage skill. Weirdly enough, I want to say this one will probably be more of like a PvE thing, because ranger utility skills, you quite often package in a lot of defensive utility. Right, like Ranger is really well known for having incredibly potent stun breaks and defensive tools in its utility slots. So you might not end up using that one. That might be like a PvE thing, because again, obviously this is going to have options in that PvE context to do damage. So that's where I think that one's going to go. So next up is going to be this wall. This is another really cool thing. This kind of reminds me of, again, like really, this reminds me of like Guild Wars 2's original design philosophy, right? This is a combo, but not a combo. So you put down this wall, and whenever you fire through the wall, it kind of freezes your arrows. You can see they get that little frozen effect on them, dealing extra damage and chilling foes that you strike. Just a really fun, really cool roleplay effect. It's going to reward you for carefully positioning it, so you can nuke down your targets by firing through this field. I actually love that. I think that's just such a cool design. You know, it's very combo pilled because it's also just recognizing the fact that it's hard to kind of do this with combos in the roleplay sense as like ArenaNet intended in a way, because there's so many fields being spammed over all the place at this point. So this is trying to get around that by giving you a very specific thing. I believe this is only affecting your own arrows, I think. That will be kind of... Wait, actually, what does it say? It says projectiles that pass through the current become frozen, chilling and dealing additional damage to enemies. Oh, maybe that does work on your allies too. That's kind of cool, actually. So if you have loads of projectiles, maybe you get even more damage there. You get like a massive burst of damage from all of your allies. That sounds actually a little bit crazy, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it works, but it would be pretty cool if it was, actually. That's really fun that you could potentially play around that, and you know, you have special extra value if other members of your team are also using projectiles to attack your opponents. Wind shear, it's very basic skill here. Very basic skill. You basically have a little knockback. It's your stun break as well. Relatively short cooldown, does a bit of damage. Yep, pretty basic stuff. It very much in theme with GALESHOT. You're making room, you know, you're pushing your opponent away, right? You're making space, you're pumping, and again, you have that projectile block again. In fact, reflect even, by the looks of that. To be honest, looks like it's actually being reflected back. Yeah, reflecting incoming projectiles for a couple of seconds there, as you can see, with that ability that gets popped up there. So the golem shoots itself, feels bad. And here we are, back to the whirlwind, I believe, is what this next ability is called. Really exciting. So this one's cool. So you launch and then get super speed. Now this is one that I can definitely see kind of popping up a little bit. It's a 600 range leap with 2 ammo on it with super speed, and it's also an evade. So a really powerful defensive tool, but also an offensive tool. You can chase down enemies, you can kite away from opponents, you can leap onto terrain potentially in PvP, for example, and then you've got that super speed that's going to enhance some of your other abilities potentially. It's going to give you that mobility to disengage, to kite, to chase down and hunt down enemies. Very versatile and powerful ability. And this is a cool elite as well. Look at this one, the whirlwind. So you send out this whirlwind and it grows and hits, you know, as it hits more targets, it, you know, it kind of like feasts on everyone. You send it out and then boom, it grows up when you send it out there. And they coded it, it's like a launch effect. Like when you hit people with it, it launches them, but they coded it in a cool way. So it pulls people with them. It's a launch, but it like pulls people along, right? You can see the way the golems are, right? They all get kind of pulled in the direction of where the tornado is going, right? So you put it all the way at the you can see how it got kind of pulled into the tornado there. Of course, it looks a bit weird because they're clipping back into their original position with the golems, but you get the idea, right? Like all of them kind of get sucked into this raging tempest over there. Now, Elite, this one seeing play is interesting, to be a little bit boring because Ranger has some pretty good elite skill potential. Like Rampage is one, for example. It's kind of like the obvious pick for a lot of Ranger builds in PvP because it gives you that stability. It gives you that offensive and defensive potential that is really good to have in an elite. Whereas this one is more of like a aggressive offensive tool. But you should never say never, right? Stranger things have definitely happened. But yeah, Ranger loves to have that kind of very heavy utility and defensive loaded bar in terms of the slot skills that you end up picking, right? Like the Untamed Elite, for example, is fantastically powerful. Rampage is one is also an excellent skill. The res stuff that you play on, say, a support druid, right? Like those are the skills that do really well on a lot of Ranger builds. Because you usually have a lot of damage packaged in, and trust me, with the GALESHOT, you're certainly going to have plenty of that. You absolutely are. And yeah, that's all of those utility skills gone through. I guess a quick note as well is that this doesn't affect your pet in any way. This is Ranger Plus in the same way that Untamed is, right? You'll notice that the pet is kind of doing its own thing. There is a special interaction with birds. In fact, if you want to give quickness, you are going to need a bird pet, which is fun. You know, it's birds of a feather give quickness together, apparently. Is how that one's going. But yeah, bonus meme as well, guys. This is cool. They also, on stream, flexed a little bit about how, guess what, guys? That's right. They fixed pet AI. So pets are going to be a lot more responsive. They've done some kind of changes to how pets work, and you should basically get an instant response from your pet when you use your pet abilities. And that would obviously apply to all Ranger, but certainly a very welcome change, I would say, in general. So yeah, your pet is going to actually start casting its ability when you want to, theoretically, when the expansion, I presume the expansion, is going to release with some of these changes kind of baked in. But anyway, let's leap into traits. And I think, you know, we don't need to be mousing over those icons. They are some really cool icons. Once again, the artwork is fantastic. You know, the way I described this, was, it looks like modern Guild Wars 2. You know what I mean? Because Guild Wars 2 has evolved as a game over time, and it's gone a certain direction with the art. The art style has changed a little bit over time, right? And these elite specs really feel like they represent that to me, right? It's almost like how do I say it? Like, it's got a bit more cartoon to it, right? It's very vibrant, very colorful. You know, you walk into a raid group in Guild Wars 2, you're either going to be, you know, your eyes are going to get blown off, or it's a bunch of people walking around in bikinis, right? Like, but you know what I mean, right? Like, it really represents, I think, the evolution of the Guild Wars 2 aesthetic, 100%. I really like it quite a lot, actually. Like, the art style of these elite specs is, I really enjoy it, and it's always fun to see the little, it's always fun to see all the little icons they do. There's some good memes there. For example, this one here is called Fetch, right? You can see this, like, pet kind of grabbing this ball over there. That's very, very cool in my opinion. But anyway, let's go ahead and leap into our traits. Let's do it. Of course, big shout out to all the people tirelessly screenshotting everything. Okay, should I flame the screenshotters for, like, leaving in? Like, look at this. Look at this. We've got random slop at the edge of this. Although, listen, guys, I'm the architect of slop. I don't think I can critique people for that. But anyway, let's go ahead and get down to business. Of course, the first one is just going to be the basic, right? It's, congratulations, you're a GALESHOT. The teachings of the Tengu. Okay, mastery of Tengu wind magic allows you to conjure the Cyclone Bow at will. Using arrow-consuming skills grants wind force. After you reach the wind force threshold, able to use Hawkeye, gain access to squalls. And yeah, by the way, just to confirm this, yes, ArenaNet are a massive fan of Hawkeye. They just love that particular superhero. They're super big into that. Actually, they absolutely just love it. Okay, they also like Jeremy Renner's musical career too. It's actually pretty good. But anyway, let's get down to business with some of these traits here. We of course have well, we got a couple of bangers here actually in the minor traits. Bird of Prey. Strike damage is increased while you have swiftness or super speed, which we've already seen. You're going to have plenty, so you're getting a bit more damage there. And swiftness is more effective. This is a big deal, by the way. Do not underestimate this effect. This buffs up your swiftness to 40%. And you might think, well, why is that good? Well, here's the thing. When you're in combat, your movement speed is slowed down. But you can go faster, right? If you have more movement modifiers, right? For example, if you have super speed, you go faster in combat, right? You go the same speed as you do out of combat. So this actually does make you run faster in combat with swiftness. So this is actually a big deal. It just gives you that slipperiness, allowing you to evade opponents, disengage, move faster, around objectives while you're in combat, for example, or indeed like do mechanics faster in PvE. So this is actually a very powerful effect. Very nice to have that. And next up is going to be Jetstream. Your base movement speed is increased, so you just have a flat 25% move speed as well. And you have super speed baked in when you have that Hawkeye going off here as well. As you can see there, you get 3 seconds of super speed when you utilize that with a massive 1500 range. So again, we're off to a good start here. And here we go. Let's go ahead and leap into it. That's appropriate. First up, we're going to have Joy of Movement. Squalls remove movement impairing conditions. And again, that is really strong. This type of effect is very, very, very good in general, because that says you can get out of you can get a cripple, chill, and even immobilize. And bear in mind, some of these can definitely end up being potent in kind of your PvP environment. Like the heal skill, for example, boom, your heal skill removes 2 condis and it gets rid of cripple, chill, and immobilize, and gives you super speed, and heals you an amount. Over here with Whirlwind, this is breaking you out of all snares, and giving you super speed, and giving you an evade. That's a really powerful effect. Like, Wind Shear as well. This is giving you a knockback, it's giving you a reflect, it's breaking stun, and it's giving you breaking out of every snare as well. So it's like a turbo stun break, right? It's breaking you out of all snares and CCs. Suddenly these abilities start to look pretty damn potent if you're packaging in that ability there. But we've got some competition too, because we've got some damn good traits here that are highly impactful. Movement skills grant you swiftness and endurance, so you're getting a little bit of a dodge back for higher evade uptime. And you're getting like very easy swiftness uptime on any movement skill. And Ranger has a lot of that on Sword, on Great Sword, right? On the Spear, right? There's loads of movement skills, like Hammer, right? Like there's loads of movement skills. So that's any kind of like leap or dash or anything like that is going to be giving you swiftness and giving you some of your dodges back so you can be more slippery, more elusive. Really powerful effect. To have that there as well. And, you know, again, I almost feel like this one could end up being really good because you do actually have ways to get out of snares already as a ranger, right? So, like, maybe the Joy of Movement is overkill. Maybe you go with this one, so you just have that baseline permanent swiftness up a lot of the time. So you're moving around fast. You're getting those dodges back, right? Again, just incredibly powerful traits that have different approaches to kind of solving the same problem in a way. But yeah, very, very interesting. And of course, right, you know, you do have a bit of movement here as well with like Fleeting Zephyr. I imagine that probably counts as a movement spell because it does do like a little evade, little leap at the same time though. Okay, Wuthering Wind, which is actually a reference. This is confirmed a reference for real, not a joke reference like Hawkeye. I don't think that's a reference to Hawkeye, but this one actually is a reference, okay? Well, actually, to be honest, this probably is a reference. But, you know, the Wuthering Wind is, of course, a reference to Wuthering Heights, specifically the Kate Bush song, actually. Trig, big fan. You know, he's big into that stuff. Okay, honestly, me too. I actually do like Kate Bush as well. But anyway, Wuthering Wind. After using Bluster, which is, again, if we scroll up, it's that kind of bread and butter damage ability. And this is basically probably going to be like the damage-oriented trait here. Like your pet damages at nearby enemies with a gust of wind. That's giving you a bit of cleave. Bear that in mind too, by the way. That's a bit of cleave. Not just more damage, it's AoE damage too, more specifically. So this is your damage option, and obviously we are going to have a DPS approach here as well for this build, in, you know, kind of for PvE specifically, but also potentially maybe you're going like all in, you're going like deep glass cannon as well. And again, 3 different traits that all do different things, but also do give you something to think about, right? You've got to think about Wuthering Wind, how you're going to connect that, you know, send in your pet, right, to make sure you get that extra attack off, to combine that with your burst. Like this is going to really make you think about using your movement skills to restore your dodges, and you chain them together to get that evasion, that defensive potential. And then Squalls, right? This is going to, you know, really motivate you to use certain abilities and to, you know, allow them and allow you to like be incredibly slippery if you're dealing with a bunch of snares. Very cool. Next, we have, I mean, we've got more traits to talk about. So here's the quickness one. Flock Together. Avian pets have increased strike damage and health. Beast skills grant quickness around the ranger. So basically, whenever your pet does its thing, you give quickness, right, around the ranger. And bear in mind, this is actually giga uptime, because pet beast skills have, bird beast skills have a very short cooldown, right? A very short cooldown. And I'm not sure, yeah, is that internal cooldown for the quickness? I think it might be. In fact, it definitely is. Because otherwise, this trait alone would be perma-quickness, because birds can spam like crazy. So I guess they've normalized it with the 20-second CD to kind of prevent that exact situation. But it will make your pet absolutely crank, so that's kind of cool. A little bit of a fun role play there with that. I'll talk about the other quickness trait here as well. It's Cloudburst. Like, you're kind of intended to run these two together. Quarrel's Peril and Supersonic Arrow reset the cooldown of Bluster. So in other words, this really adds some fun combo stuff, in my opinion. I love this type of design. We kind of saw this on the weapons, particularly the spears. They have these kind of built-in combos. I think that's really fun and really exciting. When you use Bluster or Hawkeye, grant boons to nearby allies. And that is what I'm talking about with quickness uptime, right? So every single time you're using some of your basic rotational abilities, Bluster, you're giving 6 seconds of AoE quickness. Like, that is some serious uptime there. 360 radius, which is decent as well. And Hawkeye's given 12 seconds of quickness. Honestly, these numbers might be actually so wacky, they might end up going down. That's crazy. Now, it is worth noting there's no other boon support here. And again, nerd moment. If they want this to kind of be a thing in PvE, which they obviously do, it either needs to do like ridiculously broken DPS, which I'm not sure if they'd want, or it's probably got to have at least Might and Fury attached to it. I don't know where they'd package that in, but it might have to just kind of get in there, because the reality of Guild Wars 2 right now is that if you're a quickness DPS build, you should probably give some Might and Fury. Almost all of them do. Many of them even apply other boons too, like Catalyst and Herald, for example. Very, very good. And very notable for that. But yeah, you like just quickness on its own is, you know, like that's not something that sees a lot of that's kind of a weird thing. I think that would be a relatively niche build to actually see play there. But you know, it's kind of cool to have another option here for DPS. And this is definitely the perfect spec for quickness, right? Like, this is just such a quickness-oriented spec. It's all about moving fast, zooming, blasting, leaping all over the place. So, very thematic. You could argue that maybe it should be alacrity, so there's like a power alacrity option for Ranger, but that's boring. Who cares? Yeah, okay. So, next up is going to be Perilous Skies. Actually, no, I'm talking about the combos here. I'm talking about Cloudburst combos a bit. So whenever you use Quarry's Peril and Supersonic Arrow, so that is the 5th skill in the bow and the 4th skill, right? You get a Bluster. So you can go Bluster, Quarry's Peril, Bluster into Supersonic Arrow, into another Bluster potentially, right? That's a lot of arrows, obviously, right? You need 2 arrows there, 3 arrows, and then you'd basically be casting 3 copies of Bluster. That will be all of your arrows to do that, right? Because you're going to go 1, 3, 4, 7, 8. But that would just generate a massive burst of damage. And of course, also a massive burst of quickness as well. If you are so inclined, to be honest. And in fact, you know, kind of looking at this, there's some potential that maybe there's actually a different approach with how you could go about doing quickness here as well, because obviously you might want to go for the beast here, but take a look at this one, Perilous Skies. I love traits like this. So this basically says you don't get immobilized on your Quarry's Peril anymore, but you get Pelt instead, which says fire a volley of arrows into the air, damaging enemies when they land. So it just does the damage part, basically does more damage, but you don't have the immobilize. And you also get 2 charges. You get maximum count 2, so you can spend the same amount of arrows, but twice. You cast the spell twice. And of course, this has a bit of a synergy here with Cloudburst, right? Because this is going to allow you to get more resets on your Bluster, and therefore even more quickness application, because you're going to have 2 charges of Pelt, and both of those charges are going to reset your Bluster, allowing you to send more of those Blasts as a key damaging ability, and then more Pelts to keep resetting, and then of course eventually go into your Hawkeye at the end there as well for like a massive... You're just going to cap quickness doing that, to be honest. That's going to be easy peasy, let me tell you that. It is going to be very, very good. We love to see that. We really, really do. And then, yeah, the final, I love traits that change skills into other skills. Stuff like, you know, Devouring Darkness is the really obvious one. And then Glacial Blow. I think some of that's really cool. Big fan of that type of design. Harbinger Shroud, right? Same thing. And finally, in the Master Tier, we have Fetch. Restore arrows when you swap pets. Yeah, I mean, that's just, you know, that's definitely something that I would expect to have there. So, you know, this is kind of if you want to really get even more value out of your Cyclone Bow, you can swap pets, right? While you're in the bow, get 2 arrows back, maybe squeeze out a couple more abilities there as well. I'm almost surprised that it doesn't have a little bit of... you know, maybe even when you swap weapons too, right? That you could also like kind of like funnel back some arrows there as well. But that might end up being like a little bit too much fuel for the fire. They don't want you to be like super camping within there. They do want you to have this kind of rotational approach to using all the tools in your toolkit. So pretty cool. But you know what, guys? You just got to have a big damaging trait, and that's what we've got in the Grandmaster tier. We absolutely do. It's Gale Force, Wind Force. Grants stacking increased movement speed and damage. When you use Hawkeye, convert these into a stronger bonus for a duration. So basically, you get stacking damage when you have Wind Force, right? You get 3% damage per stack, up to 4 stacks, right? Because when you, well, up to 5 stacks, right? So you're going to get 15% damage. And then when you use Gale Force, you are going to obviously spend that. And then you're going to get 25% damage. And of course, Ranger is also a class kind of similar to Guardian, right? Where you have these big bursts, right? You're going to activate your, your whirling defense, like a brutal burst on maces or hammer or something like that, right? And you're going to really utilize that after dropping out of your Cyclone Bow. Again, I like that kind of stuff. I think it kind of promotes combo, kind of intuitive gameplay. And I think that intuitive gameplay is really important, and designing the game in a way that's kind of, you can kind of figure out what you should do. I think the ideal rotations in games should almost like, the game should tell you how to do the rotation in a way through mechanics, right? And it kind of does that, technically speaking, right? Because, like, ultimately rotations are derived from numbers. But I really like stuff like this because I think it can really help players understand, like, how you're supposed to play, and, like, how you might, it kind of gives players an idea of, like, how they might utilize this buff with some of their other skills. I really like that a lot. It's very good. And then the final trait, and indeed, the final thing we need to talk about with the initial elite specializations that we've been revealed here is Shrike. So look, I said they don't want you to camp there, but listen, what if I am a Cyclone Bow only Ranger? I will never go in melee. I will camp at 1200 forever. I will never go in boon range. Well, good news. Shrike is for you. So, after a number of missile hits, release a volley of arrows at your target and gain an arrow. So basically that's projectiles. You can fire at projectiles. That could be anything, by the way. It doesn't have to be bow projectiles. That could be axes. You throw axes. Those are also missiles. So this allows you to basically get value back, right? For example, Bluster hits multiple times. Those are missiles, right? Like a lot of your bow attacks, like your longbow is a bunch of missiles. Axe has got a bunch of missiles as well. They're blah, 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 blah. The list goes on, really. Like, you will get a bunch of arrows back when you get those hits, when you get those connections. And yeah, the missiles from the trait don't trigger it because that will be maybe a little bit silly, to be honest. But at the end of the day, this is just going to give you that refuel. And again, for what it's worth, I actually like that type of thing. It's, again, very different. All these GM traits are really bringing something new to the table and have a very different take on, how you might do this. Like, this creates, like, a new rotation for you and, like, a completely different, like, scenario for using your abilities within the Cyclone Bow. Gale Force is just giving you that pure brute force with a bit of movement speed tacked on there as well to be truly fast. And look, that's going to be highly formidable. Trust me, guys, it absolutely is. Like, it's going to give you even more speed, even more damage. So you're going to be even harder to catch, and just you're going to be blasting people as well. And then the Shrike, yeah, it has that totally different playstyle. It's all about renewing your resource, right? That arrow resource, so you can continue your assault from a distance. Yeah, really cool. I think the gameplay pattern here, just to kind of zoom out the gameplay pattern here is so exciting. Yeah, I'm not much of a Ranger player, but I'll probably end up giving this one a try, to be honest, because this looks like a really exciting pattern. With how all of this kind of links together. Again, it's very much focused on, it's a very aggressive spec. I'm glad to see they didn't try and, like, squeeze too much boon support into it. They'll probably, like, slap a bit on to make it make a bit more sense in PvE. But yeah, it's just super aggressive, super mobile, super skirmishy, very good roleplay. The Ranger mains are eating good tonight. Let me tell you that. Absolutely. We love to see that. Look, if that ain't good enough for you, then I don't know what to tell you guys. Like, I don't know. Like, what more do you want? Like, this is the goddamn Ranger spec, huh? It's pretty big. And it even looks cool. And you've got UI. Can't complain about that, huh? It's pretty good. I think that's all I've got. I've got nothing. I think we talked about all of it, right? We kind of crunched through all of that there. Did it in double quick time as well, because I really don't have a lot of like kind of breakdown or criticism, really. It's looking really good. This one looks very well formed with how it's going to go. Again, a very clear design idea, very clear vision of where this is going, and yeah, very much like the other two. Yeah, like looking at this, I definitely feel very confident. And if I, of course, your elite specialization that you're really hyped up for, the Paragon, the Ritualist, whatever, hasn't been revealed yet. But to me, that was always the really big thing about this initial reveal was about design, right? Like, I was very curious about what this design was going to look like and how they were approaching elite specializations. What's their thought process? What are their goals? What's their vision? Like, how far are they going? How extensive is it going to be, right? With what these things are going to do. And yeah, I have to say they've really delivered on this. This is exactly what I was hoping for from elite specializations in Visions of Eternity. And yeah, I'm very happy to see this. You know, obviously there's it's obviously, it's a big deal. They've got to get this right. A lot of pressure. So there's obviously a little bit of worry on our end as the players if they're going to be able to deliver. But I have to say, yeah, it's looking very, very good in general from the elite specialization perspective. I think that ArenaNet has done a very, very good job here. Overall. Oh, I don't know if I call this out. I'm delirious with tiredness at this point. Joy of Movement. This is actually a very funny reference to a very old blog post ArenaNet made, kind of talking about mounts in Path of Fire. It instantly became a meme in the community, and it is now being referenced within the game once again. We've truly gone full circle. Yeah. Very, very cool. But anyway, I think that's going to do it. That is concluding my coverage for the elite specializations that have been revealed so far. That is fantastic. Okay, really enjoyed doing this. Hope you guys enjoyed watching it. Definitely leave your comments down below. Like the video, subscribe on YouTube. Okay, follow me on Twitch. Follow all my social media. Join Discord. Okay, and look, if you're looking to get into GALESHOT, look, guys, you know what to do. ArenaNet partner, referral link in the description, probably linked in the comments as well. Get in the mix right now. Okay, buy it. Buy the Ultimate Edition, guys. If you buy the Ultimate Edition, okay, do you know what happens? I'll tell you what. You get like 70% more birds on all of your abilities. That is not true. Disclaimer. But you know what? It would be kind of good if it was. But yeah, that is it. Leave your thoughts down below. Stay tuned for more. We're going to be covering all of the Visions of Eternity news, elite specializations, I don't know, maybe lore, okay? Let's speculate about mecha raptors. Let's bring that content to the table. But we're talking about everything. We're talking about this. We're talking about the other elite specs. You go watch my videos on those. Get ready for the other elite specializations that will be reviewed. News about the open world, the raid stuff, I don't know. It's all going to be coming out soon. And of course, we're going to be playing the beta here on stream on Twitch and YouTube in August as well, so definitely mentally prepare yourself for that. But yeah, that's going to do it for now. I'll see you guys next time, so stay tuned. Get ready for the next announcement, which is going to be on the coming Wednesday, and of course, there will be another stream there as well. It's going to be good. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed. That is it for now. Good night to YouTube. And honestly, good night to Twitch as well, okay? I am done. I'm out. That's it. That's your lot. That is all of the slop you're getting for today, okay? You've been gorging yourself on it. No more! Okay. Snab with the raid. I was going to raid Snab, man. I was going to raid the Goose. But I guess that's actually not possible. That may not even be possible, guys. Oh, but yeah, I am going to go rest up a little bit, I think. I am drained. I think it's gonna... Are we raiding Chomp? I'm raiding Chomp, aka the Breaker. I'll raid Kroof? Wait, is Kroof live? Wait, Kroof is live. Wait, didn't Kroof raid me? Actually, you know what? Yeah, okay, let's do that. Kroof is actually a very entertaining person. Let us do that. Let's go. All right. That's going to do it, guys. Follow, subscribe, referral link, buy game. Thanks for watching. Come back and watch every single day. Say it to Kroof. Kroof is a hardcore gamer. Let me tell you that. A deep gamer. An Omega gamer. Shout out to Astral Frog as well. Allaboutfrogs.org. I'm not sponsored, but I wish I was. But that's going to do it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I am out. Follow, subscribe, hand over the cash. Referral link. Click it. buy Guild Wars 2, buy 10 alt accounts, buy 50 Guild Wars 1 accounts as well. That's your lot. I'm out. Take it easy, gamers. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.